that microphone. It's been so long since we've talked. It's been a whole 8 hours. Okay. Oh, and hello, doll. Welcome to here. Ouch. Meow, money. Hello, Argo. Thank you for the water. Ouch. Meow, money. Okay, let me get that start and it should be over now. Wishing you a smooth book time. Yes, perhaps the rest of the book will be smoothly passed through my large intestine. I mean, ouch. And hello, Anne. You're having a well-rested Monday. It's Monday, right? Yeah. Ouch. Okay, the last chapter that we were reading, violence quotes in social movements, that was about the definition of violence and what people in power / institutions use the word to mean. I guess we can see look at the previous chapters real quick. We're on chapter 7 right now, but we'll jump through these real quick. This one was about it was about something. Then the title. No, oh, it's about prevalence of cynicism and how just being like, oh well, you know, America has bombed this many countries doesn't make people, doesn't get them raring to go. Make connections, not comparisons, crunches you. I don't remember what Think Like a Geographer was about. Care is fundamental. Something mutual aid, care, lessons from the rebellion. Something the importance of food safety and whatever. Crunch. Support now, you know. Refusing to abandon. Okay, this was about prison abolition stuff. Against misanthropy, building relationships. Sometimes we save each other. Beyond alarm toward action. This was the first starting chapter. Not just about facts. Telling stories. Sharing visions. Projecting our fear of each other. Anchoring ourselves in belonging. Thank you. I didn't fall asleep mid-work hours, so I called the wind, but I'm going to be very asleep very soon, so I have to like the vibe. Okay. Well, I hope you have a good, very sleep soon. Also, silly thing today, I have on this model, I have reduced the leotard cloth amount. Which button is it? This one? It just goes zoop, and then it's like a thing. Then it's just an undershirt. In the goal of being more TOS, I am now showing more skin on this character. Haha. Wow. Okay. Me. Okay, we're on chapter 7 now. Don't pedestal organizers. Oh, hold on. Okay, chapter 7. Don't pedestal organizers. Powerful encourage us to put individual activists on pedestals. Charismatic leaders who are viewed as essential can be co-opted, discredited, or destroyed, thereby harming or even undoing movements. Thus, a movement structure that relies too heavily on hyped-up individuals is highly vulnerable. Of course, this is not to say that we should not admire and learn from experienced and inspiring people. Organizers who do admirable work and say motivating things can move us to think and to act. They can play a crucial role in our intellectual development. They can even help raise us up as activists and organizers by nurturing our political growth. But in a culture of individualism and celebrity, admiration can sometimes lead us to over-idealization that not only leaves us vulnerable to co-optation and discrediting by the powerful, but can also harm the person being pedestaled and the work itself. I was just trying to catch up with earlier reading, got 2.5 hours in. Oh, okay. I want to make you on. I don't know how good VOD is for, like, I don't know, it's got other stuff in it, like me when I take a dinner break and have to blow my nose or whatever, and also when I ramble about, when I reply to chat for half an hour. No, yeah, but it's skippable. Yeah, I guess so. I suppose it's true. Don't mind the chatter anyways too? Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, welcome to here. Anyway. Good morning. No, yeah. Okay. For example, when people we've pedestaled say things that we find disappointing, our reactions are sometimes outsized because we're experiencing those failings in comparison to an idealization rather than a person. Snapshots of a person's life and work that become popularized can become enlarged, eclipsing the rest of their humanity. And, as with any infatuation, the gaps in what we know are often filled in with fantasies about who we would like such people to be and how we would like to relate to them. This kind of thinking and parasocial attachment makes it easy to completely miss points of disagreement or misalignment. It can also create the illusion of someone whose actions, ideas, and politics will never let you down when, in reality, no such person exists. If we were to view the people we admire as flawed but capable human beings with whom we sometimes agree and sometimes disagree, any disagreements we might have with them would be viewed as normal and healthy occurrences. After all, no two people agree on absolutely everything, rather than signs that our organizing world must be thrown into chaos. But we do not witness the totality of the people we put on pedestals. In the age of social media, we often take a meme or tweet-sized sampling of someone's humanity and project it large-scale over the whole of their being. It is dehumanizing to pedestal people in this way for a number of reasons. It erases the wholeness of their being, papering over the truth of their life, work, and beliefs with fantasy and adulation. It also sets people up to be dismissed or widely condemned when they're inevitably wrong about something, because those moments will always come for all of us. No one's politics are infallible, and we all have terrible days where we say or do the wrong thing, even if we believe the right things. We all cause harm and experience harm, and doing righteous work in one arena does not purify our politics in all others. We have all waded through the muck of a racist, homophobic, transphobic, ableist, misogynist, classist, and otherwise harmful society. The normalization of harm that we have experienced is genuinely horrific. The process of disentangling those oppressive forces from our politics and undoing that normalization is a lifelong journey. We sometimes like to imagine that the people we admire have completed that journey, but no one ever really has. Oh, hello, Yuki. Have a good lurk. Welcome to book.jpg. If you look back at your own political stances over the past 10 years, or even less, oh my god, we would see Scoots cringe. It would be so cringe. And you can likely spot numerous instances when your own assumptions, beliefs, predictions, or strategic positions are off base or outright wrong. As organizers, we are always learning, and we don't know what we don't know. This never ceases to be true, however accomplished and admired someone might become. When people spend a lot of time in the public spotlight or attain a certain celebrity status on social media, they will eventually be wrong in public. The extent to which they are wrong and how you will reconcile it may vary. If, for example, someone is indulging in bigotry, a forceful rejection of their commentary may be necessary in defense of at-risk and marginalized communities. In matters of strategic disagreement, it may be enough to simply state disagreement or say nothing at all. After all, having a large platform does not make anyone the arbiter of what we do. But when we feel personally disappointed in, or even betrayed by, figures we do not know, it is important to interrogate our reactions and how we are relating to those people. Feelings of personal betrayal can be misplaced, because we sometimes imagine ideological compatibility that does not exist. If we looked into someone's previous work, writing, or practices, we might discover that they have long held some positions that we disagree with, or that their organizing style may not align with our own. You might look into the guy who wrote a book about anarchism, and then you might discover actually that he wasn't an anarchist, and that he doesn't like anarchists, and that he's kind of ouch. I don't remember the name of this guy, but I saw some video from some YouTube that I don't watch too much anymore, or at this moment, but him, yeah, okay, that's. This does not mean that we cannot praise someone's work without running a background check, or familiarizing ourselves with their entire body of work. It does mean that we should be specific about what we admire, the campaigns they have co-organized, their leadership style, their written work, or even specific words they have shared, rather than reducing them as people to emblems of good politics whose unknown words, actions, and beliefs have been overwritten with idealization. Such idealizations are a trap, both for the admirer and the admired. The idealization of individual leaders can also encourage us to embrace ideas that are harmful or excuse behavior that should be challenged. If we become too invested in someone's leadership, or even fetishize that leadership, we can abandon our own strategic analysis or fail to develop that analysis. Good organizers do not want fans, they want committed and thoughtful co-strugglers. An organizer who wants your allegiance rather than your solidarity and co-investment in struggle is not someone whose leadership you should trust. Something people who, well, it's true that I haven't read the bit on Marx about dialectical materialism, and I don't actually know how to. It's true, I've never read a book in my life. No, I don't know if they're gonna mention, well, they kind of alluded to it earlier. I don't know if they'll mention the sort of stuff that the US government / media does to public figures of activist movements. I'm sure they'll mention, I don't know if they'll mention being assassinated by the FBI. Ouch. Okay. Putting organizers on pedestals also creates psychological distance between everyday people and movement work. Exceptionalizing organizers does not help everyday people imagine themselves within the struggle. It makes organizing seem like something orchestrated by heroic individuals, rather than interdependent communities composed of people like themselves. To succeed, our movements need everyday people to not only imagine themselves doing the work of organizing, but also be drawn to that work with great enthusiasm. As Dr. Charles Payne has written, ordinary, flawed, everyday sorts of human beings frequently manage to make extraordinary contributions to social change. Navigating visibility. What about those pedestaled organizers themselves? How can one navigate visibility while staying true to one's movement roots? These are important questions for people of all ages, but our movements have fallen especially short when it comes to helping young people navigate the perils of sudden popularity. When a movement gains new momentum and an organizer's leadership, public speaking, or social media presence draws significant attention, individual platforms can grow quickly. Organizers may be deemed celebrities over the course of a few weeks or months. At times, that visibility is accompanied by financial opportunities, and a few people may become rich, but the vast majority of activists and organizers who experience high levels of visibility will never have access to the material resources that people associate with fame. Oh my god, they're talking about Hassan? No, him. / J, cruelty with my mind. Still, they sometimes experience common pitfalls of celebrity, absent those material benefits. Some organizers may not become anything like famous, but may find that they are being evaluated with additional scrutiny, over-idealized, or frequently treated as the arbiter of a particular topic because they are part of a group or community whose movement is presently in the spotlight. This form of heightened visibility can also have negative consequences for the person being afforded extra attention. In a culture that is preoccupied with fame and idealized individuals, organizers who experience heightened visibility are often subject to this kind of scrutiny and harassment that traditional celebrities may experience, but without any defensive infrastructure in place to protect them against things like harassment and doxing. Highly visible organizers may also experience depression, anxiety, or other mental health impacts as a result of close public scrutiny and overexposure. We ourselves have struggled with the contradictions of visibility. When it comes to deciding whether to engage with criticism, or whether to follow through on an opportunity, there are no handy rulebooks for organizers. Being idealized, of course, is a trap, as you will invariably disappoint people with your imperfections, human failings, and contradictions. All people cause harm at some point in their lives. This is inevitable. Therefore, it's important to figure out how to utilize your platform in a way that uplifts your beliefs and your cause without losing your way. That's no simple matter in a world that would rather treat you as a brand, to be sculpted, co-opted, projected upon, or destroyed. They're gonna turn you into a Che Guevara bag, and then, a Che Guevara t-shirt, and then you will be obliterated into fine atoms, Okay. In hopes of further illuminating the journeys of those who are entering those waters, as well as our own journeys, we discussed the matter with organizers who offer a jumping-off point for people grappling with these issues. Individual success is not movement success. Longtime scholar and organizer Barbara Ransby reminds us to avoid the illusion that mainstream recognition of any individual activist, even if that activist is you, the illusion that qualifies as movement success. We're all trained to be kind of individualistic and wanting a certain kind of traditional success, Ransby told us. So, how do we resist celebrity and the seduction of people bestowing all kinds of praise on you, and understand what is also happening in that process that is corrosive? Part of the problem, says Ransby, is that the powerful create the illusion that movements have succeeded by singling out people to embrace, usually after attempting to co-opt the image of a particular individual activist. The system moves to either defeat or co-opt the demands of the social movement itself, and sometimes tries to defang larger efforts towards justice in the process. For instance, the mainstream whitewashing of the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. I'm going to point out here that whitewashing does not mean just because the guy is black, but no, it's just the word whitewashing just means like when you have the white, when you have the fence and the color, the paint, and now he's whitewashed. Oh my god, make him nice and pretty and shiny. I've at least seen one YouTube commenter before say some dumb shit. No, the mainstream whitewashing of the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. has led to many politicians and right-wing forces attempting to weaponize King's words in memory when criticizing contemporary protesters. Pundits will often chastise protesters in King's name, claiming that he would not approve of their tactics, despite King's own deployment of the same tactics. Inclusion is a compromise the powerful sometimes offer in order to avoid more significant systemic alterations. Oh my god, inclusion? You get to wear the boot this time, the boot on the neck. Oh my god. Ransby points to academia as an example of inclusion being offered on very strict terms. Most of the sort of black intellectual tradition has been on the margins or outside of predominantly white institutions because of how racist and exclusionary they were. But then, certain demands were made, and the demand was for justice. The demand was not just for representation, but the demand gets kind of contorted into something that the system can absorb without convulsing. Ransby says the diversity, equity, and inclusion approach of academic institutions creates a kind of cosmetic diversity. But she stresses that those who are included are expected to conform to the norms of the institutions that have deigned to include them, rather than rocking the boat or expressing their own values. In this way, victories of inclusion often lead to disappointment. When Mary Peltola, native Alaskan, bringing home big wins for the oil companies. Meowch, okay. something, we have to protect the border from the... Wow, thanks. Punches you. This book's hitting home hard for me for all I've heard so far. Yeah, I think it's very... What's it? I knew some of these things already, but it's a very not concise, it's whatever. It's information dense, covering a lot of different things. Yeah, I don't know. Covering a lot of different things in a short time. Is that SimCity 4 music I hear? Yeah. I think mostly in that I've been in a stage of being really frustrated and reactive when I know I need to be more kind and patient. Aw. Meowch. I mean, chomping on people? Okay, you can chomp some of them. You can chomp when they pass the red flag quota. When they hit 3 to 5 red flags, and then you can chomp. That's, yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you see some creature online who's saying some shit, more often than not, okay, well, not more often than not, it's more likely that an online creature is more likely to be saying some shit than some IRL creature who's probably not as inclined to do a little trolling on the internet or whatever. Like, I don't know, they mentioned in the earlier chapters about how generally it's not really that the public is apathetic, it's more of the fear of the stuff. Yeah, I don't know. We go back. The fear and the cynicism and whatever. I don't know. Crunch. Even IRL lately, I just have a hard time with my patience. Oh. Oh, I don't have any, Sorry, I'm just yapping as the kids say, lol. Oh, it's fine. Here's my secret strat. My secret strat is to go silent and make my boyfriend anxious. No, you can charge up. You can defuse the bomb while staying silent, preparing a non-bomb response or whatever. No, maybe that's not. No, that's just what I do. Lamau. Maybe that's not the best, actually. I don't know. Meowch. Okay. Okay, both critique and affirmation are necessary. Ransby acknowledges that organizers who are highly visible are sometimes bombarded by critique, but she also believes that good faith critique is essential to movement building. I do think we should, in a principled way, critique behavior within the movement that is counterproductive, and I think we have to promote a movement culture that has a certain expectation of all of us, of how we behave, how we present ourselves as organizers and activists, and how we treat each other. Ransby believes in critique that acknowledges the effort and the rightness in what organizers are intending to do, and then how you see the weaknesses or mistakes in that. Finding a way to do it such that we are still encouraging and humble ourselves, I think, is a challenge. Critique comes with its own complex set of challenges. I've had experiences critiquing people privately and lovingly, and them, let's just say, not taking it well, Ransby says. On the flip side, somebody might tell you you're wrong when you're not. I find sometimes the people who are the most dogmatic about, this is wrong, sometimes are wrong themselves and they can't see it. Criticism often comes from people who have no connection to the work and may have no idea what they're talking about. Oh my god, epically. Basketball slammed in the hoop. Okay. When this happens, we can check in with ourselves, and, if necessary, our co-strugglers or personal touchstones about whether the criticism merits consideration. Meanwhile, Ransby encourages organizers to commit to a process of self-reflection that includes questioning and challenging their own positions. This advice may be particularly relevant to high-profile organizers whose positions are continually praised. High-profile organizers who don't get enough critique because everyone wants to yoink their sploink because, yeah, what if my number goes up too? No, okay. Ransby also notes that it is natural for people to want to be affirmed, and that we should affirm and reward one another in our work. If recognition and affirmation are fostered in healthy ways within a community or a group, organizers are more likely to engage in a reciprocal culture of affirmation. Recognizing and uplifting one another, rather than treating one another as competitors. Ransby also notes that it is easier to invest trust in organizers who are eager to share the mic with others. I'm always impressed when people don't want the spotlight, Ransby told us, noting that when an organizer is determined to redistribute opportunities to speak or be uplifted, then you say, hey, maybe that's the person we want to represent us in this situation, because you understand that they've not internalized any kind of lust for that. Lust for public speaking, an unnatural power gifted by the Dark Lords. I mean, meowch. Okay. solidifying your community and sharing the spotlight. Page May, hold on, let me read that again one time. Solidifying your community and sharing the spotlight. Okay. Page May is a middle school teacher, co-host of the Lit Review podcast. Literary? Okay. And a co-founder of Asata's Daughters, a queer, black, woman-led, and youth-focused organization rooted in the black radical tradition. As an organizer whose work began to receive significant media attention during the Black Lives Matter protests of 2014. 2014. Wow. That was 10 years ago. Okay. May knows the pressures of sudden visibility. For her, a heavy sense of obligation arose as opportunities to speak or draw attention to an issue presented themselves. Well, I guess it wasn't as well known back then. Probably. I would feel like I was being lazy or something if I would say no to stuff, May told us. However, May found that after she co-founded Asata's Daughters, a sense of pressure and obligation became less overwhelming because she was accountable to a community of people who could weigh in on decisions together. Oh, hello. Good afternoon, Bills. Good evening, Bills. Hello. Accountable to a community of people who could weigh in on decisions together. Having an organization can give you more permission to say no, May said. It can also help you think through talking points. We're currently on the chapter Don't Pedestal Organizers. Decisions about who will speak and what the group's talking points will be are decided jointly. It can also make subsequent critiques feel less personal. Knowing that there was a crew of people that I trusted a lot, it was really, really helpful. May described a process at Asata's Daughters, in which, when speaking requests would come to the group or to May, they'd be shared out, and anyone could volunteer to step up. Sometimes May would end up speaking anyway, but even in those cases, having it go through that process takes off a lot of the pressure. Do be evening, I lurk and listen a little? Okay. Have a good lurk. May also stress the importance of using the spotlight to elevate new leadership. As a leader, you tend to have a lot of publicity, but there are ways that you can start to transition and to train up other people that are coming up behind you to take that on, and just sharing that spotlight as much as possible. Oh my god, EXP share? So you don't just have one high-level Pokemon at the front? I mean... Ouch. In highly energetic moments, young organizers or others whose work is in the spotlight are sometimes fetishized. For example, we will sometimes hear that it's time to follow the leadership of women, youth, black youth, indigenous people, or some other group, usually because a particular effort has caught the spotlight. People who are understandably impatient for large-scale change often want to believe that there's a shortcut, that one group, movement, or demographic is the truth and the way, and that merely cheering on that contingent will spur a revolution. This places undue pressure on whatever group or demographic is being fetishized as a savior trope. While there are moments when it makes sense for us to take leadership from particular groups, particularly when the struggle at hand centers on their lives, land, or water, there is no one group, and certainly no one person, who can defeat capitalism, end imperialism, or bring down white supremacy alone. Attaching oneself to such fantasies may feel like solidarity to some, but in reality it is dehumanizing, non-strategic, and an abdication of one's responsibility to forge struggle. Rather than becoming co-strugglers, some people who fetishize movements, groups, or individual activists can become part of fandoms. Having fans can go to an organizer's head, because it can mean that whenever we are wrong, there's a flock of people waiting to tell us that we are right, and potentially reinforce our worst or least strategic impulses. Twitch chat is this guy on some shit? And then Twitch chat says, yeah, he's on some shit, because Twitch chat wants to be, no, crazy with my mind, okay. I saw it now. Okay, I'm just being silly. Hello, it's Satan, thank you for the water. Let's see where Lord. I'm picking on Hassan just for sillies, but he's whatever, he's whatever, he's fine, I guess. He's not like Vosh or Destiny tier. Now those are some real mold acquisition. Hey Scoots, how you doing? I'm doing fine. I'm like average. Light blue. Not very shiny, but not very dirty either. Yeah. Yeah, I sort of feel like for Hassan, he really ends up in the same boat as a lot of us. It's just he got a lot of eyes on him. Oh. Yeah. This is why it's so important to have people that aren't just her fans, May told us. And, she says, it's another place where having an organization or some other small-scale community to turn to can be crucial to keep you in check. May said that at first, she naively failed to realize how dangerous and messed up the spotlight could be. It was her co-strugglers who alerted her to the dangers and downsides of celebrity organizer status. I knew I didn't want to be that person because I had friends that would complain about those kind of people, she said. Yeah, I feel that. I don't know. Yeah. Opinions, but not really an organizer. You know. Ouch. Well, maybe if... I've never actually watched a Hassan stream before, so I don't know really what he does, like what he says in his stream stuff, if he's just opinioning and things, but I'm thinking of Mr. YouTube guy, second thought. He often let's see, he doesn't always say this at the end of videos because I guess he got tired of repeating it, but he says to get organized, to join a socialist organization, to unionize your workplace, to da-da-da. Call to action. Well, unionize your workplace if it's safe to do so. You have enough support and you won't get fired if you don't work at Starbucks. No. Whatever. You know. Although to be totally slightly technical, unions aren't the end all be all. But they're still a good thing. That guy, crunch. I want to get free, May told us. First and foremost, the goal is about liberation, right? And that's going to take longer than our lifetimes. So for me, I think a lot about how I'm trying to be in this world. And I don't want to be some celebrity activist that makes a shit ton of money because I talk at things, right? I have a vision of a community that I'm a part of, where everybody knows that if there's a cat that needs help, come to that lady. Oh my god, words. Sort of the sphere of news reaction. A lot of folks do this and either end up in the area where they're more specialized or generalized. One end of specialized would be like homozygote, where he does a lot of current news stuff, but the main focus is on sciences and bioscience specifically because that's where his degree is. Other end is like moist critical, just reading everything being sent to him. Oh. News reaction. Try to distract. Oh, it's fine. That's the goal of a Twitch stream, is to distract the streamer. No. Muddy likes to put out videos from Moist sometimes. That's not his name. Moist? Very cool. I don't know. Gamer. Charlie? Oh, that's his name? Okay. I knew someone whose English name was Charlie, and then it was dropped somewhat quickly because his actual Chinese name was easy enough to say for English speakers. I mean, Yoch. It's totally unrelated. Okay. If a cat needs help, Yoch. In other words, organizers need to develop a vision of who they want to be in relation to their community, their movement, and other people. Instead of focusing on self-elevation, what role will they play in the context of the larger group? What are their skills and knowledge base? What will they not do? These are questions that must be answered together with others in the struggle. Having people whom you are accountable to, whom you can honestly engage with about visibility, is a must, May said. Having more honest and consistent space to talk with your people, and that being a part of check-ins, maybe not at every single meeting, but just once a quarter, or at least a couple of times a year, just being able to have an honest space and asking, who's visible right now? How is that going? What needs to change? Who is on track to become more visible? May also suggested that rotating the role of spokesperson among members of a group is a way to avoid placing one organizer on a permanent pedestal. The media is going to turn some people into spokespeople regardless, she said. Having that be understood as a role that can be switched out will go a long way. Why, excuse me. I just irped. It's because of all the vibrations from my throat. They bring the bubbles forth. No, okay. Ground yourself. Ali Wayne has been an activist in some capacity since around 2001. He has worked with the American Friends Service Committee, the Black Immigration Network, BLM, Syracuse, and the Undocu Black Network. He is also on the steering committee of the Syracuse Peace Council and lives in Syracuse, New York. I preferred to keep my work at the grassroots level, Wayne told us. He explained that his organizing around state violence and immigration organically led him to embrace abolitionist politics. I felt pretty early on that the immigration system cannot simply be reformed into anything resembling justice, he said. Oh my god, the little scrimply ass thing. When I see that emote on my Twitch light mode, it's kind of hard to tell what it is. It looks like a it looks like that thing when people make the silly comic and it says exposed nerve ending, and then the guy grabs it and then screech. It's a lot easier to tell what it is against the dark background in the OBS chat thing. Oh, yeah. Accrual reform. Over the decades, Wayne has seen organizers rise and fall in mainstream popularity, including some who became wealthy. I really genuinely feel for people who become sort of movement celebrities, Wayne told us. I think that's a very dangerous space to enter. I mean, listen, I'm offering this from a place of love. I'm 44 years old. If I was given the money and the opportunities and the platform that some of my friends who I know have become movement celebrities, would I maintain my politics, or would I maintain my maintain my direction? He said. I feel like I'm old enough to know that I would, but certainly the younger I was, the more tempting it would have been to maybe go a different way. Wayne echoed May's sentiments that a highly visible activist needs to be accountable to a community. I think that once you start to get that level of attention, you need to absolutely ground yourself in a community of people who have been there with you before you became a celebrity, or before you became sort of a bigger brand name. The folks who you have in your corner, who you know love you, but who will call you in lovingly when they feel like, hey, you're starting to zig where you should have zagged. Wayne emphasized that organizers who've been thrust into the spotlight need to persistently return to their grounded communities for critique and guidance, because movement celebrities tend to become surrounded by people who are not their communities, people who view them as a commodity or a resource. Having the support of disingenuous people, as well as people who over-idealize us, can also compromise our ability to address conflict. Wayne stressed that it is very hard for most people to see past their egos when navigating conflict. When you get critiqued and you take it personally, and then you say some shit on Twitter, and then you're... okay. When an activist's popularity surges, some people may begin to view them as a brand... Oh wait, no, I didn't finish it. If you say some shit on Twitter, and then all your Twitter fans attack the rabid shrimp that they are. Maybe they're more like lobsters. The lobsters attack. Oh my god, 2 reels for the... Yeah, for the price of one? Yeah. Spending too much time on Twitter? Crunch. When an activist's popularity surges, some people may begin to view them as a brand or product. This can be perilous, Wayne warned, because people who are invested in you as an idea or an image are invested in protecting your brand rather than allowing you to address harms you may have perpetrated. Smith. Wayne said it is deeply important to ground yourself in a community of people who were there for you before you became highly visible. He emphasized the importance of friends who offer loving correction when we cause harm. It's so important to have those people who are going to ground you, because once you become a sort of a big name, it's so easy to become unbalanced. No, it's so easy to be unbalanced on both sides, he said. Wayne acknowledged that criticism will also be plentiful for any highly visible activist, and that much of that criticism will be nonsense or the product of envy. Still, he added, you're going to have tons of people who are there to gas you up, and he warned that without trusted co-strugglers to keep you grounded, you're going to lose your sense of self. I'll shrink myself very slightly. Wayne reminded us that it doesn't have to be this way. Organizers who get swept up in the spotlight sometimes return to more grounded work, especially if they have a trusted community to return to. There's a friend of mine who definitely moved into the big wig sort of movement celebrity space, who started to appear on MSNBC and all these sorts of channels, and was approached by all of these foundations in the Democratic Party. Oh my god, the NGOs approached and were like, we'll give you $100,000 in seed money if you stop saying so much radical shit and start doing reform stuff instead. And at a certain point, he was just like, nope, this is changing me. This is starting to change who I am as a person. So he intentionally stopped accepting all of those offers. He decided to go back to the organizing group that he worked with and to do a retreat with them, to recommit himself to a model of horizontal leadership. Now he's doing a lot of good work. Be sus. Be suspicious. Be sussin'. For Ruth Wilson Gilmore, the increased popularity of prison abolition in 2020 brought a new wave of attention to her work, but also some amount of unhelpful and unwelcome pedestaling. Gilmore? Oh. Pedestaling? Me when I see the name Ruth Wilson Gilmore, and I'm like, oh, I've seen that name before. Wow, this person has a big dick. And then, no, she's just one of the army of creatures. No, okay. Yeah. Unhelpful and unwelcome pedestaling. Gilmore, who always warns us against the flattening and oversimplification of histories and systems, shared with us that she found she was being credited as a co-creator of prison abolition by some organizers. There was an awkward period over the last year where some newer, younger people absolutely believed that abolition was something that was invented by two black women, me and Angela Davis, and it's like, no, it's really lovely that you want to look up to your black women elders in this way, but boy, that's so far wide off the mark. Gilmore's anecdote is worth remembering. Anytime you may be credited or complimented for something that was the product of a group effort. This will frequently occur, as people in the society are accustomed to looking for an individual to credit in the wake of a great achievement, because individualism has taught them to search for a person to praise, rather than a community that they might relate to or even join. But, as an organizer, if you are given credit for a group effort, you are in the happy position of telling a larger story, and issuing an invitation to become part of that story. It is important to name the wholeness of what we do, because becoming individualized and divorced from the histories and webwork of community that fuel our work is a death knell for organizing. While it's important to dispel oversimplifications that may exalt individuals, Gilmore does not believe that having a large platform is an inherently bad thing. I do want to share with people who want to hear what I think about this world, because this is what I've been thinking about, not because I've got all the answers, but I've been thinking about it so hard, and I cherish the opportunity to be able to point some things out to people and point people in directions. But Gilmore warns organizers who are frequently being afforded a platform that they should be suspicious. Gilmore said, "While I don't encourage paranoia, there's an outward-looking suspicion that can also help keep us true to the fight, which is to wonder, why the attention? How come people are clamoring for me/us? What's the opportunity, and what are the pitfalls of heightened visibility?" I'm like, oh, here it is. When they come for you. In the summer of 2021, Arsha Walia, an organizer for migrants' rights and indigenous justice and author of the book Border and Rule, became the subject of a targeted harassment campaign orchestrated by conservatives and right-wing trolls after using the phrase "burn it all down" on Twitter. unknown individuals had recently set fires at 2 Catholic churches in British Columbia, following the discovery of previously unknown mass graves at residential school sites in Canada, where generations of Indigenous children had been held. Walia's statement was obviously metaphorical, a call for decolonization and social transformation made by a scholar who has expressed similar sentiments on many occasions. Variations of the phrases, "let it burn," and "burn it all down," have a rich history of metaphorical usage on both the left and the right, but in Walia's case, the language was seized upon, and she was beset with harassment, including death threats, as well as accusations of terrorism and inciting arson. Some of her critics called for her to be imprisoned, and Walia was informed that some people had filed police reports. Today's activists face the threat of targeted harassment, doxing, and even swatting, the practice of calling in a fake emergency so that a SWAT team will descend on someone's home. Walia resigned from her role as executive director of the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association over the controversy in July 2021. As Walia explained on Twitter shortly after her resignation, "I wasn't dismissed. I did resign on my own terms. But through the days, my leadership was undermined, my hiring was questioned, and there was no consideration for my safety. The board leadership acknowledged this all served to push her out in any event." Others were vocal in their support of Walia, including the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, who made a statement on Twitter declaring, UBCIC stands in strong solidarity with Harsha Walia in condemning the brutally gruesome genocide of the residential school system. Activists and scholars across Canada, the US, and beyond pushed back against the racism and misogyny that was being leveled at Walia and celebrated her work. As Walia tweeted after her resignation, "Everyone's support means so very much. A reminder that struggle, kinship, and grounded relationships is home. That when oppressive power structures come for you, there are so many who show up with generosity and ferocity and reciprocity to co-create resistance and care." It's important to note that in cases such as Walia's, where respectability is at issue, right-wing and centrist forces aren't the only sources of attacks. Liberals, unjust interests by another name? No, they're talking about American liberals, because this is a book written in American context. Right-wing and centrist forces aren't the only sources of attacks. Liberals who are committed to maintaining some form of the status quo often distance themselves from bold forms of dissent. The extremity of this reflex can result in displays of absurdity, such as when the Orange County Republican Party headquarters was firebombed in October 2016. The words, "Nazi Republicans, leave town or else," were painted on the side of the building. Eager to distance Democrats from the event, a Harvard researcher started a campaign on GoFundMe titled Dems Raise Money to... What? Dems raise money to reopen NC GOP office. The campaign raised approximately $13,000. It was a bit funny. Yeah, At a time when Republicans were campaigning against the humanity of trans people, immigrants, Muslims, and other oppressed groups, the people who donated to that GoFundMe could have been supporting targeted communities or anti-fascist organizing. Instead, they were willing to pay $13,000 to establish that they did not approve of someone else destroying the property of fascists. While Walia's experience was an extreme case, the targeted harassment of... Sorry, I have to unsmile. I'm not smiling because... Or it's because... It's the, It's that guy, that meme of the old guy who's smiling, but he looks like his wife just died, but he's smiling while holding his coffee cup. Ahem. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. While Walia's experience was an extreme case, the targeted harassment of leftist activists and scholars... I don't know that meme. Oh. I think they called him Hide the Pain Harold. He just has a, like, it's because of the way his, like, eyes look, I guess. There you go. Oh, they made him small because I pulled the thing into here. Let me try and get the image by itself so I don't have to deal with that shit. Oh my god, Reddit. Tried to open image in new tab and then he just... whatever, here we go. And salami. Fun. Cat is blocking the view of my thing. Here he is. So... hey guys. Like a stock photo image, I went super popular. Okay. I had to save it to my computer. Yeah. Alright. Ouch. While Wally's experience was an extreme case, the targeted harassment of leftist activists and scholars, including efforts to criminalize people or terminate their employment, have become increasingly common. When organizers find themselves targeted by political opponents online, by which I mean specifically conservatives, liberal, centrist forces, I think it's useful to remember a few things, Walia told us. Look at those pained eyes, that smile. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes my dad chuckles a little when he does a small chuckle when he retells some bad thing that happened on the news or whatever. I think it's more like a laugh of disbelief, but it's kind of weird. When organizers find themselves targeted by political opponents online, by which I mean specifically the first is to create a support network. What are the movements and communities you are part of and accountable to that share your views? What support can they offer publicly or privately to diffuse the individual targeting? We are only as strong as the constellation of communities that hold us up. By building our collective capacity to respond, we also challenge the single person/leader phenomenon. Laughter can be very nuanced. Nervous laughs exist for a reason after all? Yeah, I guess so. It's a little hard to tell the difference between the laughs, though, sometimes, but, I mean, I'm used to my dad doing that, though, so... Meow. Walia noted that our political opponents have a hard time accepting that our movements are non-hierarchical and decentralized, and really believe that targeting one person can challenge the legitimacy of an entire movement. The right's investment in individualism means that they may assume they can topple entire social movements by harming single individuals, and those kind of illusions put organizers at risk. Yeah, it is hard to tell. Yeah. Walia also cautioned that activists should be strategic and thoughtful about what deserves our attention. She advised activists to block freely. Oh my god. Open the airlocks. Hit I mean, fire the main cannon. I mean, hit him with the anti-air guns. I mean, block freely? Okay. She advises activists to block freely on social media and think twice before engaging with a pile-on. Walia's guidance is important. On social media, we should not hesitate to block, mute, or otherwise avoid people we do not wish to engage with. If you are public about your politics, many people will want to argue with you, and most of these arguments will be unworthy conflicts. Debate bros. Log off. And, I mean, consider if any of it is worth your energy, Walia told us. Gonna get subsumed into the algorithmic engagement shithole, doing battle with the right-wing keyboard warriors. I mean, yeah. Okay. Walia also stressed the importance of cybersecurity protocols, such as using two-factor authentication and frequently changing passwords. There are important resources for organizers, especially racialized women and gender-diverse people, on keeping safe as a public leftist on the internet, she told us. If you need help developing a personal digital security plan, resources like the Surveillance Self-Defense Project can help you examine potential threats and take appropriate cautions. Pew, peow, peow from the meow meow cat with the gat. Ultimately, Walia told us, it is impossible not to internalize the hatred of those who target you. It might be hard to admit, because we like to think we can just brush off trolls, but it will most likely impact your mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. Take the time to process that harm, and know that you deserve care and safety. Ouch. Oh, this is the part where we talk about the CIA. The, Department of Homeland Security. We're gonna send a couple of dudes to your house after too much Twitter posting, too much YouTube posting. We're all in the spotlight of surveillance. Walia's advice Walia's advice to organizers in the spotlight can be applied more broadly in today's online world. It's worth remembering that each of us is being watched, even if we are not elevated to the status of celebrity. Many of us live much of our lives online, where our behavior is under constant surveillance, packaged as data, and manipulated by content engineered to promote more engagement. Oh, okay, no, this is not FBI. Putting up a tab for that surveillance thing. Oh, what do you mean? Meow. Manipulated by content engineered to promote meow engagement. Digital algorithms, researcher Robert E. Smith has written, are now the most powerful curators of information, whose actions enable such manipulation by creating our fractured informational multiverse. Algorithms are finite sequences of instructions and rules that allow a computer or a program to function. In the case of social media, algorithms work to promote user engagement, which means content that provokes a response or reaction becomes more visible, often rewarding users for extremity. I'm saying extremity instead of extremity, because extreme like extreme politics, instead of extremity like your fingers. Okay, often rewarding user for extremity. Algorithms exacerbate divisions around identity, culture, and even casual disagreements to calamitous effect, Smith says. Casual disagreements when people don't agree, when people don't like your fanfic ship, and then they okay, casual disagreements. Given the simplifying features that algorithms use, gender, race, political persuasion, religion, age, etc. that was penal. That's a casual disagreement, right? Skull emoji? Meowch. It's serious business. Given the simplifying features that algorithms use, gender, race, political persuasion, religion, age, etc., and the statistical generalizations they draw, the real-life consequence is informational segregation, not unlike previous racial and social segregation. Social media algorithms that produce and amplify this stratification have already proven catastrophic to the health of our societies. Facebook algorithms can create political rabbit holes that can lead conservatives to embrace QAnon conspiracy theories in as little as 2 days' time. Can be serious business? Yeah. Also, it was the thing mentioned around, like, something to look into for protection online. Oh, right, let's see. Surveillance self-defense project? Yeah. You know, I get a little worried sometimes about what my mom's watching on her laptop, because I can't really understand most of it too well if it's all in Chinese. And sometimes she says some weird shit, and then my dad's like, no, blah 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 blah, and then she, I don't know if that's my mom being convinced or my mom just shutting up or whatever. But I guess it's fine, because my mom also engages with people in real life and isn't just hidden away in the house all the time. Really fucked up, honestly. Ouch. When we navigate the digital world, we are experiencing forms of commercial surveillance that aim to map human behavior in order to craft interventions that generate profit, and to reduce uncertainty by influencing people's behavior. Curating content to anticipate and accommodate our habits, preferences, and whims as tracked in real time. Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe what if my mom's getting some shit like Epoch Times, the Falun Gong, Trump-loving, anti-communist newspaper-ass shit. My mom can't read English, but there's still a fair number of conspiracy theories out there. Yeah. That shit is kind of popular around here. Oh my god. Ouch. The Epoch Times? Meow. Falun Gong only getting possibly a small amount of money from... Okay, well, I don't know if it's... I would probably have to look this up, but I'm sure they've gotten... What is it? Oh, they're anti-China? The US is like, yeah, guys. Support these guys. I remember back when I didn't really know much about the Falun Gong, I was like, oh, new religious movement being suppressed by China? Oh my god, so horrible. So horrible, evil China, because this was back when I still repeated everything my mom said. Or no, not repeated everything, but it was like the classic Chinese diaspora anti-communist maneuver. But like, and then later saw a thing about the Falun Gong, and they're basically like cult behavior, and like, I was like, oh, okay. See them put their papers or pamphlets out everywhere. Oh, meow. Can get one of their pamphlets as a put it up on your wall as a display item. Is it feeling when folks here use whatever shit because China bad? Wait, what do you mean? Also, hello Critical, welcome to here. We're on chapter 7 of the activism book, TMTM. I mean, like supporting extreme cults or whatever? Oh. Well, yeah, it's probably because, well, it's probably because, like me, they've never bothered to read too much about it. Because reading sucks. Because I already have all the answers. Ah, splat. Yeah. Still so bright? Sorry. You want me to, I don't know. Is that better? That's still readable? Let me see. Imagine reading about the situations you form opinions on. I read the first paragraph of the Wikipedia page. I know everything I need to know. I mean, meowch. I only read the part that I agree with. I skipped over the criticisms of blah blah blah. Okay. I'm gonna have to... I might forget to change this back since I do use this source for the art streams as well. I'll write it down in my Discord hole. Excuse me. Okay. Something commercial surveillance aims to map human behavior in order to craft interventions that generate profit, and to reduce uncertainty by influencing people's behavior. Curating content to anticipate and accommodate our habits, preferences, and whims, as tracked in real time. Apps built on algorithms of stratification curate content aimed at prompting users to react in observable ways, and in response, from the likes we click on Twitter or Facebook to our willingness to engage with a question posed on a social media platform, is potentially valuable data. Oh, when you engage with the bait, and then they're like, this user likes bait, serve him more bait. I mean, meowch. That data can be used to not only predict what we might do or buy, but is also mined for larger purposes. In this landscape of surveillance, corporations attempt to exploit what Shoshana Zuboff has termed behavioral surplus. Zuboff writes that Google's path to profitability took shape when the company discovered that all of the extraneous data it gathered in the process of improving its products had additional value for uses beyond service improvements, and it was on the strength of this behavioral surplus that the young company would find its way to the sustained and exponential profits that would be necessary for survival. And while they became an ad company, or I mean if they weren't one already, many online surveillance mechanisms are commercial, but under capitalism, there is no clear divide between corporate data harvesting and governmental surveillance, just as there is no clear divide between government propaganda and the corporate media. A blurry sloop Take, for example, the Hemisphere Project, a partnership between AT&T and two federal entities, the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, and the Office of National Drug Control Policy. The Hemisphere Project is a massive database, sociologist Brendan McQuad told us. 4 billion records are added every day. It provides 26 years of data that can be requested by federal, state, and local narcotics officers. The Hemisphere Project's signature intelligence product uses an algorithm to match a pattern of life analysis from a dropped phone to locate the user's new number. The analysis is based on the metadata of a person's entire call and text history. With this type of surveillance, Brendan explained, disposable phones, the burners used and abandoned by people selling illegal drugs in the informal economy, no longer provide a degree of protection from police. Well, I didn't ever hear about this thing before. Thanks, AT&T. We have to light them on fire now. I mean, meouch. Let's see, what was that? The Hemisphere Project? Okay. This is not to say that social media cannot be leveraged for organizing purposes, and if we deal in the realities of where people are and what they're doing, it must, but we should engage with it carefully, with full understanding of how these structures function, who they actually serve, and why. Marginalized people have utilized social media brilliantly, creating visibility for work, stories, and movements that might not otherwise find an audience. We have accomplished projects on Twitter that would not have been replicable in the physical world. We have also seen social media-based tactics help catapult campaigns to victory, free imprisoned people, expose corruption, unmask white nationalists, and more. But we should recognize that social media were not designed to provide opportunities to oppressed people. Instead, oppressed groups have often figured out how to leverage these platforms in useful ways, in spite of those platforms' corporate-driven limitations. Mass connectivity does not have to be harmful, but is currently managed under capitalism, which means the motives that govern corporate platforms will never be grounded in our interests, no matter how brilliantly we use them. Our presence in those worlds will be monitored by law enforcement and surveilled and mined by corporations for behavioral surplus. All of us must move through digital corridors with this knowledge, regardless of whether we perceive ourselves to be in the spotlight. We must also remember that corporate algorithms elevate content geared toward increasingly insular groups, reinforcing echo chambers, and they reward conflict. Facebook researchers told the company's executives in 2018, "Our algorithms exploit the human brain's attraction to divisiveness. The most divisive, oversimplified content rises to the top, and the algorithm presents people with increasingly divisive content over time, in an effort to hold their interest. We must take advantage of social media platforms as best we can, connecting with people we would never otherwise meet or be exposed to, while also understanding that the algorithmic fragmentation of common ground is an ongoing disaster we will have to navigate in our work." Perhaps most urgently, we must also remember that there is a distinction between connection and communion. Connection with other people that is mediated by technological platforms, is often presented as an inherent good, but as many of us witness daily on social media, it alone does not necessarily generate understanding or inspire reflection on our shared humanity. In fact, what we attempt to cultivate in our work is at odds with the extractive economy of connectivity. Political communion necessitates both connection and purpose, as well as a profound recognition of the shared humanity of those participating, whether in digital or in-person spaces. We must engage with the tools of the digital world with this in mind, no matter how deeply or publicly we use these platforms. Navigating the complexities of visibility in these times will be an ongoing struggle for activists and organizers. Our enemies would like us to fashion ourselves into dueling brands that can be bought off or smeared into irrelevance. Even those who support us will at times seek to reduce us to a tweet, a brand, a projection, or an idea. We must learn how to push past those reductions and to engage meaningfully with people who are looking not for an object to admire, but a co-struggler with whom to build. Oh my god, time for part 8. hope and grief can coexist. Why write love poetry in a burning world? To train myself, in the midst of a burning world, to offer poems of love to a burning world. Katie Ferris. Why write love poetry in a burning world? In October 2020, as the United States reached the milestone of having officially lost 100,000 people to COVID-19, the lack of commemoration was striking. While gathering often was not possible due to COVID restrictions, Kelly and other Chicago organizers felt that there needed to be some outlet for the grief people were experiencing, or worse, not allowing themselves to experience. With society on the brink of full-blown fascism, I'm going to skip this track. With society on the brink of full-blown fascism, many of us worried that a lack of memorialization played into a larger erosion of empathy that would ultimately empower fascists. In an effort to help people process and hold the moment together, in spite of the physical distance between them, Kelly's collective, Lifted Voices, and others set out to plan a week of action and memorialization. Taking into account that people could not safely gather, the group worked with friends and allies across Chicago on a week-long event called Signs, Shrines, Collages, and a Mixtape, a remote COVID vigil. Participants were encouraged to make signs, shrines, and collages, and to share photos of the work on social media using the hashtag #WeGrieveTogether. Scans of memorial artwork created by participants and volunteers were available online and could be printed for use in the creation of shrines and collages. Organizers dropped off signs outside the homes of people who wanted to photograph themselves with the artwork but didn't have printer access. Activists also hung dozens of banners bearing the words, "We Grieve Together," in neighborhoods across the city. The banners, many of which depicted the names of people lost to COVID-19, appeared on park fences, outside of schools, across a set of church doors, at the First Nations garden, in storefronts, and in front of people's homes. Young people from the Chicago Freedom School also carried out a banner drop, a protest tactic in which large banners are displayed in a public location downtown. As organizers, we typically associate banner drops with disruption, and the same was true in this case, as organizers were disrupting the erasure and suppression of grief. The lineup of oh my god, the cursor is colored so funny now. A lineup of activists also recorded speeches they would have given at an in-person memorial in Chicago. A lineup of activists also recorded speeches they would have given at an in-person memorial. In Chicago, performing artist Rick Wilson cut those speeches into a mixtape called "Let This Radicalize You," as a loving nod to Miriam's oft-quoted words, "Let this radicalize you rather than lead you to despair," which are also the inspiration for this book's title. The week culminated in a noise action. A small group of activists gathered outside the Metropolitan Correctional Center in downtown Chicago and played the mixtape on a loudspeaker so those incarcerated inside the federal jail could hear it. The tape was also released online so that people could listen at home. Some of the speakers featured on the mixtape addressed the imprisoned people directly, condemning the system's abandonment of them as COVID raged behind bars, expressing solidarity with the people being held inside prison. The speeches from the mixtape were also compiled in a zine that activists and loved ones mailed to many imprisoned people. Loved ones of some of the people imprisoned inside joined activists as they waved from the sidewalk and held up a banner that read, "We love you." People caged inside the prison acknowledged the action by flickering the lights in their cells. The week's actions offered people who were coping with grief and isolation the opportunity to reach out and to extend the truth of their shared grief and the reality of our interconnectedness across time and space. As people grappled with illness, mass death, and the rising threat of fascism, they were able to create a sense of political communion and push back against the further normalization of mass death. As Kelly wrote in the introduction for the memorial zine, "There is a reason our collective grief has been suppressed with lies and political circus acts during this pandemic. It's because there is power in solidarity and collective memorialization, and the powerful are afraid of that empathy and solidarity. This pandemic, like the horrors of the prison system, has demonstrated how harmful it is to human beings to be deprived of connection. We were already being starved of it by the cult of individualism." The answer is more empathy and connection. The answer is to become an immovable force when we are together, and a constellation of power and empathy when we are apart. An unthinkable question. In the 21st century, an unthinkable question haunts many organizers and activists. Is our world dying? Amid rising temperatures, record hurricane seasons, and sprawling wildfires, we have heard stern warnings from scientists about the need to curb carbon emissions, calls to action that wealthy nations like the United States have largely ignored. As the damage continues, fears that the end of life on Earth is near leave some organizers to wonder if the work of social movements still holds meaning. We believe it does. We do not seek to minimize the severity of the moment we are living in. We know that human activity has warmed the Earth's climate at an unprecedented rate over the last 2,000 years. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's 2021 report, global surface temperature will continue to increase until at least the mid-century in all foreseeable scenarios, which means that climate catastrophes will continue to worsen. While we, as human beings, still have some ability to affect how high temperatures rise in the coming years, we recognize that, despite our best efforts, the effects of climate change will claim many lives, and that many precious creatures and ecosystems will be destroyed. We feel deeply for those who are suffering and for the young people who have inherited this era of catastrophe. We share in their heartbreak and their fury. We also know this: hope and grief can coexist, and if we wish to transform the world, we must learn to hold and to process both simultaneously. That process will, as ever, involve reaching for community. In a society where fellowship and connection are so lacking, where isolation and loneliness abound, we are often ill-equipped to process grief. Our fumbling efforts to do so often end in suppression, desensitization, or despair. Such ineptitude can prove dangerous, as in the wake of 9/11, when a manipulative government fashioned the grief of the masses into a nationalist fervor and complicity in endless warfare. Grief can also lead us to retreat and recoil, and, too often, to abandon people to suffer in ways that we cannot bear to process and behold. We saw such behaviors manifest among some people during the COVID pandemic. We say this not because we are interested in blaming individuals, but to convey that we, as people, do have power. Depending on our choices, we can turn away from injustice and let it continue, or we can confront our grief and move forward to shift the course of societal action in the face of a massive failure of leadership and institutional abandonment. Grief, after all, is a manifestation of love, and our capacity to grieve is in some ways proportional to our capacity to care. Grief is painful, but when we process our grief in community, we are less likely to slip into despair. To maintain the current social and economic order in the unstable years ahead, capitalist governments will have to rely on the further normalization of mass death. As climate-driven migration continues to intensify, and droughts and other disasters cause food shortages, the consolidation of wealth will continue, and the disposal of human beings who have no place in the economy will escalate, unless we fight for another way of living in relation to these crises. If the public at large accepts preventable mass deaths as inevitable, the system will maintain itself. The pandemic gave us a preview of how the government will address future experiences of catastrophe and collapse, by prioritizing the economy over human lives. They will rely on us to doggedly pursue normalcy instead of rising up and upending the culture of greed and human disposability that has already caused so much death. Our oppressors rely on our hesitation to feel for one another. They rely on our suppression of empathy and grief, and on the desensitization that often takes hold as a defense mechanism in the face of so much suffering. They are hoping that the battery of catastrophes we witness in real time will shorten our attention spans until the fallen are forgotten in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the system's reliance on us to deaden and dull our capacity for grief presents us with a lever for change. Our oppressors are wholly unprepared to confront a multiracial, intergenerational movement of people who share a loving practice of grief and who are prepared to care for one another and act in one another's defense. As Cindy Milstein writes in Rebellious Mourning, our grief, our feelings, as words or actions, images or practices, can open up cracks in the wall of the system, can also pry open spaces of contestation and reconstruction, intervulnerability and strength, empathy and solidarity. It can discomfort the stories told from above that would have us believing we aren't human or deserving of life-affirming lives, or for that matter, life-affirming deaths. As in the We Grieve Together project, wholly confronting our grief in connection with each other can be a rebellious political act in the face of top-down attempts at normalization. Even just acknowledging that we are not alone in our grief can, as Milstein notes, bring a sense of solidarity and collective strength. That strength kindles our energy to face the future, sparking the fire of hope. We know that hope is essential to social change because in order to make change, someone must first imagine that it can be so. Some find it difficult to practice hope amid the stark climate projections we face, but it is important to remember that people have always found ways to cultivate hope. Even in the face of daunting or insurmountable odds, many of our ancestors experienced the end of the worlds they had known. During times of siege and enslavement, amid open warfare and famine, behind bars and while living as fugitives, and with the threat of nuclear annihilation looming overhead, previous generations found ways to organize for change and for collective survival. We must learn from their histories and traditions as we face an uncertain future. We can also learn from organizers among us today who face seemingly insurmountable odds and find ways to move forward in hope. Following their example, we must allow our grief and hope to coexist and courageously hold on to both. Dancing things back into place. For native organizers defending the natural world, the violence of capitalism has inflicted a great deal of grief and trauma. Morning Star Gali, a member of the Ajumawi band of the Pitt River tribe, is the project director for the group Restoring Justice for Indigenous Peoples. She is also the tribal water organizer for the organization Save California Salmon. Gali told us 98% of our juvenile salmon populations were killed off last year. Wow, 98%. This mass death of salmon is, according to Gali, part of the California economy's historical and ongoing gold, greed, and genocide framework. Gali explains that mercury was used to enhance the recovery of gold during the California Gold Rush of 1848 to 1855. About 3 million pounds of mercury were lost in runoff at hard rock mines, contaminating local waterways. We call it the toxic legacy of gold mining and how these environmental health effects still continue to affect us today in terms of the water being polluted with mercury and other toxins. Never heard of that before. Meow. How much mercury? 3 million pounds. So, here. Oh, hold on, highlight it again. They never taught us this? Yeah. Polluted with mercury and other toxins. Our communities have been so greatly impacted by not having clean water, by not having the salmon running freely within our rivers, that only 2% of them are surviving. Gali notes a parallel between the mass death of the salmon and the genocide of indigenous peoples. Only 1 to 2% of us in California survived. I know the mercury with gold mine stuff is an active thing right now in Amazon areas too. I don't know. Makes sense why they didn't teach us about it. Yeah, they just... They only tell you about the fun part. We're like, oh, the gold rush, and it was so cool. And everyone, and then, I don't know, whatever. And I wonder if something similar occurred with, gold rush in Alaska. I don't know. Gali emphasized that the struggle against colonialism has always been a struggle to prevent the destruction of the natural world. Everywhere land and water have been stolen from their indigenous stewards, contamination and extraction have followed. The gold rush also brought disease, massacres, enslavement, child separation, and other horrors to native communities, which were targeted for extermination. White settler communities often placed bounties on the heads, scalps, and ears of native people, creating a human hunting industry that was eventually subsidized with millions of state and federal dollars. Thousands of native people were massacred, and hundreds of thousands died of starvation, disease, and overwork. I mean, I don't know, we're still in a state where they want children to go to Spanish missions and pretend native folks just got along and things were great, and these are just delightful relics. Oh, Yonch. Gotta read more into this later? Okay. Well, have fun? Question mark, question mark, question mark? I don't know. I hope it's, enlightening. Hold on, is this clipping into the... Let me move the stats slightly. Yeah, it is. I'm so good at video games. Definitely been enlightening so far. Okay. Today, Native people are once again faced with mass death. One study found that COVID-19 mortality among Native people was 2.8 times as high as that of white people, and considerably higher than other groups as well, due to a perilous assemblage of risk factors. Native people have also proven vulnerable to epidemics that are fueled by poverty, trauma, and despair. Between 1999 and 2015, Native people experienced a larger increase in opioid overdose deaths than any other racial or ethnic group in the United States, according to the CDC. Another CDC study found that suicide rates among Native people went up 139% between 1999 and 2017, the highest increase among any group. Native people also suffer disproportionately from the health impacts of environmental racism. Gali, the work of saving Native lives imperiled by trauma and despair, and the struggle to preserve all life on Earth, are part of the same ongoing struggle Native people have waged since the onset of colonialism. That was a battle against colonialism, when our lands and waters were being decimated by toxins in the gold mining process, Gali told us, connecting the world-crushing impacts of the gold rush to the disasters of the present. Water shortages, mass death, the loss of the salmon. We go out and gather acorns. There's so many oak trees that are sick now, and are not producing the acorns as they should be, she told us. We have these rampant wildfires here in California, and with the high rising temperatures, we're having to worry about a fire season that's not just going to be 3 or 4 months here, but it's going to be possibly anywhere between 9 to 11 months out of the year. Oh my god, we're going to get the whole year coming soon. Yet amid all these crises, Gali told us there has to be hope. How does she cultivate it? As ever, hope? Yeah, real? Constant fire? Fire season forever? Yet amid all these crises, Gali told us there has to be hope. How does she cultivate it? As ever, hope comes through community, in solidarity with family members of missing and murdered Indigenous women, MMIW, and missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, MMIR. Excuse me. Gali co-organizes support for berry picking efforts in the spring and summer that are led by the families. The berries are redistributed in Native communities as a form of mutual aid. That's a way that we can support them in their healing journeys, Gali told us, noting that the elderberries and chokecherries are used to make traditional foods. But now, when groups go up into the mountains to pick berries, they have to carry bear spray, Gali said. They have to be very careful about the areas that they go, Gali told us, because we understand that this is the bear's food source. Because of the wildfires, because of the scarcity of water, because of all these various factors, they're not getting the food supply that they're used to, and they're starving as well. There's just all of these different factors that you have to take into consideration now that you didn't have to before. And that means less for us, which is fine. But how are all of those animal relatives being sustained when their habitats are being burned out? There's very, very low to no water within the springs, and there's not enough food for them to eat. Still, Gali does not see despair as an option. Yeah, the animals suffering too? Yeah. Still, Galley does not see despair as an option. It hasn't been a choice to wake up and decide that we're going to fight for the protection of Mother Earth, she told us. It's a responsibility that we just understand in that sense. We understand that for us to be healthy, that Mother Earth needs to be healthy, that there is that symbiotic relationship, whether it's with the water, with the salmon, with the oak trees, with the bears in the area, all of it. We all are dependent on one another to survive. Even though the salmon are perishing, Galley still teaches her children how to make traditional fish traps. That's what we did, she told us. We lived along the creeks and the rivers and had our salmon camps in the summer. Even if the salmon are no longer there, we still have to pass that knowledge down of how to create those lava rock traps within the streams, just as our ancestors have done for so many years. Galley believes there is an understanding of our symbiosis with the Earth embedded in those practices that must not be lost, even as the Earth changes. By continuing those practices and our ceremonies and dances, we understand that there's a relationship, and we are dancing things back into place as they should be, even with all of the turmoil that's being experienced in the outside world. We still have a responsibility to continue in that way, she told us. Galley notes how scientists and society at large disregarded indigenous knowledge until it became horribly apparent that the Earth is being destroyed. Climate scientists in recent years have stressed the need for a return to indigenous practices. Now they're catching up. They're just catching up to say, like, oh yeah, those indigenous burning methods and those practices were helpful, Galley said. The colonizers, she points out, did not simply ignore or demean indigenous knowledge that could have averted countless catastrophes, but also criminalized and sought to extinguish those beliefs and practices. Limited hunting season and, preventing them from doing the controlled burns and French? But despite grim projections and resentful feelings, Galley told us, at the end of the day, national parks, yeah. Me when I live in the national park? No, but despite grim projections and resentful feelings, Galley told us, at the end of the day, I have 4 children between the ages of 8 and 18. I know just for myself personally, I can't be in this doom and gloom mindset space, because I have to have hope for what their life is going to be. Thinking about quote-unquote pristine wilderness, except we scooped out the indigenous people because it wasn't pristine enough, I guess. I mean, Meowch crunches you with my mind. I mean, crunch. Have to have hope for what their life is going to be. We have to think ahead of the impact. They say 7 generations ahead. The Haudenosaunee principle of planning for the well-being of the next 7 generations, as opposed to simply providing for one's own family and immediate survival, is widely invoked by indigenous people. It means that leaders must be accountable not only to themselves and those around them, but also to the next 7 generations to come. It may be difficult for some people to imagine 7 generations into the future under current conditions, but this task is no less overwhelming to Native people who have survived the apocalyptic onslaughts of colonialism, plagues, siege, forced relocation, and efforts to exterminate their culture and communities. Galley acknowledged that the idea of ensuring the well-being of the next 7 generations is daunting in our current context. It is frightening that there are projections, especially in the Bay Area, in the next 25 to 30 years that they're going to be out of water. They're going to be out of clean drinking water. I don't want that for my children. I don't want that for potential grandchildren in the future. Imagine thinking ahead and not just saying, won't be my problem. Well, you are really forked up, honestly. Not just stuffing the nearest tree into your mouth and Meowch. Crunches everything inside. QQ, my home. Oh, Bay Area? Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But Galley reminded us of how far-fetched the existence of Native people living today must have seemed during past moments of mass murder, siege, and survival. And yet, Native ancestors did not abandon their hopes for future generations. Our ancestors prayed for us. They prayed for us. They prayed for our health. They prayed for us being here and living today. Galley observed that there are many catastrophes ahead, but again reminded us of Native ancestors who survived mass death and the destruction of the world they knew. There are ways that we have been able to navigate our own survival. I have hope that in the future that we can care for the Earth, and she can care for us in a way that is mutually sustainable, and we can participate in Mother Earth's healing as we tend to our own healing. On the day we talked with Gali about grief, she's preparing to speak at the memorial service for one of our sister warriors who had died of COVID-19. Gali's friend, a formerly incarcerated Pueblo woman, was only 38 when she contracted COVID, which was complicated by diabetes, and she had a massive heart attack. Gali is no stranger to heartbreaking loss. I lost my father when I was 15 years old, she told us. And at that time, he had been incarcerated in San Quentin. He had spent 7 years in there. I was just so grief-stricken. I remember being 15 years old, just turning 16, and just being like, what am I going to do? I just had really no idea. We were very much grounded in our ceremonies, but I didn't understand how to move that grief. At the time, this was the mid-90s, in the midst of the AIDS epidemic. My mom was working at the time as the homeless and HIV case manager, and she's working for the Native American AIDS Project. She was losing not only her clients who were community members, but she was losing her co-workers, her staff. Over 100 people within the community in just a few years, and very similar to what's happening now. Gali's mother also lost her best friends to multiple sclerosis. She was just not in a space where she could care for herself, let alone care for us. She had actually ended up leaving, Gali told us. Gali and her sisters worked as teenagers to provide for themselves and a nephew. She explained that, for her, these ongoing losses have not led her to withdraw or despair. They've moved her to organize. I was just thinking of how it was from holding and carrying that grief to the organizing that we do today, she told us. We have so much loss and so much grief that we're dealing with all the time. If it's not within our immediate family, it's within our community, within our extended family. It's just so many losses that we stopped even counting how many within the last few years of the pandemic. So many relatives that have been lost. In the face of so much grief, Gali said, hope is not optional. It's a necessity. There has to be hope. There has to be hope. There has to be some light ahead that we can follow. Gali described what hope looks like in the context of her work with MMIW families and MMIR families. That was the missing or murdered women or relatives, in which she regularly deals with unthinkable situations, such as having to write a press release for a prayer vigil for my sister that was just murdered by her partner, and there's no charges being brought against him because he called it in as a suicide. Trying to hold that space and ask her family members for a quote while they're trying to make funeral preparations. Hope may not be the immediate emotion in these moments of acute grief, but Gali believes that in the larger context we are moving towards healing. Through our organizing, that is healing work. Through us supporting the families, that it is an opportunity for them to heal and for us to hold these spaces. Oh, thank you for the water. I feel like I should have been more surprised by this part here about the murder being called in as a suicide, but heard about I've heard about multiple instances of Native sexual violence stuff. So I guess it's not surprising. Blah. Or is it sexual violence involving Native people? Yeah, was it victims of? You know what I mean. Bleh. Upsetting but not surprising, yeah. Organizing makes it possible to grieve in ways that make a different future visible. This is bringing our communities together in a way when we are addressing injustices, when we are addressing the invisibility and how misogyny and patriarchy play an essential role in the disappearance of Indigenous women, Gally said. On the day we spoke with Gally, a prayer run was taking place in Sacramento. Gally expected the event would draw 50 people or so. She and her co-organizers had invited around a dozen MMIW and MMIR families and had prepared breakfast burritos for their 8 a.m. start time. When Gally arrived, there were more than 600 people waiting for the event to begin. It was beautiful, and it was just incredible, she told Kelly on Movement Memos. We had local Miwok youth, local Native youth who were leading this march of 600 relatives holding signs and banners, calling for justice for their loved ones and chanting, "No more stolen sisters," and "Whose land? Miwok land." Yeah, that's, a big turnout. Grim reality moment, yeah. Gally emphasized the importance of events like the prayer run in helping community members process their grief. It's just being done with this very spiritual foundation, in this very prayerful way of understanding that we have to move the grief through our bodies, and move the trauma through our bodies. They say every step is a prayer. Every step is a prayer, and with every movement our ancestors are with us. They're supporting us from the other side in this way. To Gally, the collective experience of community, healing, and camaraderie people experience during the prayer run is itself an answered prayer. Gally told us that amid the heartbreak of MMIW and MMIR organizing, hope comes in many forms, including in witnessing profound transformation. Over 6 months ago, she said, we had a sister that was the youngest sibling of one of our relatives that was killed. She was very, very deep in her addiction, and we always came from a place of non-shaming and supported her. You know, the addiction stuff as well, ouch. Me win, Native Alaskans and Alkashmahal. Thrills you with my mind? Okay. Upsetting but not surprising, part 2. Gally and her co-organizers helped the young woman attend. Gally and her co-organizers helped the young woman. Oh, I see. Okay. So the sister was the youngest sibling, and then one of the relatives was one of the people that. Okay. Helped the young woman attend ceremonies and vigils when she was able, and just did what we could to keep those lines of communication open, recognizing that when they were ready, that they would absolutely be welcomed and embraced within our communal spaces. Eventually, something shifted for the young woman. 6 months ago, she made a decision for herself that she was ready to go into treatment. Oh, that thing when you don't shame them and you say when you're ready, come for treatment, and then when they've made that internal processing, they come in, and wow. I think I read about this when I read some other thing. Meeting them where they're at. Wow. Okay. Let's see. 6 months ago, she made a decision for herself that she was ready to go into treatment. It meant us physically driving up and helping pack her apartment and putting her belongings into storage. Gally and her co-strugglers helped the young woman navigate the extra testing and paperwork she faced due to the pandemic, and drove her to a Native-run treatment facility. As of today, she is 6 months clean and sober, Gally told us. She's working full-time, she is in transitional housing. She's participating in the MMIW prayer run this weekend, and we were able to cover her lost wages for work, so that doesn't become a financial barrier. We were able to not only cover her transportation to participate, but cover her lost wages. Gally's story reminds us that accompanying each other through grief can help pave new paths forward. It's situations like that give me hope, Gally told us, and I'm just so proud of her. Walking into possibility. Happy for her? Yeah. Walking into possibility. What is there possibly left for us to be afraid of, after we have dealt face to face with death and not embraced it? Once I accept the existence of dying as a life process, who can ever have power over me again? Audre Lorde, The Cancer Journals. Noah J. Chunga is a black, Atlanta-based organizer and journalist whose work focuses on electoral justice and voting rights. In the run-up to the 2020 election, Chunga's work highlighted voter suppression tactics in Georgia and documented the struggles and unlikely victories of the multiracial grassroots coalition that overcame a highly sophisticated anti-democratic apparatus. But while she's working to educate the public about voting rights, Chunga was also fighting a more personal battle. I started getting sick in the middle of 2019 and landed in the ER, Chunga told us. She was uninsured at the time and noted that she still probably has collection notices floating around somewhere. Chunga was shaking and experiencing extreme fits of nausea. The doctors told her because she was a woman. No, the doctors told her she was experiencing acid reflux. No, they told her to lose weight. No, dies. Acid reflux, but due to the severity of her symptoms, Chunga had doubts. The episodes continued, following by long bouts of fatigue lasting a week or more. In January 2020, Chunga had a new job and new insurance. During her second full month of work, she experienced another episode and ended up in the hospital. This time, oh my god, the strap. This time, Chunga brought a friend with her to the emergency room. Chunga's friend advocated for her, arguing with doctors who, Chunga says, were acting like I was exaggerating about the pain. Oh my god. Dr. Bitch Asses Part 2? Pain not real? I'll show you some pain, Doc. I mean, him. Chunga's friend rejected the doctor's dismissiveness and insisted they run more tests. Finally, the doctors relented and ordered a CT scan for Chunga. When the on-call doctors entered the room, Chunga could tell immediately that the news was bad. He tells me, "So, we got your scans back." And those doctors, they have that voice whenever they tell you something is not good. And he says, "We saw some things on your liver." That voice when they're like, pretending there's no bad, or no, they're withholding the bad news. Bless this friend coming to help fight fucking doctors. Yar, we should put all the doctors in a box and then ship them to Antarctica. Look at the liver. Chunga was admitted to the hospital. Within the week, she was diagnosed with inoperable stage 4 neuroendocrine cancer. Doctors cautioned Chunga against doom scrolling about her condition on the internet and assured her that recent medical advances could potentially help her live into older age, but the situation was critical. Chunga found a specialist and began... Chunga found a specialist, as in said, "Fuck these doctors. I'm getting someone who knows what they're talking about." I mean, ouch. You know, stage 4 cancer, that's pretty bad, you know. Lol, real. Yeah. Found a specialist and began advanced treatment, including radiation therapy. That actually reminds me of when you come in and talk to the GP and you have already been to a specialist and they told you that you had, say they told you that you had EDS, and then your GP doesn't believe you when you say you have EDS. And then you make them call the specialist, and then they're arguing with the specialist, and then wow. So doctor, much wow. Yumma mia. There's a cat on my lap suddenly. I don't know how she got here. EDS? Oh, the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's that connective tissue disorder, which is somewhat rare, but it appears to be more common on autistic people for whatever reason. Oh, hello. Dinner time? Hey, I'll be up in a bit. Oh, the cat has been taken away. Ouch. Maybe whatever, well, do neurons count as connective tissue? No, they're not connective tissues. So fucked up. I don't know. Let's see. See, we're on page 130. Let me see how long the rest of this is. Oh my god. Okay, we got a lot more. I'll get to the end of this one segment. But yeah, my sister has EDS, and I've Or at least I think I don't know if she's been officially diagnosed with it, but it's pretty likely. It's like incredibly likely. Due to multiple things that, well, she got the joints that she can push all the way back to the, she can push her fingers all the way back to the, like, the arm. I don't know if she can still do that, but she was able to do that when she was younger. And I don't remember if she's got like the stretchy skin or whatever, but she also had she's had the thing with like the esophagus sphincter being loose and what is it, flat feet, where the bones in the feet don't stay together too well, and what is it, getting sore or tired easily from manual exertion. And there's one more thing that I won't mention because it's kind of personal, and but she needed surgery for that one. So yeah, I don't know if she got officially diagnosed, but she probably, it's pretty 99% chance to hit. But yeah, I've heard some other people, or I have met some creatures online also with EDS, and like, it's a thing that a lot of doctors seem to ignore the existence of or something because they're dumb. It's fuck. I mean, because it's, I guess, still not a very well-known thing. Imagine being a woman and then having the EDS, and then you come in and say, hey, the thing, and then they're like, oh, just right. They just repeat their one line of dialogue. They're like an NPC in an RPG. They're uneducated on it, therefore it must not exist. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay. Let's see, cha-cha-cha-cha. As an otherwise healthy 40-year-old woman, Changa had been accustomed to moving at a certain speed. Cancer, she said, has slowed her down, and that deceleration has been intensified by the fact that, shortly after her diagnosis, the pandemic hit. Changa struggled to balance her treatments and symptoms with the need to earn a living in COVID times, while also coping with anger and grief. The fact that they could have done scans much earlier, but they didn't, probably because I was uninsured at the time, that just made me so mad, she told us. Changa also knows too well that medical racism may have played a role in her delayed diagnosis, as the concerns of black women are often written off or dismissed by doctors. She wrestles with that outrage as well. You know, the triple negative multiplier, uninsured, black, and a woman, and then the 99% hit rate chance for the doctor to just say, just lose weight. Splat. A real white Dr. Man moment crunches you. Okay. Here. Chomp. Oh, hello, Mitsu. Welcome to Atloaf. Welcome to here. We're chomping on doctors, burping and tearing into their juicy old white guy flesh. I mean, in Minecraft. Krill white doc. Damn, that's a cute emote. It is. It's a silly little emote. Wow, there's more cat emotes. There's even one with cat booty. Doc, you meant? Oh, turning into a document. Okay. I see. Said a little bit on it last stream, but handling of COVID has also very much altered my view of those working in healthcare for the worst. Oh, yar. Chomp. Some people in her life have tried to comfort Changa by reminding her that our fates are never certain. But, she says, these platitudes are not a comfort. The fact that uncertain things could happen to us does not really help when we have this idea or vision for our future laid out, she said. Yeah. Uncertain things could happen to us, but imagine if we could produce the hit rate of uncertain things. It's in our power, but some guys, some bitches don't wanna. Meow, meow, meow. Instead, she began to grieve her diagnosis, not because her fate was decided, but because her feeling of certainty that she'd reach old age was gone. In the early months after her diagnosis, Changa struggled to articulate her grief for what I had thought of my life. Previously, Changa had felt optimistic about her longevity. I thought, I'm gonna be an old woman like my grandma, and like my great-aunts, and all of them. I'd seen myself as a white-haired old woman with grands and great-grands, and still talking up and talking stuff as an older person. That's what I have seen for myself. While Changa is pursuing treatments that could allow her the opportunity to grow old as she had envisioned, she is also grappling with the possibility of not making it to 50. Including myself, but something, COVID is another huge radicalizing event for folks because facing mass loss in life and mass disabling of folks. Yeah. And also just seeing how much the government doesn't care about us. Or a little sprinkle a little extra salt on top or whatever. Failure of government and health systems, yeah. If I die at 50, you guys are gonna have to make sure that Muddy doesn't do something sussy. Blah. Blah. Both government and the average dude not caring did something for me. Ouch. Mismanagement and the amount of failure for healthcare after the fact. Well, yeah. Earth. It probably had a significant effect on me as well. Although I don't know if it was immediate. Well, I might have already been kind of tending in that direction anyway. Actually, it was a radicalization multiplier. Noting this down, contacting my agents, furry creatures in Australia, to keep eyes on him. Oh well. I'm fine for now. We haven't, Did you know that 1 out of 3 men will develop prostate cancer or whatever? No, well, that's usually easily treatable, but, not easily treatable. They just take the whole prostate out and then he's gone, and then you'll never be able to have a boner again. Meowch. Okay. On a brighter note, I just tried a mooncake for the first time and it's delicious. Oh. You know, here's to more mooncakes placed within your mouth, or slices of mooncakes. Actually, maybe a whole mooncake is a little much to shove in your mouth. Chomping. No cock. Is life really worth it? Not my cock. Yeah. Yeah, the prostate is the thing that like handles blood flow to the thing. So like, yeah, among other things. Yeah, real. On the average person too, I don't know, it's sort of wild to me. It's like, I feel relatively lucky that my family had no major loss. But I know a lot of people who lost some family. I know, I think friends of family did lose some people, but yeah, I didn't hear about too many deaths. You know, white people family crunch. No, what? A lot more common among the lower income or Racialized? They used that word. I guess racialized means like when you're perceived as being a certain race rather than... I guess that means... What is it? That makes it so you don't have to do the whole song and dance about whether or not you qualified or not. What kind of mooncake you get? Not sure. My sister got it and gave it to me because telling her about how much I wanted one. Oh. Some friends of mine lost their siblings. So a lot of other folks, they took out their grandparents. Oh. Yeah, like family members and others being like, there's no COVID anymore. What you doing? Or what are you worrying? As they continue to get repeat infections, yeah. In the early months after her diagnosis, Changa struggled to articulate her grief for what I had thought of my life. Previously, Changa had felt optimistic about her longevity. Oh, I read this already. White-haired old woman grappling with the possibility of not making it 50. Changa has also struggled with acknowledging and accepting her physical limitations. She understands that coming to terms with those limitations is part of grieving the person who I thought I was on track to be. For Changa, practicing hope while also holding space for her grief means recognizing that I can still very much shape my experience, but I have new limitations in some ways that I have to also factor in. Yet, her limitations have not prevented Changa from acting in pursuit of justice and transformation. Her passion for universal healthcare and voting rights has only intensified since her diagnosis, as she continues to write stories that she hopes will help fuel movements. While she does struggle with anxiety, Changa's practice of hope is a grounded one. I've been defying odds my entire life, she told us. I'm a single mother who went through 3 different academic degree programs with children, and done a bunch of other things too that people say I shouldn't be able to do. Oh, hello. Yikes. Yeah. Real Floridian moment? Yeah, hello, welcome to here. We're on chapter 8 right now. Hope and grief can coexist. Oh, does that mean you just... Hold on. When did you... rate it out? I hope stream was good. It's time to change my like tabs, I guess. Ouch. My local fighting game community is doing another fighting gaming thing that I've been missing out on most of them, partly because of a bit of a lack of interest, but also because I stream on Mondays and then I don't check the Facebook page because I have to check a Facebook page. Okay. Others facing difficult diagnoses have pointed to this practice of working toward justice in hopeful ways without dismissing fear and grief. Writer and organizer Audre Lorde battled cancer for 14 years. She wrote in her book, The Cancer Journals, I realized that if I wait until I'm no longer afraid to act, write, speak, and be, I'll be sending messages on a Ouija board, cryptic complaints from the other side. When I dare to be powerful, to use my strength in the service of my vision, then it becomes less important whether or not I'm unafraid. No, not Facebook page. It seems a little bit common for IRL groups of not so online people to use Facebook to organize stuff. Kind of like how there's a local furry Facebook group. Sure, there's lots of local groups that only have a Facebook page. Fucking Facebook. Oh, hello, Emily. Hi guys, stream was good. Just chilling now, mostly lurking. Oh, okay. I hope you continue to have a good lurk. Yeah. Reflecting on the state of the climate while facing her own mortality, Changa refused to embrace notions of all-out terror and doom. The doom, it's possible, but it's also possible that we can stave it off. So I choose to walk into possibility. It's not a lack of realism, it's just choosing to work from a different framework. Excuse me. Changa said she's learned to focus less on the potential scarcity of time. The clock is definitely ticking, she told us, but instead of worrying about how little time we have left, I'm thinking about what we can do with the time we have, or who we need to move to extend the time we have. As we work to use and extend our time on this planet, we should also avoid becoming mired in assessing our chances of success, Chang'e advised. In organizing, the odds are always stacked against you, Chang'e told us with a knowing smile. That's always been the way. So you find a window, and if the window is small, you still aim for it, and you go. Not become a brick crashing through a window? I mean, ouch. I can understand how it can be good for organizing events among people IRL. I just don't like the radical Facebook groups on it. Oh. Yeah, the evil mom group, yeah. Moms for Liberty. Crunches you with my mind. Blaze the lasers. Where all the Karens get radicalized and become Violent Karen. Violent Karen has a teleport. Her mix-ups are unblockable. Sorry for being silly. I guess. Yeah. Oh my god, your kitty cat is all wet. I told my dad 15 reasons why you should not let the cat outside, but it doesn't matter, because even if I don't let the cat outside, my mom and dad will let him out because they don't give a shit. Now he's all moist. One time he even left a little worm on my bed. A little guy, like 1.5 millimeters in thickness, wriggling, little man. He also brought a mouse in once. Oh, right. Forgot about that one. A little baby mouse. Little piss baby. Didn't even know what was going on. I scooped. Piss mouse baby was so pissing himself that when he was trapped in this one corner and I went and reached down to pick him up, he barely even moved. He just kind of... whatever. So many gifts from Kitty? Yeah. Well, I guess it's better than the time he left a half-eaten mouse on the carpet in my room. You were able to see some of the innards, and the head was missing. I destroyed it. Maybe a live mouse is better than that. Yeah. Of course, if it's a babby mouse, I don't know if it'd be able to make its way back to the squad when I let it outside. But whatever. It'll be fine as long as another cat doesn't. Whatever. There's like at least 3 or 4 other cats that make their way outside. Meow, 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 meow. Oh right, I said I was gonna go eat dinner. Dinner, I gotta go eat before it gets cold. Ouch. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. In the meantime, a one singular ad? Oh my god. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Dinner. And also ate a bit of non-dinner object. I ate a 1/8 of a mooncake. I ate another 1/8 of it last night, but so this is I've now eaten 1/4 of mooncake. It was cut into 8 pieces. A pre-packaged thing. I also ate a single Jello cup. Jello cup is more sweet, but he's just Jello, while the mooncake is not as sweet, but it's more about the texture of the creamy stuff, I guess. Wow. Goes with my mind. Okay. I hope everyone had a good dinner. Yeah. Probably doesn't take as much time for me to go and eat dinner because it's like real living with parents moment. Dinner's already ready. I don't have to go and cook something and then eat it. Imagine having to make my own I have to make my own dinner when I'm with Pilates, so then it'll take dinner breaks will take longer. And then clean. Oh, I can clean it after stream when I'm super tuckered out. No, oh, I don't know. Yeah. I guess it probably is a good idea to just clean everything after the what's it? Clean the couple of dishes that you use after dinner so you don't build them up or whatever. No, mommy. Excuse me. Hello. I'm back saying. Okay. Guess I'll go ahead and start reading again in like a second. Eating the food makes the saliva activate, and then I have to clear my throat more often. I don't know if I should get rice. Sure, if you I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of rice too, but like usually we eating rice every dinner because stuff my mom makes is like vegetable stir fry type thing that that you're supposed to throw on top of something else. Yeah, I don't know. It's usually white rice, specifically the sticky rice type. I'm thinking when I live with Muddy, we're gonna get like I don't know, brown rice or jasmine rice or something instead. Purple rice, because sticky rice is a lot more, it's like mostly carbohydrate. Because diabetes. Or not, what is it? I mean, it's not just that it's mostly carbohydrate. It's I guess somebody said that it's the glycemic index is what's important. So sticky white rice or just white rice has a higher glycemic index. Might have to do something about potatoes as well. Usually eat rice every dinner too. Similar practice, red rice for us. Got white rice in the fridge right now. We actually just we just keep the we keep the uncooked rice in the bag, and then when we cook the rice, Well, it seems like my parents sometimes just leave it out in the rice cooker because it's going to be eaten in a couple days anyway, and because we don't live in like a hot, humid place where you might need to worry about it going bad real fast. But sometimes they put it in the fridge. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna have to start reading them. Waging acts of care. On April 11th, 2020, with Illinois schools shut down and a statewide shelter-in-place order in effect due to COVID-19, the residents of Chicago's Little Village neighborhood were faced with another disaster as the world outside their windows disappeared in a haze of toxic smoke. A plume of dust that consumed the neighborhood looked like something out of a war zone. Some residents were caught in it on their way to work or to pick up groceries, or outside with their children as the toxic cloud overtook the community. Yeah, uncooked rice in the bag. I wouldn't want to leave it in the rice cooker because it's too hot for it right now. Oh. It has still gotten, I don't know, I think they just leave it in the rice cooker because it's because these are the people that I got ADHD genetics from. It's all their fault. I mean, meowch. Okay. Ouch. Let's see. This toxic dust infiltrated people's. I was gonna say lazy, but I was like, no. But yeah, this toxic dust. I mean, I guess kind of. It's that common label applied. This toxic dust infiltrated people's homes with no warning. Organizer Juliana Pino told us. Just imagine being in your home. All of a sudden, every surface that you're coming into contact with is coated with a layer of powder that you don't recognize. And knowing that this dust cloud is coming from a coal plant that had been responsible for 41 premature deaths a year, thousands of emergency room visits, hundreds of days of missed school and missed work, people who were caught outside were blasted by the dust. The dust cloud was the result of a hastily approved implosion of a decommissioned coal stack, carried out by the company Hilco Redevelopment Partners. Look up what a coal stack is. Oh, a smokestack, chimney stack, a flue gas stack. It's the pipe that toots. Okay. Carried out by the company Hilco Redevelopment Partners. Local organizers had objected to the disastrous demolition plan, but with only a few hours' notice, they had little time to mount an intervention. Most residents had even less warning and were wholly caught off guard when the dust enveloped the neighborhood. Fernando Cantu, a 78-year-old resident of Little Village, died shortly after the demolition. Like many residents of the largely Latinx neighborhood, Cantu had asthma, and residents believe the dust from the implosion may have aggravated his respiratory system. As for the long-term effects on residents' health, Pino told us that's a story that continues to unfold. Pino is the policy director for the Little Village Environmental Justice Organization, LVEJO, a community-based frontline group based in Little Village that organizes for environmental justice and the self-determination of immigrant, low-income, and working-class families. During the 2000s, LVEJO and its co-strugglers waged a decade-long and ultimately victorious battle to close the environmentally hazardous Crawford Generating Station coal plant. In 2020, they were faced with reckless demolition efforts waged by Hilco, the new owners of the property on which the Crawford plant stood. Hilco thinks of itself as a cleaner upper of businesses and facilities, Pino told us. Excuse me. It came into the community, snatched up the coal plant, and said, "We're going to put a warehousing distribution facility here." Community members had a different vision for the site, a cleaned up and repurposed space that could be used for workforce training programs in an indoor market. But their vision had been rejected in favor of a plan that would generate even more pollution in the area. Pino believes Hilco leveraged the chaos of the pandemic to gain speedy approval of their demolition plans. The city authorized Hilco's plan despite obvious indicators that the implosion could prove disastrous. Little Village is a super dense community, Pino told us. The non-industrial part of the neighborhood is more dense than Manhattan, so we have many families in a very small amount of space, where you have industrial facilities positioned right next to people's homes. Oh, kitty cat. Oh my god, he did that thing where he pushes the door closed and scratches. The impacts of environmental racism have long been part of daily life for Little Village residents. Residents deal with toxic pollution every day, with people suffering from respiratory illnesses, not knowing if they're going to wind up in the emergency room, or if their kids will develop asthma, or if their water is safe coming out of the tap. You know, environmental racism, that's, if I remember right, that thing where people who get affected by all the environmental shit are the ones in the... Well, they just happen to be living in either the poorer neighborhoods or like next to the... Whatever, it's like... The reason it was cheaper to move in there is because it's next to a coal plant. So then, oh hello cat, ugh. And then they just happen to be the ones that get hit by all that shit. I don't know. Or I guess that's probably like part of it. Residents deal with toxic pollution every day, with people suffering from respiratory illnesses, not knowing if they're going to wind up in the emergency room or if their kids will develop asthma, or if... Oh, I read that already. If their water's safe coming out of the tap. Pino explained, Little Village is also one of the youngest neighborhoods in Chicago, so a huge proportion of folks in Little Village are under 18, and an even larger number are under 25. So you have social and economic factors that add up to the neighborhood being really heavily policed. The Chicago Police Department, ICE in some cases, and the FBI are hanging around all the time, surveilling young people, harassing residents. Excuse me. But in spite of the pollution and the heavy-handed policing residents experience, Pino told us the neighborhood really, I think, is a beautiful place. Folks have a lot of love for where they come from, and they stay there and fight back, in spite of the oppressive conditions that are foisted upon them. Alvejo was already in crisis mode prior to the implosion, due to the neighborhood's vulnerability to the pandemic. By May of 2020, Little Village had more confirmed COVID cases than any other single zip code in the state. Throughout the pandemic, the neighborhood has had some of the highest case rates and death rates in the city. Little Village residents pleaded with the city government for a rapid expansion of COVID testing, but their requests were denied. They asked for additional resources to prepare for the pandemic's disproportionate impacts on the neighborhood, but were dismissed. Me staring at the homes in LA right next to oil fracking? Or I guess it's also like... Say if there was some oil thing... Not oil thing. Say if, oh, I don't know. Some company wanted to dump all their toxic waste in a white neighborhood, everyone would shit their pants, but in a black neighborhood you wouldn't hear as much about it because they don't have as much of the resources to fight against it or whatever. But also, say, I don't know, we found the oil here, and then oh, there's some white people living here. All the white people got the money to move out. Blah. Chomp. The elevate. Let's see, we just read that. We knew that black and brown communities that are heavily impacted by air pollution were going to be hit hard, because they already experience high rates of respiratory illness, Pino said. We knew that this was going to be really difficult for families who don't have access to safe water. There was already this kind of acute grief about what was happening outside of Little Village, and then things got worse in Little Village really quickly. Alvejo kicked into high gear, making tough choices at every turn. We made a decision as an organization to take our work out of the office, Pino told us, so we weren't going into the office, but our organizing work still maintained in-person components, because it was really important to be in touch with the community. And I think for us, there was this additional layer of, how is this manifesting in our bodies? We needed to attend to ourselves and our group, as a sort of small community, as well as the neighbors in the neighborhood. Pino and other organizers were also concerned about community members being held in Cook County Jail, which is located in Little Village. On March 23, 2020, 2 people imprisoned in the facility, which is one of the nation's largest jails, tested positive for COVID-19. In a little over 2 weeks, the virus had spread through the jail, infecting more than 350 people. On April 23, 2020, the New York Times reported that Cook County Jail had become the nation's largest known source of coronavirus infections. So many people in Little Village, family members who were incarcerated at the time, Pino told us. People were fighting desperately to make sure that their family members survived, and some of them didn't, due to the county's negligence and complete lack of care for people in the jail as community members. Pino stressed that, in addition to the fact that non-incarcerated Little Village residents have family members in the jail, everyone inside Cook County Jail is part of the Little Village community. It's an arbitrary wall that separates them physically from everyone else, but there's no difference in our mind, she said. When people are being held in Cook County Jail, it doesn't matter if their residence is somewhere else. They're part of the Little Village community, and they're impacted by things that happen in the community, and the lack of regard for their lives impacts the rest of the community. The pandemic threw the Chicago government's disregard for incarcerated people and their place in the Little Village community into sharp relief. Oh, relief, like a stone carving thing or whatever, making it stand out. The negligence exhibited toward those in the jail reverberated throughout the neighborhood. They didn't want to distribute masks or allow anyone else to distribute them, Pino said. So, for Little Village organizers, it was a question of how do we support people, person by person and family by family, to at least get people the information that they need, if we couldn't get people supplies that they needed. Spring 2020, Health Affairs published a study that found that jail community cycling was a significant predictor of cases of COVID-19, accounting for 55% of the variance in case rates across zip codes in Chicago, and 37% of the variance in all of Illinois. The study also found that jail community cycling far exceeds race, poverty, public transit use, and population density as a predictor of variance. The authors of the study suggested that the cycling of people through Cook County Jail was associated with 15.7% of all documented COVID-19 cases in Illinois, and 15.9% of all documented cases in Chicago as of April 19, 2020. As of this writing, 1 in 7 people in the 60623 zip code, which encompasses most of Little Village, has had a confirmed case of COVID-19, making it the hardest hit zip code in Chicago. Like the rest of the community, people confined in Cook County Jail were exposed to the damaging respiratory effects of the Hilco explosion along with COVID-19. It's all connected, Pino told us, because structural violence is cumulative and compounding. 11 days after the Hilco implosion, Chicagoans participated in a car caravan protest to demand accountability from the city and Hilco for the demolition and to honor the memory of Fernando Cantu and other victims of environmental violence. The caravan was a sprawling demonstration with a line of cars that stretched out for 3 miles. There's a legacy in environmental justice work of doing toxic tours, where you show people an overview of some of the facilities in a neighborhood, Pino explained. This was kind of a modified version of that, because it wasn't just the toxic part of it. Caravan started in the industrial corridor, deep in the heart of a little village, where a lot of folks from outside the community had no idea that it was just facility after facility after facility. And they drove past those facilities, and then immediately into a main commercial and residential area. And I think the contrast really hit people in the heart. I think that for a lot of people, they imagined that these things were nearby, but didn't really understand. We're talking about school children and major sites of pollution being separated by a fence line. Oh, nice. Alright. The caravan moved through the little village and Pilsen neighborhoods and ultimately encircled City Hall. The protest included live-streamed audio that offered a guided tour to drivers, explaining the history and continuum of environmental racism residents were struggling against, including those trapped in Cook County Jail. Impacted residents shared their stories, and participants were able to ask questions as they learned. We needed to help people understand it's not just that communities are facing one facility. It's hundreds, Pino said, and it's not just that it's one community. Most black and brown communities in Chicago are facing some kind of environmental racism problem that's unacknowledged. and people's lives are often decades shorter because of it, and because of all the violence that they face otherwise. Making this scene through the windows of the cars and showing the city that people were angry was important, she told us. The decision makers had to know we were determined to make the unseen seen. Our caravan protest was a coalition effort that brought together labor groups and frontline community organizations like Lavejo and El Foro del Pueblo. It was extremely important for there to be a bearing of witness, Pino told us, and the telling of the stories was an important intervention for the sake of grief, for the sake of care, and to sustain a spirit of resistance. Pino said residents felt the need to memorialize the moment and their losses in order to push back against the oppression they are experiencing. Pino told us, I think it was both hard and important that there was a specific person who was lost, whose life had meaning, and that there were so many other people who are struggling to get by, who were struggling to breathe, and who were worried about their families, and who were losing family members at the time. And that in a way, it was about Señor Cantu, but it was also about the mass death occurring in the community. Pino said the caravan allowed people in the community to combat the potential erasure of their suffering by the city and the press. People needed to say, this is happening, we are feeling it. These are people who meant something to us. That'll be it for me, head in bed, y'all. Alright, Critical, have a good sleep. Good night, have a great stream, thank you. Sleep well. People needed to say, this is happening, we are feeling it. These are people who meant something to us. And even if the state wants to disappear our experiences, these lives have value, and we will fight in their honor, and for our own lives, and for change. Storytelling, paired with community care, were defining elements of Lavejo's response to the pandemic and the implosion. Caravan was a powerful action that drew mass participation, but on the ground in Little Village, organizers were also feeling the grief and pressure of the moment. The exacerbation of existing structural violence, such as industrial pollution, police harassment, and the deprivation of resources, was taking its toll on the community. For some, the implosion felt like a catastrophic blow. People felt the grief and felt it hard, Pino told us. She said that acknowledging feelings of despair, rather than simply trying to push past them, was important. In so much of our work, the odds are super long, Pino explained, and folks really were having moments of feeling like, wow, what are we going to do? Is there anything we can do? For some community members, the implosion felt like the realization of a complete dystopia, and some organizers acknowledged that they could feel despair creeping in. But even as the culmination of COVID-19, carceral violence, and environmental racism bore down on them, Pino and her co-strugglers did not lose hope. I think it's important that we recognize that our work happens in opposition to statistics, she said. Our work happens in opposition to what is likely, or what others in power think will happen. I think remembering that allowed us to push back the hopelessness, and to find each other as people committed to the work and community, in that sort of relational space, and that's where we found the energy to fight back. Pino told us that strained organizers really went back down to basics, checking in on individuals, going door to door to make sure residents had access to water, providing transportation, and making sure people knew about COVID tests and where they could access them. Organizers act as problem solvers in the community, asking people, do you have everything you need to get to the end of the day? If not, let's figure out how to make that happen. We sometimes think about our organizing work in terms of these big campaigns that we wage, but there are also these sort of micro-campaigns where literal acts of care are what we are waging, said Pino. We wage acts of care, and that's how we navigate loss and create hope. We say, we will wage this act of care in defiance of the state, which tells us that our bodies are worthless and expendable. Pino said that by waging acts of care, organizers in Little Village raged against the normalization of mass death. And against the erasure of the inequities they experienced in the face of disaster. That was the navigation, she told us. It was in the waging. It was in the care we extended. It was in the rejection of disposability. It was in the constant check-ins, of seeing each other's faces over video, and looking into each other's eyes and saying, are you okay? Do you have what you need? It was like we were all just holding little candles in the night, trying to collectively see together and see each other and make sure we kept warm. Pino told us, I think the only way for us to navigate grief and loss in a meaningful way, at the time, was to be able to sort of weave those things together. Well-being was at the center, instead of the things that we are trying to achieve on a broad scale driving everything. Those things matter, of course, but how we're doing matters just as much. And I think that really hit home in a different way during the pandemic than it ever had before. How are we waging acts of care? What's our own practice of care? How are we making sure that the community is cared for? In Little Village and elsewhere, the people most impacted by environmental racism are the very same families that are staring down police violence. They are the same people that are losing mental health clinics and schools. And all of these things cumulatively are killing us. And so weaving that narrative at that moment felt really important to folks. And it also felt like an opportunity to really attend to the community's broader set of needs in a new way. In a way that only the timing of the pandemic and this sort of intersection of issues, as they were presenting themselves, made possible. Collective survival was just underwritten into everything, and I think that the nature of those kinds of actions was different necessarily because of that. There was also so much work done to make sure folks had access to medicine and food, basic survival. Folks really ramped up their efforts to feed each other in the days after the implosion, and to make sure people were able to get to the store to get what they needed, to get their asthma inhalers. The volume on that kind of care turned up, not just because the need was greater, but because folks felt deeply recommitted to sustaining each other. And that was part of the resistance. It was the community's way of saying, they're trying to kill us. We want us living. That's the battle. And so we're going to wage care and resistance on those terms, against these forces that would destroy us. In the fall of 2020, Pino participated in the creation of Let This Radicalize You, a COVID memorial mixtape, and was one of the organizers who prepared a speech that was included in the tape. Pino's speech concluded with the words, "Together, we transform water dripping with poisonous particles. Together, we clear the air, thick with pollution, COVID, and lies. Together, we honor the soil ground down with waste of industry and the bones of ancestors. Together, we remember the soul snatched away from our family, always too soon. Together, we turn chains to dust, returning the minerals and steel and concrete to the plants. Together, we rest in community without being disposed of in our own beds. Together, we rise to deprive the monster of its simple story and replace it with our own." Ouch. In his Ask a Palestinian. In his essay, The Walls of the Tank, on Palestinian resistance, author Andreas Malm writes, "How do you keep on fighting when everything is lost? Ask a Palestinian." According to Malm, a Palestinian is someone who is wading knee-deep in rubble. Palestinian politics is already post-apocalyptic. It is about surviving after the end of the world, and, in the best case, salvaging something out of all that has been lost. Palestinian organizer Lee Kalyali is well acquainted with the work of salvaging something out of all that has been lost. Our great-grandparents, grandmother, and other relatives fled during the Nakba, a period of massacres and violent displacement in Palestine that occurred during 1947 and 1948, as British troops destroyed hundreds of Palestinian villages in order to make way for the creation of the Israeli state. They just mentioned British troops here, but I think there was also, the fascist gangs composed of settlers that later became part of the IDF. AKA a bunch of shits, okay. My family fled by boats and by foot and bus from Jaffa, Palestine, under fire to Gaza, and it was horrific, Kayali told Kelly on Movement Memos in May 2021. Thousands of Palestinians were killed during the Nakba, and hundreds of thousands were displaced. In the decades since the Nakba, Palestinians in Gaza have lived in what some describe as an open-air prison, with Israel exercising violent and often arbitrary control over people's movements, confiscating land, destroying homes, criminalizing cultural expression, and murdering and disappearing Palestinians with impunity. Pretty sure this was published before the most recent Palestinian episode. Blech. This was remembered as like one of the most horrifying events, and this is just only thousands. The current death count is like something like 40,000 for the last recent thing. you're wondering on that and figured this, yeah, this was before everyone knew. No, this is before it became a big news thing, and then Israel fired up the Hezbollah engine to overdrive or whatever. Excuse me, times 2. Okay. Disappearing Palestinians within. Israel has also engaged in periodic military assaults in Gaza. In bombing campaigns, Israeli leaders cynically characterize as mowing the grass. During these bombing campaigns, it is not unusual for Palestinian families to send one of their own children to another home. It is not unusual for Palestinian families to send one of their own children to another home while welcoming someone else's child into their own, in the hopes that a single bomb will not destroy an entire family. In June 2021, Palestinian organizer Linda Ereikat wrote, "Being Palestinian arguably does not allow for the body to return to homeostasis due to the consistent trauma of loss. It's as if we are in constant and continuous mourning." Ereikat described the climate of grief in her parents' home in California in May 2021 as Israeli bombs once again rained down on Gaza. "My mother doesn't allow music to be played in our house, declines invitations to gatherings during these times. My father suddenly stops speaking, and the news is on full volume for more than 18 hours a day." Yet, that same month, as Israeli bombardments of Gaza continued, Palestinians engaged in a historic general strike. Amid the bombings and protests, a message written by anonymous Palestinian organizers was circulating in Palestine, spreading fast on social media and beyond. The Dignity and Hope Manifesto, addressed to the people of Palestine, states, "Here we are, writing a new chapter of courage and pride, in which we tell a story of justice and of the truth that no level of Israeli colonial repression can erase, however cruel and brutal that repression may be." DailyClick.jpg, convenient timing. The Dignity and Hope Manifesto describes how Palestinians have been separated by forced migration, bureaucracy, acts of violence, militarized isolation, and forced dispersal across the globe. The document states, In these days we write a new chapter, a chapter of a united intifada that seeks our one and only goal, reuniting Palestinian society in all of its different parts, reuniting our political will, and our means of struggle to confront Zionism throughout Palestine. The statement calls this struggle an intifada of consciousness and an intifada to overthrow off the filth of quietude and defeatism. The manifesto calls on all Palestinians to unite around their right to return home. Notably, the vision the manifesto invokes is global, stating that this intifada will be a long one in the streets of Palestine and in streets around the world. An intifada that fights the hand of injustice wherever it tries to reach, that fights the batons of cruel regimes wherever they try to strike. Like the protests against police violence that sprung up in the US in 2020, the 2021 Palestinian protests did not yield an immediate transformation, but the Dignity and Hope Manifesto conjured a powerful vision of global Palestinian solidarity that organizers have not abandoned. As Kayali told us in a conversation in August of 2022, an all-out rejection of fragmentation gives strength and credence to our ability to hold the line and not cede to violence that's happened over the last 75 years. While Kayali believes that resistance should materially challenge the conditions of our oppression, she also believes that Palestinian traditions that have been stolen from us over the last 75 years can be sources of politicization, renewal, and hope. "I recently joined the Dabke troupe," she told us, referring to a type of folk dance with origins in Palestine, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, that maybe saved my life. Being able to dance with my people and learn those dances and practice that weekly has just been amazing. Kayali convinced the troupe that they should also form a reading group. She sees great potential in pairing our inherent desire to reconnect with our culture and our traditions with political education and strategic efforts to advance a larger political project. She also finds solace in her family's traditional recipes and in reconnecting with her language, but she acknowledges, "I wish we could live our messy lives without needing to cling to these pillars of joy as resilience, instead of just as joy." Kayali also finds mutual aid efforts in Gaza inspiring, as people in the diaspora collaborate with their co-strugglers in Palestine to address unmet needs on the ground. In June of 2022, Kayali co-organized a local fundraiser in Boston that raised $7,000 to send to mutual aid organizers in Gaza. The event included a dabke performance. At the close of her reflection on Palestinian grief, Erekat reminded readers of a video of two Palestinian children who searched through the rubble of their home in Gaza, which was destroyed in a bombing in May of 2021. The children smiled triumphantly as they held up a jar containing their pet fish. "We saved it from the house," the boy declared. "We saved it," the girl repeated before adding, "and we want to go back for the birds." Erekat wrote, "I hope to save the birds too, for we are all birds who aspire to one day fly back to Palestine, our wings able to fly with more freedom and in less grief." Practice of hope. When someone we love faces a difficult diagnosis, or our community is hit by disaster, we come to more deeply understand the value of time and care. If we discover that we may have less time with someone than we had hoped, time does not become pointless or less meaningful. It becomes more precious. When our communities experience disaster, we understand that care and rescue efforts are essential, even if some loss is inevitable. In those moments, we know that care matters and that trying matters, come what may. It may be difficult for some people to imagine extending such sentiments to the larger world we live in, and to all of our relations, but it is possible. Sometimes we expect the energy and feelings that we need in order to build movement. Sometimes we expect the energy and feelings that we need in order to build movements amid crisis to flow naturally, as though they are embedded in our personalities. That is the influence of individualism. Just as patience is a practice rather than a feeling, hope and grief are not simply things we feel, but things we enact in the world. Excuse me. When we enact grief with intention, and in concert with other people, we can find and create moments of relief, comfort, and even joy, and those moments can sustain us. As Malkia Devic-Siro writes, "Becoming aware of grief gives us more choices about how to respond to grief, and opens up possibilities to approach grief not only with compassion for self and others, but also with joy. Joy is not the opposite of grief. Grief is the opposite of indifference." Hope, too, requires us to reject indifference, and like any indifference-rejecting phenomenon, it demands effort in order to thrive. When we talk about hope in these times, we are not prescribing optimism. Rather, we are talking about a practice and a discipline, what Joanna Macy and Chris Johnstone have termed active hope. As Macy and Johnstone, right? Active hope is a practice. Like Tai Chi or gardening, it is something we do rather than have. It is a process we can apply to any situation, and it involves 3 key steps. First, we take a clear view of reality. Second, we identify what we hope for in terms of the direction we'd like things to move in, or the values we'd like to see expressed. And third, we take steps to move ourselves or our situation in that direction. Since active hope doesn't require our optimism, we can apply it even in areas where we feel hopeless. The guiding impetus is intention. We choose what we aim to bring about, act for, or express. Rather than weighing our chances and proceeding only when we feel hopeful, we focus on our intention and let it be our guide. This practice of hope allows us to remain creative and strategic. It does not require us to deny the severity of our situation or detract from our practice of grief. To practice active hope, we do not need to believe that everything will work out in the end. We need only decide who we are choosing to be and how we are choosing to function in relation to the outcome we desire, and abide by what those decisions demand of us. This practice of hope does not guarantee any victories against long odds, but it does make those victories more possible. Hope, therefore, is not only a source of comfort to the afflicted, but also a strategic imperative. Practice spaces. It follows that if we believe having a practice of hope and a practice of grief are important for organizers and movement work, we should be creating spaces and opportunities for this work to occur. As we move forward, we must ask ourselves, are we making space for grief in our organizing work? Are we talking about the practice of hope and how we can orient ourselves in these daunting times? What would making room for grief in your spaces look like? Some groups with a physical space might have altar hours, when members can visit the group's altar to grieve for COVID victims or victims of any struggle. These could also be art-making hours, with craft supplies available for people to add decorative commemorations. Making art and preserving stories are essential, particularly in this era of overnight erasure, when atrocities are washed away in a single news cycle. Grief spaces can provide opportunities for people to create and hold space together and talk, or they can simply allow people to experience grief in a place where their love, their loss, and their continued existence are held sacred. In Octavia Butler's novel, The Parable of the Sower, characters who had previously been deprived of the opportunity to memorialize lost loved ones buried acorns together to lay their memories to rest and create new life in their honor. Similarly, in our times, memorial gardens for victims of COVID-19, or whatever loss community is enduring, can create a therapeutic space while also providing a resource for the community. In Chicago, the radical Black youth-directed organization, Assata's Daughters, dedicated its group's garden to Takia Holmes, an 11-year-old member who was killed by a stray bullet in February 2017. In July 2022, the Chicago-based groups Love and Protect and Prison Plus Neighborhood Arts Project invited community members to contribute to the creation of a seed quilt, a biodegradable quilt that will disintegrate into the ground as the seeds embedded within it take root. Even as participants stitched together squares to create this symbol of hope, they memorialized formerly incarcerated loved ones who were recently lost. The quilt will be installed outside Logan Correctional Center in Logan County, Illinois, as a symbol of the work of prison abolition, which requires us to counter death-making institutions with life-giving efforts. Memorials can also be biting or disruptive, and that too can be a source of healing for participants. As politicians and corporations push us to accept a society that does not grieve mass death, our grief and stories of the dead can function as resistance. Dirges should drown out their speeches. Pop-up memorials should force them to reconfigure their events. From guerrilla art to direct actions, such as die-ins, where people use their own bodies to memorialize the dead, our practices of grief. Oh yeah, the die-in was when people were lying on the ground in front of a building and like blocking the way of stuff representing dead. Our practices of grief should overwhelm normalcy's narratives and imagery. A multi-layered community memorial, for example, could draw connections between the forces causing so much death, while disrupting a violent cycle of forgetting. Hundreds of memorial messages could be wheat-pasted throughout a city overnight. People could spontaneously disrupt events that erase or perpetuate deaths with poems, prayers, or songs. Acts of rebellious grief can take many shapes, but all are a rejection of mass death, and an insistence on the humanity of those who have passed. We must also create practice space for hope. As we've discussed, our movements cannot be echo chambers of doom. When the news cycle is depleting us or members are worn down by loss or defeat, we should acknowledge this and engage in conversations, activities, and exercises that can help us reorient ourselves. Cynicism is a creeping enemy. We must actively evade it. From group dialogues to artistic exercises and direct actions, we must create space for renewal and recommitment. Sometimes the practice of hope takes the form of mutual aid. In her essay, Dust of the Desert, Lee Sandusky writes of grief, struggle, and mutual aid in the Sonoran Desert, where thousands of migrants have died while attempting to cross the US-Mexico border. Sandusky notes that the dead go uncounted, unidentified, and at least half the time ungathered. Sandusky organizes with No More Deaths, a group that provides mutual aid to border crossers, many of whom are in distress. Excuse me. She and her sneezy. She and her co-strugglers also go on search missions for people lost in the desert and leave jugs of water for thirsty migrants to find. The desert landscape was littered with thousands of black jugs carried from the south, clear gallons graffitied with well wishes brought from the north. Some of the jugs are slashed open by U.S. Border Patrol agents. Some are found by people in need. U.S. Border Patrol agents? Wow, thanks very much. Crunch. By leaving jugs of water, mutual aid workers in the borderlands hold hope and grief simultaneously. Some of the jugs they scatter will alleviate suffering or even save lives, while others will become plastic memorial stones for those who don't make it. But as Sandusky writes, border work is predicated on ending the deaths of those crossing, currently an insurmountable task. And much of the action we take is in response to grief, but also anger and hope. Three are inseparable motivations that sustain organizing and action within our community. This bit here, where they mention the agents slashing jugs, that's around. They mentioned it in an earlier chapter about how they make the border crossings shitty and deadly on purpose because the point is for people to die. Border Patrol is a joke. Chomp. Border work is predicated on ending the deaths of those crossing, currently an insurmountable task. And much of the action we take is in response to grief, but also anger and hope. The three are inseparable motivations that sustain organizing and action within our community. How does your community practice hope and grief and collectivity? Are such efforts planned intentionally? Has your group created any space, physical or otherwise, for people to process their hope or grief about the pandemic? One exercise that might allow for the practice of hope and grief simultaneously might be the creation of a memorial time capsule. Members of your group could write messages detailing what they think activists 100 years from now should understand about the moment we are living in and what losses were being erased. This activity might not sound subversive or hopeful, but as it assumes the existence of activists 100 years from now, there is hope embedded in the activity's basic premise. Even as we fear environmental catastrophe, we can prepare messages for the activists of the future, asserting their existence in order to help make it so. This is also a time to cherish poetry, which has always played an important role in fueling hope and making space for grief and movements. Poetry, like prayer, can provide a sense of communion, a joint hope, plea, or promise projected onto the world. Our movements are rich in poems, and we should embrace their anchoring power, incorporating poetry into actions, meetings, and events, dedicated with the specificity that groups see fit. The system we are raging against erodes our compassion and confines our imaginations. In the face of such violence, poetry is a fitting weapon. We should wield it often. Some will consider these actions insufficiently political. It's true that memorializations alone can sometimes be politically timid, but actions that help us remain whole, that prevent us from going numb, and that bring us into political communion with other people will be necessary to build a counterculture of care in this precarious era. You choose what you bring to a vigil that you plan. Created thoughtfully, vigils can introduce radical ideas, initiate relationships, foster solidarity, and build power while also fulfilling a fundamental unmet need. Regardless of how we choose to grieve or cultivate hope, we know that we are living in disastrous times and that we will need one another. We are wading through hell and high water, tasked with dreaming new worlds into being, while the worlds we have known fall down around us. Here on the edge of everything, the work of cultivating hope and purpose, of anchoring people to one another, is as important now as it has ever been at any time in human history, because without those efforts, we would be lost in the dark. As James Baldwin emphasized at the close of his book, Nothing Personal, the moment we cease to hold each other, the moment we break faith with one another, the sea engulfs us and the light goes out. Chapter 9. Organizing isn't matchmaking. It's not talking about dating. I just read the first sentence. What they mean is that in real life organizing, people don't care too much about what your ideological background is, rather that you just are here to help out. They don't care if you're a tanky or a anarchitty. Blah. Okay, chapter 9. Organizing isn't matchmaking. Organizing is not a process of ideological matchmaking. Most people's politics will not mirror our own, and even people who identify with us strongly on some points will often differ sharply on others. When organizers do not fully understand each other's beliefs or identities, people will often stumble and offend one another, even if they earnestly wish to build from a place of solidarity. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. What? Oh, I was just saying that this title, Organizing Isn't Matchmaking, my first thought when I saw that was, oh my god, fuck bang? It's not fuck bang. No, it's, this chapter sounds like it's going to be talking about when people's don't line up ideologically exactly. And then I silly jonked about how people don't care in real life organizing. They don't care if you're a tanky or an anarchitty. They just care that you showed up to do stuff. Anarchitty is like a anarchist kid derogatory term, and then tanky is like the derogatory term for like one of the Marxist-Leninists MLs. A commie? No. I don't remember the exact where that term came from, but whatever. Something about, yeah. Well. Oh, it's because some Soviet bloc country, like I think it was a Soviet bloc country, like they pulled out the tanks to quell some uprising or something. I don't think anyone who says the word tanky actually even knows where it came from, though. Anarchitty sounds good too. Oh, there's so many anarchist furries out there who are probably Anarchitty. Sorry, the name's taken all the way up to Anarchitty 700. Probably. I mean, it's probably better than Anarchitty, like it's like Script Kitty and Anarchitty. Usually it's the tankies and anarchitties. They don't like each other. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Often stumble and offend one another, even if they earnestly wish to build from a place of solidarity. Efforts to build diverse, intergenerational movements will always generate conflict and discomfort, but the desire to shrink groups down to spaces of easy agreement is not conducive to movement building. The forces that oppress us may compete and make war with one another, but when it comes to maintaining the order of capitalism and the hierarchy of white supremacy, they collaborate and work together based on their death-making and eliminationist shared interests. Oppressed people, on the other hand, often demand ideological alignment or even affinity when seeking to interrupt or upend structural violence. This tendency lends an advantage to the powerful that is not easily overcome. Put simply, we need more people. What do we mean by this? We're not talking about launching search parties to find an undiscovered army of people with already perfected politics with whom we will easily and naturally align. Glad I asked for clarification. I learned a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah, the two main groups of far leftists, TM. It's usually it's like the Marxist-Leninists and the anarchists, and they usually differ in that they're not different. What is it? Anarchists believe that what is it? Their main thing is they think we should totally get rid of hierarchy entirely, and that hierarchy is what causes all the bad things, and this means that we should probably get rid of the state. And what is it? Marxist-Leninists think that we can take this. What is it? The state can be taken over by the people and redirected to benefit the people, whatever. Which is well, it's I don't know. The origin of the state is that of violence, protecting capital and whatever. So it's kind of but I don't know. Historically, we've seen a lot more Marxist-Leninist movements on a large scale than anarchist. But that's not to say that anarchism hasn't had successes too. They've just usually been at smaller scales and stuff. But yeah, the online MLs and the online MLs and anarchists usually are grumbling at each other. But it is also true that in instances of like, say, when the Chinese Communist Party successfully revolutioned and took over, or no, it was when the Chinese revolutionaries took over and formed the Communist Party of China, they did like in their in the process of when they took power, and then like, you know, getting rid of the people that they didn't want to be around anymore, political enemies and whatever. They also killed and expelled some many anarchists. I think most MLs who have most MLs who aren't permanently online creatures who are just here to defend an ideology, I think most of them would probably say, yeah, China was overzealous with their purges, TM, or at least I don't know, but yeah, so like historically they have committed violence on each other or betrayed each other or whatever, that sort of deal. Oh my god, hey Muddy. Would it be fucked up if I put one of these other guys instead because I put them all in as an item? Hey guys. Doesn't wiggle and jiggle. Maybe I should rig it to make it wiggle and jiggle. Would that be fucked up? It would be my next project. Oops, I opened the wrong menu. Character swap menu makes it lag. Let's see what got approved. Hold on, let me. Yeah, let my form absorb the horrors of the system. What is this? Oh, wow. Nice emote. Hello, critical. Water and stretch. Oh, okay. No. Hold on. I don't move myself out of the way a bit, so I don't. As deleting stuff, it's tied to like moving things into the bottom right corner, but I'm in the bottom right corner. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Well, taking care of the partner. Oh. Was Muddy always he, they on pronouns extension? I don't know. I actually can't see it on my end. I've never set up the thing to see people's pronoun thing. Soon it will be in-person care, one step closer. Oh yeah, that's right, I got my passport today. Wow. Finally, I don't have to travel by going through the skywave. Okay. Don't have to go through Petri Dish's satellite anymore. Brain has been like, my brain is always like, oh my god. Oh. Ah. Begrudgingly. It was they, them until people knew my voice. Oh, you could keep being they, them even when people know your voice. I'll change mine to they, them, and you can follow suit if you want. You can be sexy they, them bitches. Oh, I did not realize this? No, it's fine. I mean, I have he, they in some places, but it's kind of just an outdated thing. Because it was kind of a, like, previously referring to myself as he, him, and I didn't, and it was kind of being like an accommodationly sort of thing, where I'm just like, yeah, you can keep using he, or whatever, because krills you. But I put they, them in some places, because that's what I actually want to be referred to as. Ow. Ouch. Wrists. I've been thinking that maybe I need to be taking those vitamin D supplements, because last time I was in a medical location, they told me I had low levels of cholecalciferol, aka vitamin D3. And I think I remember hearing something about it having something to do with bones or whatever. And I was thinking, maybe wrists are bones. Maybe my wrists would be better if I was filled with vitamin D. Exploded even. Exploded with vitamin D. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of folks sort of do this, and I think actually we should force more people to realize they should not just pronoun gender people via voice. Well, I've been looking at enough. No, I don't know. Well, I guess I just use they usually, but sometimes I come in and then I hear a masculine voice, and then I'm like, this one says she, her, and then I hear a feminine voice, and I'm like, this one's a he, him, and then my brain implodes. As in, like, with coming across enough non-binary or trans people, it just kind of flipped it in my head. You'd probably take the vitamin D supplements, might help. Oh, okay, I'll do it right now. Golly. Oh. According to some guy on the internet, I mean, probably a doctor, best time to take your D supplement is after dinner, because he's the biggest meal, and then it'll absorb better or something. Vitamin D, not that kind of D. Meowch. Meowch. I take vitamins with food when my stomach hurts? Oh, okay. Let's see, where was I? Easily and naturally aligned, that's it. Okay. Going back into the mines now, have a good reading? Okay. Talk to you soon. You know? Let's see. Undiscovered army of people. Instead, organizing on the scale that our struggles demand means finding common ground with a broad spectrum of people, many of whom we would never otherwise interact with, and building a shared practice of politics in the pursuit of more just outcomes. It's a process that can bring us into the company of people who share our beliefs quite explicitly, but to create movements rather than clubhouses, we need to engage with the masses. We need to engage with people with whom we do not fully identify and may even dislike. We can build upon our expectations of such people and negotiate protocols around matters of respect. But the truth is, we will sometimes be uncomfortable or even offended. We will, at times, have to constructively critique people's behavior, or simply allow them room to grow. There will be other times, of course, when we have to draw hard lines. But if we cannot organize beyond the bounds of our comfort zones, we will never build movements large enough to combat the forces that would destroy us. You know, I'm not a doctor, but I am facing several malpractice suits for pretending to be a doctor in urgent care. Or rare. Some groups have learned to navigate difference and animus out of necessity. Incarcerated people organizing within prisons, for example, often learn to put feuds, rivalries, and personal differences aside because they recognize the necessity of building with who is there. As Kelly, an organizer, Hijaris Dixon wrote in Truth Out in June 2020, when discussing solidarity in the face of right-wing violence and the rise of fascism. Not everyone we work with on a particular issue has to have deep ideological alignment with us. Skilled organizers should be able to work with people who aren't of their own choosing, including people they don't like. It's really as simple as being attacked by fascist police in the streets. Once the attack begins, there are two sides, armed police inflicting violence and everyone else. We need to be able to see each other in those terms, reeling in the face of unthinkable violence, scrambling to stay alive and uncaged, and doing the work to protect one another. This alignment will not come easily, because white supremacy and classism have forced many wedges between our communities. Great harms have been committed, and very difficult conversations are needed, but refusing to do that work in this historical moment is an abdication of responsibility. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole world is at stake, and we cannot afford to minimize what that demands of us. This is not to say that we should seek no respite from the messiness and occasional discomfort of large-scale movement work. We all need spaces where we can operate within our comfort zone, whether these take the shape of a collective, an affinity group, a processing space, a caucus, or a group of friends. I saw caucus out of the corner of my eye, and I thought it said a cactus, and I'm really sorry. A caucus or a group of friends. We need people with whom we can feel fully seen and heard, and with whose values we feel deeply aligned. In such a violent and oppressive world, we are all entitled to some amount of sanctuary. Many organizers have tight-knit political homes, sometimes grounded in shared identity, in addition to participating in broader organizing efforts. It said caucus, not cactus. Okay, I'm fine. But broader movements are struggles, not sanctuaries. They are full of contradiction and challenges we may feel unprepared for. Effective organizers operate beyond the bounds of their comfort zones, moving into what we may call their stretch zone when necessary. No one has to be able to work with everyone, but how far beyond the bounds of easy agreement can you reach? How much empathy can you extend to people who do not fully understand your identity or experience, or who have not had the same access to liberatory ideas? How much discomfort can you navigate for what you believe is truly at stake? These are not questions anyone can answer for you, so I'm gonna skip this track stream. These are not questions anyone can answer for you, as we must all make autonomous choices about who we connect and build with. But if we do not challenge ourselves to navigate some amount of discomfort, our political reach will have terminal limits. Navigating trauma and discomfort. Like a lot of activists, I started out organizing out of trauma, Ali Wayne told us in... Started organizing out of trauma, Ali Wayne told us in spring 2021. Wayne is an undocumented human rights activist, originally from Senegal. When I went into the work as a traumatized activist, and to a certain degree, I feel like I'm still traumatized by the system. I just feel like I know where to express that trauma better, I think now. Navigating his own traumas and trauma responses in organizing spaces became a challenge for Wayne. Many activists enter the work having already experienced significant trauma, sometimes due to the very forces against which they are organizing. Those who are not directly traumatized by systemic violence often enter from a place of outrage. The trauma and outrage that drive people into organizing spaces are real, but sometimes our valid feelings can manifest themselves in ways that ultimately hinder our work, as Wayne experienced. I went into organizing from a very self-focused, arrogant place to a certain degree, he told us. If someone came into an organizing space and didn't know as much as I did, or would say offensive things about illegals or criminals, I would immediately go into fight or flight, saying, well, you said this, or you called me that, and how dare you, and blah blah blah. Wayne's anger about the use of dehumanizing language was valid. Throughout his life, he had heard words like illegals and criminals deployed to justify violence against undocumented people. Yeah. Illegal immigrants versus undocumented immigrants versus refugees. Real TV news moment? Okay. But venting his outrage in meeting spaces came at a cost. It felt good, but then next meeting, it would just be me and my 4 acolytes. Wayne says his organizing approach in those days was more of a crusade. After years of being silenced and degraded, Wayne told us, it was about proving that I was right. Most oppressed people spend their entire lives being told that their experience of oppression is natural, correct, or their own fault. Entering spaces where our struggles are recognized can be incredibly empowering. It can also bring to the surface many emotions that society has never given us the space to process or express. Every organizer knows that person who is an activist who just talks and talks and talks and talks in a meeting, and you can tell that they're emotionally downloading, and it's really not organizing. In his case, entering therapy helped him make more intentional choices about how and when to emotionally download. While continuing to navigate his own trauma, Wayne came to accept that in organizing, he was going to encounter ideas and language that might offend him. I can't be reactive, he told us. I can't immediately go into, well, here's why I'm right. I really need to think about where that person is coming from. It is understandable that people who have experienced oppression and dehumanization their entire lives want to live and work in environments where they do not experience the dynamics that have made their lives more difficult. In moments where we feel especially empowered, and realize that people can and in some cases do treat us with the understanding, empathy, and respect that we deserve, it is understandable that we would want to insist that all interactions be held to such a standard. After all, if some people can treat us in ways that make us feel good and whole, why shouldn't all people in movement spaces automatically do so? But political transformation is not as simple as handing newcomers a new set of politics and telling them, yours are bad, use these instead. Instead, we will sometimes have to accompany people along messy transformational journeys. And we must also remember that no matter how far we've come, we're still on our own messy journeys, and our own transformations will continue as we grow. To expand the practice of our politics in the world, we have to be able to organize outside of our comfort zones. People whose words and ideas don't yet align with our own often need room to grow. And some people grow by building relationships and doing work, often in fumbling and imperfect ways. How do we as organizers cope with the frustration and discomfort that inevitably accompany organizing alongside people with whom we don't perfectly align? For Wayne, resisting reactive responses was key. I found that by not reacting, and by drawing out that person's story, I became a much more effective organizer, because people who I thought I would never have been able to be in conversation with were at least receptive to what I was saying in ways that they weren't before. Wayne recalled one occasion when he and his team set up an outreach table at an upstate New York farmers market, predominantly filled with conservative white people. Wayne and his co-organizers set up a table of fruits and vegetables and distributed literature about the issues undocumented farm workers face. He and his co-organizers knew that many of the white people at the farmers market would not be sympathetic to their cause, but they viewed their efforts at dialogue as a challenge, an opportunity to sharpen their organizing skills by engaging a difficult audience. We had so many good conversations with folks you would assume would be sort of anti-immigrant, Wayne told us. Upon reading the literature, white people visiting the table would sometimes get defensive or make offensive comments about illegals. But instead of arguing, Wayne's team would ask questions. We started asking, how do you make your money? And asking how hard or easy it was for them to make their money in this economy. Encouraging people to talk about their own family's hardships opened up a space for exchange, and Wayne found that people became more open to hearing about the struggles of undocumented families. He started having these conversations about this basic family struggle and how hard it is to make ends meet. And we were able to get so many folks who I would have probably considered conservative to sign petitions and to start to see the issue from a different perspective, Wayne said. And that's all because we set up this space to have this conversation. Sign my petition. I'm still not sure how effective petitions are. Maybe they're more effective in local area when you can be like, everyone in this, every single member of the city signed this petition. French. Wayne's handling of the situation was the product of growth and oh, thank you for the water. Wayne's handling of the situation was the product of growth and the concerted development of organizing skills. He knew from experience that even among people with shared values and objectives, it is easy to be derailed by difference or defensiveness. This practice effort of engaging with people who Wayne thought were likely to be hostile allowed him to flex and test his communication skills. Oof. Oh, I just read this. He was just using the conservatives as practice, playing on hard mode for a bit so that normal mode would feel easy. I just really don't want my address tossed out on the data sites again. Oh my god. Mamma mia. Yeah, let's see. Allowed him to flex and test his communication skills, while the exercise was more focused on honing the craft of organizers than actually attaining signatures for petitions. Some of the people Wayne engaged with did sign the group's petition, which he considered a huge organizing victory. When he was young in his organizing, Wayne would not have had the patience to listen to somewhat of what he heard that day. I would not have had the capacity, he told us, to tolerate the deployment of stereotypes about undocumented people, or the use of words like illegals. But that day, Wayne was not quick to react. I just kept listening, he said. I hate my data being sold. So many scam texts get sent my way because they sold my number. Oh. No. Meow, mia. Maybe one day we will finally obliterate the advertisers and turn them into not advertisers. Yeah, we'll obliterate the advertisers and turn them into fine particle mist, and then once the profit motive is destroyed, no longer will anyone ever have a reason to sell our phone numbers. I mean, you know. Okay. What? Wayne noted that having space in therapy and intentional space with friends to talk about... Oh, I just mentioned advertisers. Funny thing, my little advertising experiment. I'm not running ads for these, for the book streams. But the last 30 days, the ad money that I've been getting has already surpassed how much sub money I was getting. A little bit fucked up in you. It's not even a full month yet. One particularly unhinged one started spamming me, trying to ask me to apply to their totally real job offer. Started throwing random numbers in there that kept sending the same message over and over. Oh my god. Wow. He really has to hit his quota of people scammed per day. Do I need to be fucked up and put the 3-minute ads? Sad face. I think... I'm not sure if it's because of the ad timing or whatever, but I think the amount of times that ads are run might actually make more of a difference than... What is it? Running 2-minute ads over a time period. A shorter time period seems to make a larger number than a longer period with 3-minute ads. I guess, I don't know, having a 30-second ad every 10 minutes kind of fucking sucks, though. I've been doing every 40 minutes a 2-minute ad, because it's not 3 minutes every hour, but it's also, like, getting, I don't know, it's like, the larger ad, where it's, like, every hour, and then you can just, like, stop for a moment and be like, oh, ad break. Time to go to the bathroom. Or something. 3 minutes of bathroom break? But then if you're like doing the short ones where it's like 30 seconds, that's not really long enough for a break. So then you're just kind of like, yeah, whatever. We're just 30-second ad break right in the middle of the story dialogue that I was paying so close attention to. I don't know. Or like when we were doing that Splatoon thing, and there was at least a couple occasions where an ad played and during a match and I didn't notice because I wasn't looking at the ad timer, and then match started and I was like, oh, gaming. I respect the hustle, but not the hustle. Wait, what does that mean? Yeah, I don't know. Having money is nice, I guess. I don't really want to run ads, though. And if you want to get the most dollar money, you have to run their, like, minimum... whatever, you have to run 3 minutes per hour. Or, like... some combination that results in 3 minutes of ad per hour. Because otherwise, let's say you get 55% if you do that, or higher, but if you do less than that, you only get 30%, because fuck you, run ads, splat. Well, yeah. I would rather run less than that, or none at all, actually, but, yeah. Oh, just saying, I respect their determination to get money, but I don't like their attempts to scam people. Oh. The phone scam. Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking, oh yeah, I've never looked at my my poll of, maybe I should close that poll. I don't think anyone's looked at it since, probably. But like, maybe I should have included people's opinions on pre-rolls and mid-rolls or whatever as a question. Lamau. But like, the goobs on the internet usually have said that doing mid-roll is better for getting new people in, because new person will click and then they won't get blasted with the 30-second pre-roll that makes them click off. And then the other side that people say is that pre-roll is better for people who were already following you and were going to show up anyway and were willing to sit through a pre-roll ad. And then, yeah. I'm of the opinion that pre-rolls dissuade people from actually staying. Oh, okay. I mean, usually I've gotten more annoyed when it's like, I click into... let me check if they're on the viewer list. No, when I click into Spotty's stream and then I'm watching them talk for like a minute, and then immediately a big old hunk of 3-minute ad comes up and I'm like, oh. And then I close it. I like Spotty. But ads, oh my god. 3-minute ads are diabolical. Yeah, they're it's so long. I mean, I guess usually what it means is that I'm just gonna mute the tab and put it away. So then it doesn't really matter because I'm just like bumping the viewer count up. I don't know. I think my my thing that I was thinking was like I would do half and half of like half pre-roll defeated and half pre-roll still there, where it's just like 1 minute per hour instead of 3 minutes per hour, but then you don't get the funny number. I think even if you were to manually run enough ads to hit that 3 minute per hour mark, it doesn't count because you didn't set up the ad scheduler to do it. I'm pretty sure that's how, I'm assuming that's how it goes. Yeah, I'm similar to Scoots and Snack on this with like, I don't like to get disrupted later in convo, but the side to the mid-rolls I get the most is like, the like, day someone has bad internet connection, it is awful having pre-rolls played 10 times. Oh, wow. Yeah, when I have ads playing, I'll usually say, oh, and the ad is going to play in a few minutes, and then I'll try and pause my words while the ad's going, and then I'll only talk about unimportant shit during the ad break. Yeah. Okay. So we could turn off ads altogether. Yeah, we're gonna have to find the advertisers and Thanos them and to find Mist. I mean, ouch. I don't even know what the deal is with advertising money. Does anyone actually click on advertisements? I mean, maybe it's just when you see the Deadlock ad and you're like, oh, that's right, that game, they made that game. It reminds you that they exist, and they're just trying to coat your brain in. They're just trying to coat your brain in Valorant juice and be like, oh yeah, that's right, so and so wanted to play Valorant with me. Maybe I should install it. I don't want to play Valorant. But okay. Yeah, no one really clicks on ads. When I see the same Deadlock ad for the 5th time in a 2-hour stream, oh my god. Mamma mia. They should let me turn off the Army and Navy ads. BH. No one's clicking on that shit, and also fuck you, Army and Navy, but also I guess I'll take your money, but also fuck you. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading the thing now. Wayne noted that having space in therapy and intentional space with friends to talk about such moments made his practice of patience possible. He knew he would not have to hold in his feelings indefinitely, but rather he was waiting to share them with people who cared about him, with whom he could meaningfully discuss those events. Oh my god, I was about to say he was waiting to drop the dunks in DM. Wayne creates space in his life for navigating hurt and trauma, but he says that in organizing spaces, what I'm trying to achieve is to get as many folks as possible at the table, having conversations about the immigration system and how to change it. Hate those ones so much. So true. They suck so much. They're always the most uncool ads I've ever seen. Yeah, they're very machismo, very Call of Duty looking ass, very look at our military might, you should be a chud like us, I mean. Blowing up empty buildings, pretending like they're not blowing up innocent civilians or whatever. I may have joked once about the ads where the guy turns into a drone, but they haven't done that yet. They haven't put military TF in their ads yet. They did have the birds turn into drones though, which was a little weird. I guess those, whatever. I'm reminded of Twitter post, oh my god, the birds are with Hamas. Okay. Wayne has also come to realize that the system deals out bias very effectively, and that he himself probably wouldn't understand the realities of his oppression, if not for his first-hand experience. I know 100% that if I weren't an immigrant, or if I didn't know someone who is an immigrant, I would have absolutely no idea how the system works or how complicated it is, Wayne told us. And I might have the same stereotypes that many of the folks who I would consider on the other side would have, because it's an opaque system, just like the criminal justice system. These systems are intentionally opaque in order to sort of preserve the mythos around them. Yeah, the bird, what is it, when the birds were pulling down Israeli flags from the flagpoles because they associated because they had observed that the Israeli soldiers were the ones that would tear up the trees and destroy the land and shoot and bomb stuff, and then they would put up the flag. So then they associated that destruction of nature with those people putting up their flag. Nature's fighting back. Yeah, there was also the, what is it? Soldiers. I don't remember if it was soldiers or just settlers. Being attacked by bees. Wow. Or maybe it was wasps. Whatever. Being attacked by stinging insect creatures with fat, poisonous dumpies. Nature got hands. Yeah. Learning to listen. To do the kind of work that Wayne has described, a person has to hone multiple skills, including the ability to listen. When people delve into activism, they often grapple with questions like, am I willing to get arrested? When often, the more pressing question for a new activist is, am I willing to listen even when it's hard? For organizer and scholar Ruth Wilson Gilmore, it was her time in Alcoholics Anonymous that helped her transform her practice of listening. The main thing that I learned, Gilmore told us, especially in the first couple of years that I was going to meetings, was the beauty of the rule against crosstalk. It was the best thing that ever happened to me, that I couldn't say shit to anybody. I had to listen, and I had to learn to listen. The urge to interject or object ran deep for Gilmore. I've always been a nerd, yet I've always been a know-it-all, she told us. So there's this tension between my nerdiness that wants to know everything, and my know-it-allness that wants everybody to know that I know it all already. At first, listening did not come easily, or feel particularly productive to Gilmore. I would sit in these meetings, and I listened to people talk and listen to them, and listen to them, and at first I was like, I don't get this. And so for me, in the early days, it was just a performance of words. Excuse me. I mean, my main thing was, I won't drink when I leave this meeting. I won't drink and I won't use. But over time, Gilmore began to appreciate the role of listening in the group's collective struggle to avoid drugs and alcohol, even when she did not appreciate what was being said. I would be getting more and more wound up, because there'd be the sexist guy going on about women and his wife, and then there'd be somebody else talking nonsense about whatever. But I was learning to just sit there and listen, and keep my eye on the prize, which was not just that I wasn't going to drink, but that the only way I could not drink was if all of us didn't drink. Being committed to the sobriety of every person in the room, which meant listening to their story and being invested in their well-being, helped Gilmore develop a deeper practice of patience. That was kind of this transformation for me that carried into the organizing that I already used to do before I got sober, she told us. It is our ability to constructively engage with other people that will ultimately power our efforts. We have to nurture that ability and respect its importance in all of the ways that our society does not. And that skill of constructive engagement starts with listening. Radical educator and philosopher Paulo Freire wrote, "The more radical the person is, the more fully he or she enters into reality so that, knowing it better, he or she can better transform it. This individual is not afraid to confront, to listen, to see the world unveiled." This may sound like an attitude, and in part it is, but it's also a skill set. The impulse to interrupt, correct, or pull the conversation in another direction can be strong. The temptation to exert power over, rather than power with, by attempting to deposit our solution or perspective in a person's mind is ingrained by this system. Yeah. I may have tried to deposit solutions before. In teacher-student relations, Freire called such efforts to deposit ideas the banking concept of education. He argued that instead of trying to deposit ideas into people, as though human beings were receptacles, knowledge must flow from a relational, non-hierarchical, and mutually creative process. Freire argued for a form of political education he characterized as problem-posing education. While banking education anesthetizes and inhibits creative power, Freire argued that problem-posing education involves a constant unveiling of reality. The ability to examine and to contemplate challenges in concert with people, rather than acting as an instructor makes collective growth possible. Many people describe themselves as good listeners. In reality, most people are not. This disparity between perception and practice can be explained by the fact that most people think of being a good listener as a personality trait, like being friendly or upbeat. But while being a good listener may come more easily to some people than others, it is not, in fact, a mere personality trait. Like so many other aspects of organizing, listening is a practice, and at times it's a strategic one. The society has not conditioned us to be attentive listeners. When people say things that make us uneasy or impatient, instead of listening, we often home in on what we want to say next, or drift into contemplation of how the matter relates to our own plans or experiences. To stay in the moment with another person, to truly hear and consider what they are saying without slipping into reaction or retreating inward, can require intention. If we are bored, uncomfortable, or irritated, we may be inclined to either interrupt or escape. This tendency hinders us in a number of ways. Drifting? It's okay if you drift, though. You can just say, what was that again? And then I'll say the thing again. Crunch. No, yeah. First and foremost, we might need to hear something true that makes us uncomfortable. Listening deeply makes space for that to happen. But even if the person who's talking is off base, we can often still learn by listening to them. Why do they feel the way they do? What sources informed or convinced them? What influences them? What strengthens their resolve? What makes them hesitant to get more involved or to engage more boldly? If you are in an organizing space together, how has that issue brought them into a shared space with you, despite your differences? What points of agreement might you build upon? What is surprising about them? A good organizer wants to understand these things about the people around them, and you cannot truly understand these things about a person without listening. Organizers will often repeat the maxim, we have to meet people where they are at. It is difficult to meet someone where they're at when you do not know where they are. Until you have heard someone out, you do not know where they are, so how could you hope to meet them there? Relationships are not built through presumption, or through the deployment of tropes or stereotypes. We must understand people as having their own unique experiences, traumas, struggles, ideas, and motivations that will inform how they show up to organizing spaces. Some task-focused activists brush off activities that involve talking about our feelings. This is a common sentiment among bad listeners. The fundamental skill of patiently absorbing another person's words in a respectful and thoughtful manner is desperately lacking in our society. For this reason... Skull emoji? For this reason, it is folly to expect this skill to manifest itself fully formed when it is most needed, such as in a heated meeting, if we are not building a greater culture of listening in our work. A group culture that helps participants build their listening skills is an important component of successful organizing. Political education can create opportunities for people to practice listening to one another without interruption and interacting meaningfully with what others have contributed. For example, during the Great Depression, communist union organizers in Bessemer, Alabama— oh my god, they said communist? They said communism? Wow. Sorry. During the Great Depression, communist union organizers in Bessemer, Alabama, developed a practice of devoting 30 minutes of each meeting to political education. For 30 minutes, material would be read aloud, creating space to collectively listen, while also allowing members who could not read the opportunity to hear the information. Members would then spend 15 minutes discussing the material, listening to each other's thoughts in response to the work. I don't think the word... I don't think they said communist yet in the book. I was being a little silly about anti-communism. Poetry circles are another activity that can deepen a group's ability to listen, reflect, and grapple with ideas together. In 2010, Project NIA released a curriculum Merriam developed called Giving Name to the Nameless, using poetry as an anti-violence intervention with girls. I actually, I was a little surprised recently when I used to be way more, like, staunchly anti-communist because of a silly little Chinese diaspora effect. It's a name that I made up 30 minutes ago. But now I'm a filthy red. And so I was talking a bit with Willow, silly little trans gamer girl. Probably doesn't know a whole lot about the more deeper political stuff, but I was like, would you know anything about communism? And she's like, no, but she didn't really have anything negative to say about it either. She just said she didn't really know anything about it. I was like, oh, I guess I was the weird one, huh? Okay. Okay. What? Oh, This was when she mentioned someone at the store she worked at going and putting in some book of Marx's on all of the display computers or something. Which, well, that's not praxis. That's just I don't even know. Apparently they thought it was a funny joke. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading the thing. Let's see. Poetry is giving name to the nameless. Using poetry is an anti-violence intervention with girls. As the curriculum's introduction explains, the use of literature and guided reading has been recognized as a viable option for helping young people address their concerns. Poetry is a particularly wonderful way to address sensitive issues, like sexuality, violence, and self-esteem. When young people, or adults for that matter, see something of themselves in a piece of literature, books, poetry, identify with the work, reflect on it, and undergo some emotional growth as a result of that reading experience, this can be considered a successful anti-violence intervention. I feel like political structure stuff becomes more relevant with experiences and, I don't know, exposure to more folks? I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I would agree with that. Honestly, most people don't associate it with don't associate with it because they don't have to. Okay. Yeah, the only reason I was like, why I used to be like, oh my god, communism's so evil, it's because my mom was always telling me about that, or not telling me, well, yeah, because I would always, whenever something happened in China, my mom would, we would be paying attention to that thing, and then my mom would say some anti-communist shit? No. But like, or like, I mean, I don't know, my dad probably didn't help either. But like, telling me about how, something when the revolution and how they sent away the so-and-so relatives to work on the farms or something, which was probably because those ones were intellectuals, TM, and because, I don't know, I think it has been noted before that what was it? I don't remember the name. It's like the Red Guard or some shit. People going around turning down all the cultural artifacts. Went too far in their actions, but like, I don't know. So then, then there's also like the famine thing. But so then like, I don't know when my mom moved away from China, but like she only remembers the stuff that happened in like that couple of decades or whatever. And then you combine with that like the Western coverage of literally everything else since then. I think my mom would probably get pretty upset if I was like, Tiananmen Square, actually, what do they call it? They call it the June 16th incident or something. They don't even they have, in China, they don't even call it by the same name. They don't even call it a massacre. Oh, April 15th, sorry. April 15th incident. Is that it? What do they call it? June 4th. Okay, that's the day that it ended. Okay. There's a video I shared in my my Discord's Thirst and Serious Media channel about a week or two ago about the Tiananmen Square, the June 4th incident, detailing detailing what happened during it. That was really interesting. Yeah, I can see how that would negatively impact their perception of communism. Yeah. I think it officially doesn't exist in their records. Oh, well, I can't say for certain because I'm just on the outside looking in, but like, if they do talk about it, it's more of like a a footnote sort of thing where they don't really spend much time talking about it, because yeah, but like basically the standout parts of it was that the actual violence occurred outside of the square, and it was started by the student protesters attacking soldiers who were unarmed, because the soldiers were just there to like, oh, I don't remember. The soldiers were there to do dialogue with the students. And the soldiers were explicitly given orders not to engage in violence with the protesters. And there was, as things do be, since this was an anti-China, not anti-China, whatever, there was some elements, some creatures in this protest who had CIA backing, and the leader, I don't remember if it was the leader. Okay, well, we'll just say the leader or one of the leaders. Their explicit goal was for the government to attack the protesters so that, or was it? It was for they wanted to provoke an attack from the military so that there would be bloodshed, and then it would cause a greater, like, snapback or whatever, and so they could overthrow the government. Here, I'll just share it so I don't have to re-describe it with my mouth. There were legitimate criticisms from working class people in that protest, but but there was also like more liberal educated types who just wanted the American sneakers and the girlfriends. No, they just wanted to have more of that capitalism so they could, yeah. So hello Fish Breath, thank you for the follow. We're talking about the June 4th incident PM. Let's see, it was by just whatever, I'll just look it up. Hakim and oh my god, what is this? Hold on. What did Google want me to look at? 35th anniversary of Tiananmen Square massacre. Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. Oh yeah, in this video, this little short video, short? No, it's like 20 minutes. So if you ever saw that photo of Tank Man standing in front of the tanks, he was not preventing them from entering the square. He was actually preventing them from exiting the square. And there's also video recording. They didn't run him over or anything. What happened was he climbed on top of the front of the tank, the first tank, and then the guy driving opened up the top, and then they had a discussion, and then he just left afterward, and then they left this, and then the tanks left the square. There you go. I'll link it. Yeah. Is it messed up that 20 minutes sounds short to me? No, it's not. It's normal. It's there was actually this video I was gonna watch, which wasn't like a political video or anything, although it probably has the sort of vibes of like, damn the corporations when they want to waste all our time with algorithm TM. A video about, what was the title of it? Some guy that I've never heard of with 4 million subscribers. Everybody wants to waste her time. I have that on my tabs right now. There you go. Here's the communism video. No, it's called The Tiananmen Square Massacre Never Happened. A little bit of a clickbait title, just to get people to click on it. Because there was an incident, and there was, at least, what was it? There were many people that, a number of people that died, but it wasn't. Okay, so the Chinese military did fire shots eventually, but it was only after violence from the student protesters. To like, yeah. after a long time of what is whatever. Well, blah. I can try and find my summary of notes again, actually. And let's see. The total death count was somewhere between. Okay, yeah, it was like around 300, a little under 300. Small amount of military personnel that died and about 200 something civilians. But yeah, I already kind of mentioned this earlier, but basically what started it, the violence at first was from the protesters. They torched some of the vehicles and stripped some of the soldiers naked in the street and stuff, and yeah, okay. I'm gonna continue with a thing I'm supposed to be reading. Whoa. Meowch, also hello Titania, welcome to here. Fucking CIA at it again. I mean, it's like yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's a funny thing that even though it's like a thing that, I don't know, not funny, I mean, I guess if it makes sense in quotation marks in like the sort of Western perspective of like, oh my lord, but like, yeah, it's mostly the West that usually talks about Tiananmen massacre, and then in China they just call it the June 4th incident, because I don't know, yeah, so oh, right. I guess I'll just mention one more thing. It's like, one of the comments on that video, they mentioned how, was it on BBC or something? Being there to cover the thing, but for whatever reason, instead of recording video footage, they only recorded audio on a microphone, and then this audio was like something that kept getting reused for remembrances of the event or whatever. They had their whole ass cameras out and stuff. They could have recorded it, but if they did, it would I don't know. There's in this video, it's also mentioned that there was lots of accounts from people who were at the incident, who were present during this incident, and people who, what is it, like foreign embassy people? I don't know what the fuck you call a foreign embassy guy. They were there and reported that no shots were actually fired in the square itself. No massacre happened inside the square itself and stuff. To be fair, I don't trust the BBC as a credible source. Yeah, I suppose that's probably a good idea. Yeah. Okay, let's see, where was I? Oh, I think it was right here. Okay. Something. Read a piece of literature, reflect on it, undergo emotional growth. This can be considered a successful anti-violence intervention. Importantly, this curriculum was the result of years of sitting in circles held by the Rogers Park Young Women's Action Team, a youth-led, adult-supported social change project that empowers young women to take action on issues affecting their lives. Young people of color sat and read together and listened to how the text related to personal and communal experiences. As part of the action team's circles, everyone had their turn to read, to speak, and to listen. The act of listening to one another, as participants read aloud and then share their thoughts and perspectives on the poems, is good practice in a society where people are often distracted or focused on what they might say next. Listening to someone talk about a poem and how it impacted them is an empathetic exercise, and it can also help us to practice patience by taking the time to consider someone else's point of view rather than rushing off to their next distraction. In organizing, we sometimes expect people, including ourselves, to shed the habits this society has embedded in us through sheer force of will, when in reality we all need practice. Activities that help us hone our practice of listening can make us better organizers, improve our personal relationships, and help us build stronger and longer-lasting movements. Rejecting zero-tolerance attitudes towards the language. Oh my god, zero tolerance? That's like when I was in grade school and you drew a Tetris L shape and then you stuck a little dash on the bottom and then they're like, you drew a gun, you want to kill us all, you must be punished. I mean, ouch. Okay. Rejecting. No, it's just because society says guns are cool. That's why I drew guns, because Rambo. Because G.I. Joe. Rejecting zero-tolerance attitudes towards language. As we work to build more sustainable movements, we must think hard about our strategies for responding when organizers make mistakes. Social media can often foster a zero-tolerance attitude about political ignorance or missteps. Platforms like Twitter have helped facilitate tremendous accomplishments in movement work, but they've also created an arena. Oh, this must have been before Elon bought Twitter and turned it into a letter of the alphabet. They've also created an arena for political performance and critique that is often divorced from relationship building or strategic aims. For many people, social media is not an organizing tool, but a realm of political performance and spectatorship. Excuse me. A trend has emerged in which some organizers will demand performances of solidarity and awareness on social media, then critique or even tear apart those performances when they fall short or are deemed insincere. As with reality television, favorites emerge and people are sometimes voted off the island. Survivor? Oh my god, horrible. When the performance of solidarity via the replication of the right words or slogans becomes our... Okay. When the performance of solidarity via the replication of the right words or slogans becomes our central focus, it's not... This reminds me of when there was people on Twitter getting upset about people using... There was black folk on Twitter getting upset about people using rest in power. And this was, I don't know if this, I think perhaps this energy could have been better spent elsewhere, but I'm not sure, I don't know. Bleh. The replication of the right words or slogans becomes our central focus. Or hold on, I guess I'll explain a little more of the words. It was, I guess, what was it? It's like, the origin of that phrase came from like black activist people. I think the meaning of the phrase is that can't rest in peace because the world still sucks ass booty cheeks, so instead you say rest in power because it's like something memory of their, you know, whatever. They're still you know, say for example, MLK, we're still quoting that white moderates quote and stuff. Not the other one that those fucking shits on news like to use all the time, no matter what political side they come from. I refilled my water. My water's about 1/5. But yeah, I think the specific instance actually of when people, I mean, I guess they were right to be kind of annoyed by the usage outside of its original context. It was when the author of Dragon Ball died. There was people on Twitter saying rest in power, and then people were getting kind of annoyed by that. And then it was also a little weird because of I think a lot of the people that were, or perhaps a decent proportion of the ones saying that were also black people, because a lot of younger black people really like Dragon Ball, like really like it. Chomp. So it was a discourse, and then I closed Twitter because mamma mia. Because then people were starting to be like, because people were like, What? I don't know. It's some fucking shit like, oh, oh, it is. People were pointing out how, oh, well, the author of Dragon Ball, he drew blackface a couple like these times, but then people are also like, oh, you like Dragon Ball so much because you want to be like, you want to look like that white guy Super Saiyan, and it was, I don't know, it was fucking. And then I closed Twitter. I think it's fair to get annoyed by it, but yeah, it's probably honestly confusion between generations and usage of terms. Yeah, and then I closed Twitter. Yeah, it sure was discourse.jpg. Okay. When the performance of solidarity via the replication of the right words or slogans becomes our central focus, it's not surprising that responses might read as empty or even insincere. Sloganizing is not organizing, and paying righteous lip service to a cause in the preferred language of the moment does not empty any cages or transform anyone's material conditions. Excuse me. Rather than fixating on the grammar of people's politics, we organizers must ask ourselves what we want people to do. When debates arise around language, we must also understand the extent to which the language of dissent and liberation has shifted over time. Terms and jargon we use today do not represent an arrival at the correct words that were always out there waiting to be found, while our predecessors flailed about in search of them. The language we uplift in movements today represents an unending process of grappling, a search for words that embody the experiences of oppressed people in relation to their history, their current conditions, and the culture they are presently experiencing. Policing language, as though our phrasing as written in law, misunderstands that pursuit and the purpose it serves. If these words merely exist to divide us into categories, those who can properly discuss ideas and those who cannot, what is their value in the purpose of liberation? I think there was also a thing mentioned in a previous chapter that kind of saying a thing about how instead of, using opportunities to educate people instead of going for the, well, have you heard about all this shit though? Or like, I don't know, not what is it, where it's like criticizing, whatever. Opportunity to teach people, oh my god, wow. Draw connections between whatever. Oh yeah, that was the thing about connection versus comparison. That's not really exactly what I was thinking. Or that's not exactly quite related, but because I don't know where you'd I don't know where the connection would be there for the author of Dragon Ball, but going for the throat instead. Misunderstands that pursuit and the purpose it serves. If these words merely exist to divide us into categories, those who can properly discuss ideas and those who cannot, what is the value and the purpose of pursuit of liberation? While it is important to trouble terminology and to engage with its evolution, Skibbity Riz Ohio, the mastery of language does not spur systemic change or alter anyone's material conditions. The concept of allyship, for example, is often grounded in presentation rather than substantive action. Oh my god. Chopping right for the knees? I mean, similarly, people who believe they are good people often view goodness as a fixed identity, evidenced by their expressed feelings about injustice rather than a set of practices or actions. Goodness, to them, is a designation to be defended, rather than something that they seek to generate in the world in concert with other people. Mainstream liberals often fall prey to this line of thinking because liberal politics play very heavily into political identity as being determinant of whether a person is good or bad. Democrats, good. Republicans, bad. But the left can fall into its own version of this trap, by treating politics as a test of how well we can perform language or recite ideas. Oh, that's me. I'm reciting communism. I'm sorry, guys. Last protest I went to was months ago. Meouch. Democrats good, Republicans bad, but they both drone strike? Okay. Crowd, oh, that gif. LOL too. Welcome to activistbook.jpg. Meow. We're like actually on like the tail end of the book now. well, I find it difficult to get the energy to look up a protest and then drive myself there and then stand in the cold for 2 hours. But I'm doing other thing. I'm making everyone else into communists, I guess. That's it. That's my contribution. I don't know. Ow. Owie. Our movements are not driven by getting the words just right. They're driven by the goal of enacting change through collective struggle, as we endeavor to both understand ideas and turn them into action. Fumbling is inevitable, but, as Gilmore tells us, practice makes different. Longtime organizer and vision... I guess another thing I'm thinking about is that, since I'm still living with my parents and I don't have a job, I don't really feel like I have much of my own independence to really do stuff anyway. I don't know. So, if I wanted to say, well, let's see. Firstly, living out in the burbs, I don't fucking... I'm just out here in some disconnected neighborhood. Not down with the more... Not closer to the more urban part of town or whatever. But also, like, say, I don't know. Have to drive... I don't like driving. I mean, I guess I could, though, but I have to drive myself to some place that's gonna be probably kind of far away. I don't know, say if I wanted to help start a community garden or something. I don't really have the money to do that myself, and then am I gonna, I don't know, have to convince my parents or something? It's like I'm still 10 years old. Okay. Yeah. Splat. Can understand that sentiment. Yeah. Rent wasn't $1,300. We could all afford to live on our own. Yeah. We'll have to find some rich guy and then make the money spill out like a piñata, and then we will buy a building and turn it into a living place for a whole lot of creatures, because only 1,300? Oh my god, no. Here. That's really cheap for California. Sadly, yeah. Ultra fucked up cost of living. Rare. Rare. Okay. Longtime organizer and Vision Change Win founder Ajaris Dixon emphasizes that people will show up imperfectly, and that organizers have to anticipate that mistakes and harm will happen. I worry we're creating a culture now where people are so afraid to make mistakes, she told us. They're afraid to not have the analysis before they open their mouth. The bonds that I'm really trying to build within organizing are the bonds where we can divulge the things that we are nervous about or ashamed of, or the things we need to learn, all of those areas, because that's when I know we're building the kind of intimacy that takes care of each other around heightened threats. Dixon points out that when trust is lost, organizing not only becomes more difficult, but it also becomes more vulnerable to surveillance and infiltration. A huge piece of COINTELPRO was around seeding distrust. Therefore, she says, a key part of organizing is building bonds of trust. And that can only happen within a context where people are allowed to be vulnerable and make mistakes. Incredibly cheap for California. Nice little one-bedroom apartment. Oh my god. So fucked up. Yeah. Let me look up. Average rent price, California. Median rent of... Wait, huh? What? Hold on a minute. There's a place in Maryland called California. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, this website says median rent of $2,875. This other website, rent.com. A one-bedroom apartment will cost you $2,730 in rent per month, and a two-bedroom averages out at $3,690. Wow, that's big money. That would be like a studio at best. Yeah, it used to be a one-bedroom. Oh my god. Mamma mia. Mamma mia, spaghetti. I think it was closer to just 2K pre-2020. Oh, you know, raising rent because you can raise rent because you hold all the power because you're the landlord. Yeah. Because you're part of the landlord gang, and the guys at the landlord gang, all 10 of them in the room, said, "Hey, let's raise rent prices," and everyone else said, "Yeah," and then they raised rent prices. Pay 1,225 for 500 square feet. Oh, I actually don't know how much exactly that would be, but I'm not very good at adulting, so I don't know shit about rent stuff. City jumped property tax 8% this year. Oh, wow. Yeah. The amount of pain a landlord goes through not raising rent on a single mother with 2 jobs. / sarcasm. Yeah. I have to make a hard decision between extracting profit from a single mother and extracting more profit from a single mother. Oh my god, it's so painful. We'd all be a lot better at adulting if we could afford to live somewhere. Oh. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Learning and growing in front of other people can be embarrassing and even intimidating, particularly for people who have been put down or made to feel diminished in the past. Even seasoned organizers like Dixon often worry about derailing their work with a verbal misstep. I have a small crew of other organizers where I think our text thread is mostly questions we are afraid to ask publicly, she acknowledged. It's our own little political education circle where we ask, what does this mean? Or is this fucked up? Or what is the right way to say this? Because I don't think this is right. Dixon says that she believes everyone needs that text thread, but she also hopes that more of our movement spaces can operate in the same spirit and offer opportunities for people to feel safe in the process of transforming. Creating trust-based movement spaces also puts us in a better place to confront harm and conflict, Dixon says. If you press the button, a landlord doubles the rent for a single mother, but there's a 5% chance it triples the rent instead. Yeah. Not pressing the button? That's out of the question. Destroying the button machine? Oh my god, what are you talking about? Guards, get in here. No, the biggest part of the work is how we maintain relationships while navigating harm, she told us. Because that's the thing, that will break your group. That'll break any project. Dixon stresses the importance of conflict resolution and accountability mechanisms within groups. Accountability mechanisms? the mechanism when you find out that one guy was being a sex pest, and then you have to eject him immediately before he causes any more damage by his mere presence, because the more people hear that sex pest is sticking around, and then grr, chomp. Conflict resolution and accountability mechanisms within groups. That is, group or community-based methods of confronting harm, such as peace circles and transformative justice. But she also reminds us that in order for accountability mechanisms to serve their purpose, people need room and opportunities to grow. People need to build skills and mechanisms to navigate conflict. Sometimes we're not apologizing. Sometimes we're not accountable. Sometimes we have done harmful things. Sometimes we're doing things we were never told go against the norms for the group, and then are being held accountable. Dixon offered the example of a young person in one group who made a comment about how a supply closet looked like it had been attacked, but used an inappropriate triggering term to describe what had apparently happened to the closet. Next thing you know, she is in an accountability session. She is bewildered. She is in a straight up shame spiral, and I was like, shit, it was just a lack of political education. Destroy the button machine, save us all. No. In an organizing space, accountability should not be about policing or punishment, but our punitive impulses can sometimes twist accountability mechanisms into those shapes. It's easy to forget how imperfectly we have shown up in movement spaces and throughout our lives. Sometimes our aggravation with others is rooted in pain or trauma we have experienced. Sometimes it is rooted in our uneasiness about things we may have said or done that were equally upsetting because we did not always know what we know now. And regardless of how much we believe we have learned, as the saying goes, we don't know what we don't know. Many of us would not be in this work today if someone along the way had not been patient with us. It's true that I may have used ableist terms in the past before, and then immediately after saying the ableist thing in front of the creature who the ableist thing applies to, and then be like, oh my god, I just said the most cringest thing, and then hastily change the topic, and wow. Okay, practicing patience. Sometimes we strive to practice patience in contexts that are uncomfortable or even offensive. At a training about 8 years ago in a church basement in Chicago, a community group was planning a blockade action as part of a campaign demanding more affordable housing in a rapidly gentrifying neighborhood. The group had asked for the help of Lifted Voices, the collective Kelly co-founded, in building barricade equipment and preparing to use it for their protest. Kelly and her team knew it would be a challenging action and wanted to offer a demonstration of how it could play out, so participants would understand what kind of equipment they would be using and what kind of power tools police would likely use to cut them out of their blockade devices. After giving a talk about direct action and blockades and presenting the equipment demo, Kelly asked the crowd if there were any questions. An older Latinx gentleman in the back of the room called out, "Where are the men?" As members of a Black and Indigenous collective of women and non-binary organizers, Kelly and her team were certainly put off by the comment. After all, they had just demonstrated their competence, and it was this group who had invited Lifted Voices to help on the basis of the group's expertise. Did you organize? I always love attending these readings, but it's 1:41 a.m. where I am and I need to go to bed. Oh, okay, Loatu, have a good sleep. You can always rewatch the WOD if you want. Okay. And it was this group who had invited Lifted Voices to help on the basis of the group's expertise. The organizers who had invited Kelly's group cringed, and there was a felt anxiety in the room among people who realized the comment was inappropriate. In an effort to pivot, Kelly joked loudly in a firm voice, "At home, making me dinner." Most of the room erupted in laughter. Others proceeded to ask real questions before making plans for action rehearsals. Later, Kelly would check in with her team about whether her joke had been an acceptable way to shift the energy in the room. After all, "We can be macho too" was not an ideal response to misogyny, but group members agreed that, under the circumstances, the joke was a good way to push back without derailing the project or the work of relationship building that they were trying to do. They, too, felt that some kind of response was needed in order to move on, but no one wanted the situation to escalate. The pushback was gentle, and it made people laugh, but it also demonstrated that Kelly's group rejected the idea that their team was lacking in some way. This is not to say that we can joke our way out of problematic moments. When someone has said something sexist or otherwise harmful, a joke is rarely the way forward. But in that moment, Kelly assessed the room she was in and devised a way to stick up for herself and her collective without getting into a messier conversation that might have derailed the urgent anti-gentrification effort. That kind of assessment and improvisation will be familiar to many organizers, and to many people who have had to de-escalate messy situations in their own lives. Kelly knew there were varying degrees of misogyny in the room, and that her collective was not going to correct those issues that day. A successful coalitional blockade to defend affordable housing, however, seemed wholly attainable. Kelly's solution, however imperfect, smoothed over an awkward moment, and the two groups proceeded to collaborate effectively. While grumbling persisted among some of the men who did not feel they needed so much practice and training, everyone was steadfast in their commitments to the action. On the day of the protest, police were more aggressive than expected, using sledgehammers to destroy cement lockbox devices that were linking people's arms. This escalation by the police was not only dangerous, it was horrifying for onlookers, including Kelly and the other trainers. Meow, slamming a sledgehammer right next to people's arms? To break their little chain thing? Meow. But the participants were not deterred, and they proceeded to hold the roadway until the last blockader was forcibly removed. Kelly and other supporters awaited the arrestees outside the police station, deeply concerned about their co-strugglers inside. Kelly kept picturing the police swinging hammers through the air, thinking about how rattled the arrestees must have been. Regular police proceedings? Yeah, they love violence. But when the blockaders were released, each of them emerged from the police station smiling. The group was not traumatized by their experience, but instead felt powerful and excited about what they had accomplished. They credited the many hours they had spent practicing together, and also thanked Kelly's collective for insisting that so much rehearsal was needed. As they executed the action, the group had felt prepared to face the police, and they had confidence in each other too. Later, at a celebratory dinner, members of both groups shared words of appreciation for one another. This is totally tangentially related, but I remember some thoughts from some things about, I don't remember if it was the videos or it was just a conversation or something I read. Something about not sure how effective just protests and chaining yourself to equipment and whatever stuff is when, what is it, to like get yourself in the public eye and whatever. But that thing, what was it, that video about Just Stop Oil by British guy on YouTube. It was Tom Nicholas video. What is it? If you do these things, they're, what is it, and then the police have to show up, you're wasting police time? Making them divert resources? I guess this is doing something. What is it, like, what is it, not overload, whatever. Or was it overwork the police system so they can't do their other things as effectively? Yeah. Let's see. Later, at a celebratory dinner, members of both groups shared words of appreciation for one another. As she enjoyed that moment and a piece of homemade cake, Kelly was aware that all of this, the trainings, the blockade, the dinner, and the solidarity, could have been derailed by a dramatic exchange weeks earlier if she or her team had responded differently to the question, "Where are the men?" A different reaction would have been justified because the comment was not acceptable, but in that moment, Kelly and her team were not looking to be justified. They were looking to build a blockade with people who were fighting gentrification. If the exchange had occurred a couple of years earlier, Kelly might have responded in a less constructive manner, but, like Ali Wayne, she had been trying to develop a new practice of patience and to rein in reactions that might obstruct her work. In that sense, her joking pivot was a big win. There's no formula for moving from a problematic comment to a celebratory dinner where people announce their mutual respect and appreciation, and such happy endings will not always occur. But such outcomes are possible, and do sometimes happen when people grapple with their differences long enough to develop mutual respect and understanding. Even if we never get to that celebratory dinner, or develop a sense of mutual respect and understanding, or even come to like the people we're working with, we can still build power with them. In many cases, we must. After all, the whole world is at stake. We must ask ourselves, how much discomfort is the whole world worth? Meow, my meow. On chapter 10. It's not the final chapter, well, it's technically the final chapter, but there's 2 conclusions and afterward and 2 appendixes afterwards, which I want to read too. So, let's see, this is page 157, and that's on page 188. Oh wait, actually I have to go to the end of 88, so 190, okay. Avoiding burnout and going the distance. For organizers, burnout is a stubborn enemy. In our struggles for justice, people's lives and liberty are forever at stake, and the urgency of our movements can become all-consuming. Countless organizers have worked themselves to the point of collapse, sometimes destroying their health and compromising their material well-being. But what activists call burnout is rarely characterized by exhaustion alone. If people experiencing burnout were simply exhausted and nothing more, they could sleep for 8 hours and be back fresh. I mean, they could likely rest away the problem. But for activists, burnout often describes a deeper issue, a profound exhaustion paired with an injury to our dignity, our sense of belonging, or a violation of our boundaries. As Dean Spade told Kelly on Movement Memos, burnout usually means I went way past my boundaries, or I deeply believed I wasn't good enough unless I did more than I could do. People experiencing burnout may feel unappreciated, betrayed, exploited, blamed, or as though they no longer belong, in addition to feeling physically and emotionally depleted. Too often, burnout marks the end of an organizer's work, as many depart our movements resentful, weary, or even in despair. This cycle of self-destruction weakens our movements, but it also flies in the face of what we are fighting for, a world where people are not treated as disposable or ground down in the name of their productivity. These destructive dynamics are perpetuated in part by a culture of martyrdom embedded in movement work. The idea that we should be willing to die for what we believe in resonates with many organizers and lends itself to the notion that we should be willing to work ourselves to death. This can lead us to make commitments that exceed our capacity. We know that movement work can endanger our lives, but if we also believe that human lives have value outside of capitalism and structures of productivity, we must value our own. We must preserve our health and well-being. So, how can we reconcile the urgency of our work as we operate with too few people and square off with intractable enemies with preserving our health and well-being? People who commit themselves to justice work should not see their lives ruined or shortened because they chose to fight for a better world. Such losses are themselves a form of injustice. We must also understand that when we lose activists and organizers to burnout, our movements suffer. We do not simply lose their labor. We also lose knowledge and experience, hard-fought bonds of solidarity, and people who model what the world should be. As we struggle to balance our lives with what the work demands of us, we must ask ourselves whether the manner in which we organize reflects the world we want to build. The two of us have learned that care must be a community practice, and further, that our personal care practices may require discipline. Sometimes we must apply the same level of effort and focus that we bring to our projects and campaigns to the maintenance of our health and well-being. Like many of you, we sometimes push our limits and exhaust ourselves, but we also endeavor to make space for rest, learning, and joy, because we know that without those things, we will not endure as people or in this work. As organizers, we do not want to inspire a culture of martyrdom or self-destruction. We believe in a culture of care, where people who engage in struggle are more supported than they otherwise would be, not less. If we exempt ourselves from that vision, we cannot model or rehearse it in the world. We also believe that developing group practices around conflict resolution and cultivating belonging can help to mitigate some of the issues that can lead to burnout. Still, the balance is a struggle. In this section, we talk with several organizers whose thoughts and experiences have helped us better understand what it means to sustain movements, while also sustaining our own well-being. Be part of the future you're fighting for. Sharon Lungo is an Indigenous organizer, mother, facilitator, trainer, and founding member of the Indigenous Peoples Power Project, IP3. Lungo is also the former executive director of the Ruckus Society and has been an international nonviolent direct action trainer and practitioner since 2001. When we talked with Lungo in summer 2020, we asked what advice she wished she had been given as a young organizer. She told us, "I wish that people would have been more staunch in reminding me that I get to prioritize myself at times, that I get to center myself in my own well-being, in addition to everything that I can give to the movement." Lungo told us, "I feel like I wore this work as an identity for a long time, and it was the thing that I was. And stepping outside of that meant that I wasn't supporting my people or supporting the earth, that I wasn't doing my job for humanity when I was capable, and had gifts that would support this movement and support our people." The feelings of guilt and obligation that Lungo described are common among heavily engaged organizers and activists. Movement work defined Lungo's life for over 2 decades. She coordinated countless protests and facilitated nonviolent direct action trainings for thousands of activists, including many who became trainers themselves. But while her work was rich, Lungo deprived herself of many comforts. "I wish that more people had reminded me that it was okay to give myself things and take pleasure in things and allow myself certain luxuries, and that it wasn't just about sacrificing my youth and all the energy that I had," Lungo said. After devoting over a quarter of a century to movement work, Lungo wishes she had prioritized other ambitions and her mental health alongside her organizing and not allowed justice work to serve as an eclipsing force in her life. "I should have taken more opportunities to learn, to find a mentor, and indulge in learning things that weren't necessarily in service of the movement, skills or crafts that I found interesting but didn't take time for because I told myself I needed to give 100% to my work." Looking back, Lungo believes she should not have settled for living on couches and ridiculous wages while the white folks around me took big vacations. I should have given myself permission to love myself by saying no to things. Excuse me. Some of our movement cultures exacerbate this problem. While organizing work often involves sacrifice, such sacrifices are not evenly distributed. Most communities have stalwart organizers who will work through the night to make sure an important event happens or that a deadline gets met. The personal sacrifices of those organizers are rarely acknowledged, just as their labor is generally assumed rather than supported or reinforced. In this way, committed organizers often carry the weight of knowing they are both a strength and a potential vulnerability to their cause, since their sudden absence or removal could bring important work to a halt. Too often, organizations that have the resources to lighten the workload of such organizers, or to offer volunteers compensation for particularly grueling projects, instead treat such people as assets to be exploited. Many Black, Indigenous, and women and trans people of color also experience what Leah Lakshmi Pyepsna Samarasinha has termed hyper-accountability, where, in addition to performing a disproportionate amount of labor for a cause, a person, usually a marginalized person, is expected to respond immediately and flawlessly to any and all claims that their work or behavior is somehow lacking or problematic. These dynamics can become draining and destructive to a person's physical, financial, and emotional well-being. For a long time, Lungo felt she must simply endure these blows until the bitter end. "I kind of saw myself as disposable and thought, this is it, I'm gonna do the work, and then one day I'm just gonna implode because it's been too much, or I'm gonna fall off a cliff and it'll be done," Lungo said. In her 40s, Lungo experienced a profound level of burnout and faced a reckoning. Was she truly disposable, or was she deserving of care, healing, and recovery? After years of self-neglect, Lungo chose to heal. I gave myself permission to go to therapy, to get massages and other treatments that support my body, to sleep in hotel beds instead of on couches, and to not feel bad about not going to every march or rally, she said. As she began to care for herself, Lungo realized that in... I don't understand. Hello, Logabi. I'm reading a book right now about activist organizing. About relationship building and oh, I don't know. I think I would have an easier time summarizing this if it was like the third time I read it or something. It's hot tips for organizers, TMTM. Where was it? I mean, I guess it could be true if the things you're adding together are fish. Two fish plus two fish is also fish, but you have a... whatever. I know it is. It's a heart-shaped window. Okay, Okay. As she began to care for herself, Lungo realized that in treating herself as disposable, she had failed to envision herself and the future she had been striving to create. The consequences are personal, but they are also strategic, she told us. By failing to imagine her place in the world she was fighting for, Lungo impeded her ability to fully envision that world. I think it limited my ability to think strategically and also to have hope. Hopelessness is not a good place to be, and it's not a good place to come from when you're trying to do this work. Preparation is preservation. Lungo also emphasized the importance of understanding that movement work is a life journey, and that things happen slowly over time. Such pacing can be difficult to reconcile for people who are mobilized during highly energetic moments, or who organize around local or global emergencies. However, we often carry the energy of high-intensity moments into our everyday organizing work, convinced that we must always operate in crisis mode. I was so politicized by spaces like the World Trade Organization meetings in 1999, and to see this amazing, huge burst of energy in people and to be part of these monumental moments, Lungo said. But I feel like we chase those things around then for the rest of our activist lives. We're trying to recreate these giant surges in energy. We must understand that surges cannot structure our whole organizing lives. For the most part, transformation is slow work, and as such, we must find ways to sustain it for the long haul. Real change, real development, real growth, real organizing happens slowly, Lungo said. It happens over time. It happens on the day-to-day, and encouraging each other to find the balance between these big bursts and moments. Lungo finds this lesson especially relevant in her greatest area of expertise, direct action. From sit-ins to shutdowns and beyond, direct actions serve as interventions and moments of social confrontation in pursuit of political reckonings or social transformations. We're looking to create these bursts of energy, these big moments that will catalyze something larger, that will initiate movement or change in our opponents, and get them to the table, or whatever it is that we want to do, she said. But in reality, no direct action will magically transport a movement to its end goal. Instead, Lungo said, it's kind of a staircase, as we say in IP3. It's like you make a jump to the next stair, but there's all this work that you have to do in order to get to the next level. Wow, it's getting a little rough. Oh, just lots of words from the throat. Soreness, just a little bit. I took a couple sips If you could stop soon, it's been 5 hours. Oh, but I am so close to defeating Big Chungus. Probably. I'm on the last official chapter, and then there's 2 conclusions, and then there's an I don't know. Maybe I won't read all of the extras. Yeah, I don't know. Like these 2, let's see, we're on page 160 right now. 2 appendixes here. Appendix A, navigating police use of chemical weapons. Appendix B, attorney's note. These are about like practical advice on not getting blinded by tear gas and what happens when the police show up to your building and you don't want to get arrested. So those are like more just practical stuff. I skimmed over them last night. Or not last night, was it? Last stream? I don't remember. Okay. Lungo warned that a thirst for something big or monumental that would move and shake people in big ways can inhibit an activist's ability to pace their work, which can lead to both burnout and strategic failure. We actually don't need to move everyone all at once, she explained. We need to move a smaller portion of people than we actually think, to initiate major shifts in political thought and action. The shift and change, it takes time. Lungo noted that smaller actions and the everyday work that you do with each other and other humans is as important as creating big giant marches or beautiful actions or big takeovers. Many activists are frustrated that they cannot manufacture the kind of energy that Lungo characterizes as organic, such as spontaneous uprisings stemming from specific atrocities or disasters. Rather than relentlessly attempting to force a mass activation in the absence of momentum, Lungo hopes more organizers will use less energetic moments to cultivate skills that will help them move strategically and cope with pressure and trauma in higher intensity moments. They mentioned the spontaneous uprisings, then those are usually not people that are gonna be part of a long, the long run part of a movement? Something. Building socialism is a slow and grueling process. Grills you with mine, yeah, that's why it hasn't been completed yet. No, He told us, taking the time to learn and to study and to grow your skills is as important as getting off your ass when shit is happening and heading to the streets. Building with each other in the off-season, building in the spaciousness of that time to have conversations about history and strategy, asking, what if we tried this? And exploring all of the different scenarios and being able to do that in a moment where you can breathe and you can think and you can take care of yourself spiritually and emotionally and factor in all the trauma that comes with your body and your life. In those moments, we can stop and expand our practice and have a larger view of things. Creating space for exploration outside of high-pressure moments allows organizers to develop a deeper understanding of the strategies, tactics, and histories that inform their work and to build stronger relationships. Burnout doesn't just cause people to leave movements. It can also have lasting emotional and physical impacts. How many of our people have we lost due to mental health struggles, or just the trauma of being out on the streets in shitty moments? Lungo asked. She urges us to ask ourselves how we are recognizing that reality and shaping our movements to respond to it. That is as important as driving ahead with your campaign, or continuing to get the signatures, or doing the work for the next thing, Lungo told us. Stopping and giving yourself that space to converse, to learn, to explore, to try the things on that you've been wanting to do, to test your body's reaction to somebody being up in your face, to test your own personal sense of fear, in horrible moments or when weapons come out. To really get to know and understand yourself in situations that could potentially be hard, so that when you're in those moments, we can support each other in navigating to a better place. Solidarity and getting in the game. What does it mean to support each other and take care of ourselves during urgent times? Ajaris Dixon, the New York-based organizer and founder of Vision Change Win, notes that merely prescribing rest or self-care does not reduce the stress level of an organizer who knows a particular set of tasks must be completed in order to seize a political opportunity or support a community in need. Oh my god, me when the commissions are waiting for me to finish them? No time to play PlayStation 2? Okay. As Dixon said, we can't go hard all the time, but sometimes we have to go hard, and that's just the reality of the task or the fight. When the stakes are high, it can be difficult for an organizer to rest, when pausing means the work simply will not happen. Dixon said, "The best way for me to feel cared for when I feel like we're in these David and Goliath fights, and my friends know this about me, is that they've got to fucking get in the game with me." We do not all have the same skill sets or capacity for risk, but getting in the game to take pressure off of organizers can take many shapes. To get in the game with me can mean asking, "Hey, Ajaris, are you eating? Can I send you food? Hey, how do I take something off your plate?" Not, "You should slow down, but I see what you're doing and what we're up against. How do we do that together?" Dixon believes in care strategies that involve assessing conditions, making sure... Made me think of Snacko for some reason. Snacko sending people food? Okay. Okay. Dixon believes in care strategies that involve assessing conditions and making sure organizers are not going it alone. "I think the best way to burn out an organizer is to leave them alone," she says. Dixon described a period of her anti-violence work. Every time she tried to take a break, a murder would occur, and she would feel pulled toward rapid response organizing to support victims' loved ones. She felt that if she went on vacation, she'd be abandoning a family that needed her. However, one of her co-strugglers suggested a path forward. "I had a coworker say, 'Well, why don't we all get trained up on rapid response around a murder, so then we have a whole crew of us,'" Dixon said. She continued. Yeah. "I think the best way to do collaborative and collective care is to ask, how are we backing each other up? How are we encouraging each other to take the breaks we need, but not making ourselves make impossible choices? How do we make sure the goals of our work are covered so that nobody has to burn themselves out because they're politically committed? Are we making sure that every role has multiple people in that role? How do we create more of our work in teams?" Relief teams and mechanisms can be created at the group or organizational level, around particular organizing tasks or roles, or at the personal level, when an organizer, stretched thin, needs help with basic life tasks like cooking, childcare, or picking up groceries. Organizing work can be done in shifts, so that people have time to take breaks and take care of themselves and those they care for. These mechanisms and formations will vary in shape across communities and between organizing models, but their core function is essential: to treat organizers as human beings whose lives will sometimes interrupt their labor, rather as batteries to be drained. How do we create more of our work with the idea that any of us may need to take a pause at any point in time, Dixon asked. Rather than grounding self-care in individualism, it's really about building structures for collective and collaborative care that also doesn't leave anyone behind. To create sustainable movements, we must view relief structures, mechanisms, and agreements as essential to the architecture of our movement work. We don't just need rest, we also need rejuvenation. Organizing never felt like a choice to Morningstar Gali. "I was raised within it," she told us. "I was born at the AIM Aim for Freedom Survival School. I didn't have a choice to say no, and I'm okay with that." Gali, the longtime native organizer and a member of the Ajumawi band of the Pitch River Nation, has coordinated annual thank-staking gatherings at Alcatraz for over 12 years. Gali was born at a time when Native people were rising up. The commitment and sacrifice of the organizers helped her understand that in matters of justice, we all have a responsibility individually and collectively. But as an organizer who has navigated environmental devastation, the impacts of the opioid crisis, MMIW and MMIR work, and more, that was missing or murdered Indigenous women / relatives, and more, Gali is no stranger to burnout. She told us that balance and reciprocity are crucial to sustainable organizing. To understand what we owe to the earth and what we owe each other, we must recognize our place within a larger webwork of interdependent life. We all have a responsibility to care for our communities and care for the earth. And again, it is that reciprocal relationship, and it's part of how we're in balance with ourselves, in balance with our communities, in balance with our tribal communities, and that's how it was historically. We all had a place, and we all had a role within our tribal villages. It's just fulfilling that little part that you can do to help take care of one another. Embracing interdependency and rejecting individualism can help us develop sustainable practices of balance in our organizing. At the same time, we must take seriously the daily personal practices that can nurture our well-being and that can easily become compromised amid a heated struggle or campaign. I think rest is a big one, Gally told us. None of us get enough rest. To resist exhaustion, Gally has started going to bed as early as 8 p.m. and just shutting my phone off. Not sleeping enough. She has a daily practice of prayer and meditation and greeting the sun as soon as I'm up. Gally believes daily rituals are important. There's a medicine that I'll boil for the day, she told us. I'll throw in some cedar and some orange or lemon slices from our trees in the backyard, some wormwood, not only for our internal respiratory health, but also to clear the air and try to reset in that sense. Hello, Trip. Welcome to here. Welcome to Chapter 10. However, rest alone will not sustain us or our movements. Not only do we need rest, we also need rejuvenation, Gally said. In her own pursuit of rejuvenation, Gally turns to the wisdom of movement elders. Our elders talk a lot about, in our fight to protect sacred places, in our fight for clean water, for clean air for the land, we need to go to it. We need to go to those places. I think we don't make it down as often as we'd like to, of course, but when I was living back home under tribal lands, it was an everyday practice of just being at the creek, or being at the water, just putting my feet in the creek. Sometimes Gally would make her way to the creek on her lunch break. Just that little bit of rejuvenation and being back in touch with the land and water was enough to sustain her, she told us. Gally acknowledged that our responsibilities and life circumstances can get in the way of such excursions, but she emphasized the need to find rejuvenation when and where we can. She no longer lives near the creek she used to dip her feet in daily, but when she can, she packs up her family and heads for the water. I bring our family dog and bring the kids and go down to the water and just make some offerings there. Put our prayers down to give whatever heaviness that we're carrying from that day, just being able to give it away in that sense and not hold on to it. Is there a place that makes you feel whole or revived in some way? How often are you able to inhabit that space? If that place is inaccessible, what ritual or experience brings you closest to it? What practices or experiences help you experience a sense of renewal? Are these practices an ongoing part of your life? Enjoy life. Ali Wayne remembers the days when he would feel guilty about missing any meeting or rally, as though his presence were always essential and any failure to show up was a failure of solidarity. Oh my god, that's me. No, looking back, he realizes there's actually something slightly egotistical about thinking that you have to be at that rally, like you are the one person whose presence is going to make the difference. Ali said that when organizers start to understand movements in terms of roles and labor that can be shared among people who cycle in and out, they can develop a more sustainable flow. After so many years in the work, Ali is unapologetic about taking the time he needs to rest and be well. If I decide, you know what, I'm going to take 2 or 3 months to just relax, I'm going to do that. And if one day I decided, you know what, from this day on, Ali Wayne is going to focus his life on interpretive dance, I'll do that. I'm serious. I know based on my life's trajectory that abolitionist work is probably going to be part of my life for as long as I can think. But if I have some kind of epiphany and I decide to do something else, I don't have to be an activist. Wayne emphasized the importance of living fully and making time for the people and activities we enjoy outside of organizing. I want to spend some of my time creating community and transforming society and all of those things, but I also want to spend some time just hanging out with friends, watching TV, playing guitar, he says. I've been playing guitar more these days, just enjoying the process. And I think I didn't give myself as much permission to do that when I was younger. And that's the number one thing I would tell my younger self is just, it's okay, enjoy yourself, and enjoy life as well, because we're here for a very short time. Ooh. Respect your season. Organizers are not machines. We are living beings who experience stages of energetic growth, periods of exhaustion, and various stages of healing, reconfiguration, and renewal. The same is true of movements and communities. However, under capitalism, our value is measured in terms of our productivity. When our capacity wanes due to illness, exhaustion, or duress, workers are largely expected to remain productive anyway, and to continue to contribute to the economy. Me when I was a... This is a little bit silly, but me when I was a kid and my parents would still send me to school and I had a cold. Ouch. It's okay, I guess, I just make everyone else sick. Ouch. Crackpot. When we fail to do so, we are viewed as less valuable and made to feel inadequate or even burdensome, and we are at risk of disposal. It is unsurprising that this mentality manifests itself in our movement work, but the idea that we must remain productive at all costs leads to frustration, resentment, burnout, and collapse. The Aney Institute, which offers political education grounded in indigenous principles of reciprocity, reminds us that movements, organizations, and organizers all experience seasons. As Aney Institute organizer Carlos Saavedra told Kelly on Movement Memos, I think sometimes what is missing from this leadership conversation is that leadership has, in some ways, ebbs and flows. There are times where you can respond, and there's times where you cannot respond as much. And we believe that actually at the institute I'm part of, at Aney, that leadership in some ways goes through cycles. A good metaphor, I think, that could ground us in that is a metaphor of seasons, or seasonality, meaning that there's a time where a leadership is going through a winter period, meaning it's going through a period of hibernation where you are trying to rejuvenate yourself, rejuvenate your body, your emotions, your capacity, and also have a breakthrough, an insight that could allow you to then have maybe a spring in your leadership where you're maybe opening up, you're doing more things, you feel very energetic, potentially maybe going through a summer in your leadership where it's go, go, go energy, let's go, let's move around as quick as we can. There's so much energy. And then hopefully a time of fall where we're reaping the rewards of the work that we've done and preparing for another cycle of winter. The metaphorical spring is a time of growth. The capacity to educate and organize new people is ramped up, relationships are expanded, and new coalitions are built. Summer, in this metaphor, is a time of consistent action, when energy is high and victories are potentially claimed. Fall is a time of harvest, when movements have achieved victories or endured losses. In fall, projects and coalitions may break down or sunset as the pace of work slows, allowing organizers time to reflect, share stories, and uplift the labor of the previous season. The metaphorical winter is the most difficult season for many organizers, because we have been conditioned to view less energetic periods of organizing as times of failure. I believe that individuals, organizations, and social movements go through seasons through this metaphor of seasonality, Saavedra told Kelly. I believe one of the main reasons why it's so difficult for us to be in a rhythm of seasons nowadays is because of the nature of the global system that we're in, that is highly, extremely productivist, which is capitalism. Saavedra explained that capitalism creates this expectation of what we call the eternal summer, and this expectation that everyone should be in the eternal summer all the time. Saavedra also pointed out that we have been conditioned to zero in on people's productivity as a point of interest by asking what they do or what they are working on. There is even a stigma to burning out, or not having that capacity to keep producing, he added, noting that this is exacerbated by not taking a long-view perspective that recognizes how social movements operate in cycles of 5 to 15 years. Some activists are averse to slowing down and embracing periods of introspection and renewal. Saavedra refers to this aversion to or fear of taking winters as winter phobia, explaining that some people are scared of taking winters. They're scared of going within, or maybe to deal with the pain of previous seasons to be able to then regenerate. And so, people sometimes are stuck. They know that the eternal summer is bad, but they're afraid of going into a time within. Rather than operating at a breakneck pace until we crash and burn, respecting our seasons allows us to cultivate and build meaningful connections and projects throughout each cycle. As Saavedra told us, in order for us to be effective, meaning doing the right thing at the right time, we must recognize which season we are in, honor it, and most importantly, protect it. While experiencing winter on a personal level, some organizers may step back from movement work entirely. This can be the result of a major life change, such as an illness, the arrival of a new child, moving to a different city, caring for a loved one, or some other development. It can also be the result of burnout, exhaustion, or simply being fed up with the challenges of social justice work. For whatever reason, many people step back for long stretches, but ultimately return to the work of organizing. So if it has been a long time, but you are feeling called to return, perhaps spring has come. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna need to use the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back. Oh, it's time for the 30-second ad. The rare spawn. Oh. Yeah, I scratched my middle finger at some point. Right behind the fingernail? I don't know how I did that. Maybe it was cat. I blame cat. Richard Beast. Okay. Knowing when to let go of a project. Sometimes when we feel burned out or confused about how to move forward with our group, maybe because our project, container, or organization has simply run its course. It's important to understand that deciding it's Radicalize is you cutely, or oh, thanks for welcome back. You know, it's important to understand that deciding it's time to end something we have created is not a mark of failure. The groups and projects that we have sunsetted or intentionally concluded were meaningful and generative. Due to evolving conditions, those projects were no longer the best container or group for the work participants wanted to do. Sometimes this happens because people's aims or intentions simply outgrow the container they have created. This can be a good thing. They moved on from being abolitionists to being communists. Silly. When the two of us organized with the Chicago-based Police Abolitionist Project, We Charged Genocide, a number of working groups were formed within the broader organization. These groups developed efforts that endured long after WCG itself ended. For example, Kelly's collective, Lifted Voices, would not exist without the WCG Radical Ed Working Group, which focused on the kind of abolitionist, direct action and movement education work that Lifted Voices would ultimately take up. Multiple founders of the Lifted Voices Collective brought the lessons of their projects with the Radical Ed Working Group and WCG to the table as they devised new direct action curriculums. Lifted Voices would subsequently train thousands of people in direct action in Chicago and around the country. Sometimes we must release a current project in order to pursue new visions. Many of the people involved with We Charge Genocide have gone on to create projects that have done essential work, such as Assata's Daughters, the grassroots collective of radical black women and girls whose early founders include Paige May, Kyra Lee Connor, and other former members of WCG. If they're doing generative work together, people often grow in a variety of directions. We should appreciate the beauty of that growth. WCG's original purpose was to send a delegation of black youth to the United Nations to present a shadow report on the violence of Chicago's police. In addition to successfully challenging the UN to call out the violence of Chicago police, WCG contributed meaningfully to the Reparations Now campaign, which was seeking reparations for police-perpetrated torture and played an important role in a historic period of mobilization in Chicago. It launched art projects and research efforts, built relationships, and made new formations possible. Unlike many groups that are now defunct, WCG was not in turmoil due to internal conflict, nor was it suffering from waning participation. But in the months after the delegation went to the UN, we engaged in soul-searching conversations about whether we had done what we had set out to do within that particular container, and ultimately agreed that we had. For some people, it was hard to say goodbye to what we had built together, but most of us would continue to be part of the same organizing community, and the bonds we built through WCG would stretch across the city and the country as we built and joined new projects. As Chicago-based healing justice organizer Tanuja Jagernoth, Tanuja Jagernoth told Kelly on Movement Memos, it can be helpful to think of the groups and containers we create as having life cycles. I do think of the things we create as living things, Jagernoth said. She noted that this idea of a life cycle can be important, not only in terms of the care with which we bring our projects into the world, but also in terms of how we let them go. If we do decide to hold on to the idea that our projects and our formations are alive, we can also hold space for the idea that all things that are alive do die, Jagernoth said. And the most beautiful thing you can do when something is dying is to allow it to pass on with as much dignity and grace as possible, honoring it in all of its complexity. We have learned that letting go can be a beautiful thing, honoring what a group or project has accomplished and what it has meant to us while preserving its history and, most importantly, carrying its lessons forward can be an emotional process, but not everything in organizing is about fighting tooth and nail. Some moments are about recognizing where we have been, what we have learned, how we have grown, and what we now believe the future demands of us. The end of one project can mean the beginning of new dreams and schemes about how to remake the world. Excuse me. The end of one project can mean the beginning of new dreams and schemes about how to remake the world. We have said many goodbyes in our work, yet the work goes on. And so do we, building, hoping, and creating in concert with other human beings. Ouch. Conclusion time? It's possible. Conclusion. Number 1, by Kelly Hayes. Relationships, Reciprocity, and Struggle. At the start of Chapter 1, Miriam and I described an action where we showed up outside Mayor Rahm Emanuel's house on a freezing winter night. We've made it to the end? Yeah, kind of. Probably. But I did want to read the conclusion stuff, so there's still more. Although I think I will skip the appendixes. Outside Mayor Rahm Emanuel's house on a freezing winter night, carrying a message in lights. It seems fitting that I should find myself in a similar situation as we complete our work on this book. On the second day of Hanukkah in December 2022, I was outside Governor J.B. Pritzker's mansion in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood, singing and protesting with a group of about 20 people, some of whom were holding lighted letters that read "Free Bernina." It was around 25 degrees out, but on this occasion, we were not rushing to secure an image, because while thought had gone into the protest's imagery, this action held a different intention. I had not organized the event, even though I did bring the light boards. Members of Love and Protect, SEDEX Chicago, and others had gathered for a Hanukkah-themed appeal to the governor to grant clemency to Bernina Mata, a 52-year-old criminalized survivor who is the victim of homophobic, racist prosecution. At first, I intended to exempt myself from singing. I turned down a song sheet because singing with my KN95 mask on in those freezing temperatures would cause my glasses to fog up. But ultimately, I could not resist the moment, so I leaned closer to my friend Maya Shenwar to read from her song sheet. That irresistible urge to join in a collective experience, to embrace a fuller sense of connection and communion with those around you because something beautiful is happening, is not attached to every moment of protest or struggle, but we do need those moments to exist. While only about 24 people were in attendance, I considered the event to be a near-perfect action. The protest generated an article in Windy City Times, and our own social media posts and images helped propel a petition for clemency online. The action also created inspiring imagery that would hearten an imprisoned co-struggler, challenge a government official, and bring community members together in a moment of political communion, where our sense of moral certainty and belonging overwhelmed any impulse to justify, tolerate, or cooperate with the system, and made us feel more whole for acting against it together. Our sense of certainty, our sense of connection to each other, to Bernina, and to the cause, were more powerful than the cold or any concern we had about the police vans that were staged nearby. Maya's 4-year-old son, Kai, bopped and sang throughout the event. She had told me at the start of the night that she might have to leave early if Kai felt too cold. I told her I might similarly have to head out early on account of my lower back pain, which often worsens in the cold, but we both stayed the full hour of the event. Like Kai, we were deeply engaged in the moment. I had a feeling that I sometimes get in justice work, one that I am sure some of you can relate to, that I was exactly where I was supposed to be at that moment in time. As I told the participants during my remarks, while we do not all practice the same faith, and some of us have no religious faith at all, we were all bound together in that moment by something sacred. That communion against injustice, that defiant love, that refusal to abandon, our willingness to stand in the cold together, and the ability to find joy in that togetherness despite our discomfort. I was so grateful in that moment, because in our incredibly fractured world, there was a sense of wholeness to be found out there in the cold, in struggle with other human beings. I thanked the organizers, but the words could not do my gratitude justice. My back would, in fact, cramp up later from the cold, but other needs were met that night. The kind that help keep us in the fight when we're hurting, or when we feel the universe has kicked us in the teeth yet again. As volunteers carried the light boards back to our car, Kai asked his mother, "Why are we leaving?" When she explained that it was time to go, Kai yelled out, "Free Bernina," repeatedly, in a jubilant voice, as they headed for their vehicle. Most of us were probably more eager than Kai to get out of the cold. We were moving with the same spirit, the same sense of empowerment and hope that we might see Bernina freed. Will Bernina be freed? As of this writing, I do not know, but I know to be hopeful, because I know that when we set out to challenge injustice, we have barely begun to discover what's possible. As Miriam mentioned in this book's introduction, she and I have engaged in a lot of defense committee work together. Defense committees or campaigns are grassroots efforts to secure the freedom of a person who has been incarcerated or otherwise targeted for criminalization through community organizing, political pressure, community education, legal and media advocacies, and other strategies. Defense committee organizing is a form of mutual aid that embodies a number of the ideas that we have discussed in this book: resisting state violence, refusing to abandon people, and delegitimizing the carceral state's simplistic conclusions about who is worthy of punishment and who is worthy of life. Miriam and I have worked together to help free survivors like Naomi Freeman, Marissa Alexander, Sherelle Baldwin, Black women who were faced with the prospect of having their futures stolen by the carceral system because they were willing to defend their own lives against abusive partners. It is essential, especially in these times, to understand that under this system, some people are simply expected to die rather than disrupt the order of things. Brescia Meadows was one of those people. In July 2016, 14-year-old Brescia Meadows shot and killed her father in an act of self-defense. Brescia's father had been sexually abusing her since she was 8 years old. He had brutalized Brescia's mother throughout her life and terrorized the family, at times waving a gun at them, which he kept under his pillow at night. Brescia had attempted to escape the violations and brutality of her household by running away and by confiding in teachers, police, and relatives. She did everything that children are told they should do if they experience abuse, but the system would not help Brescia. Real. Channel 7 PBS lied to us. But the system would not help Brescia. When police came to the family's home, they refused to interview Brescia outside the presence of her father. When Brescia's aunt, who was a police officer, tried to keep Brescia in her home for protection, she was told by other She was told by other police that she must return Brescia to her parents. In a fair world, there would have been no thought of punishing Brescia. In a just society, people would have hung their heads in shame, asking how we could have allowed this child to arrive at such a choice. How could we have failed an abused child, one who begged to be saved, so horribly that she would have to do the unthinkable? In a just world, a loving community would have rallied to meet the needs of Brescia's family, to ensure she could access healing, to make whatever changes were necessary to ensure that no child would ever be plunged into a similar hell. But we do not live in that society. In our world, Brescia was charged with murder. The prosecution intended to try her as an adult. Brescia had been robbed of her childhood by her father's cruelty and violence, and now the state was assuming the abuser's role and threatening to steal her future as well. By the time Brescia was arrested, Miriam and I had worked on a number of defense committees and campaigns, and we had a community of friends and co-strugglers who were familiar with and enthusiastic about this kind of work. So when a friend sent an email to a number of like-minded organizers asking if we were familiar with the case, an ad hoc defense committee quickly took shape. We connected with Brescia's family and organizers on the ground in Ohio, while coordinating decentralized awareness efforts around the country. Groups like Survived and Punished, Project NIA, Love and Protect, Moms United Against Violence and Mass Incarceration, and my collective Lifted Voices planned teach-ins and staged direct actions and social media storms. We wrote op-eds and held rallies, sometimes gathering people outside the juvenile detention center in Chicago, in order to draw connections between the violence of Brescia's incarceration and the incarceration of children from our own communities. We also rallied people to send postcards and letters to Brescia, and circulated a petition demanding that the charges against her be dropped. Thanks largely to our efforts on social media, the campaign drew national and international attention. Brescia's mental health was deteriorating over the course of her incarceration, and eventually she was placed on suicide watch. We quickly ramped up our efforts, urging supporters to send Brescia notes of love and support. She would later tell me that the letters and postcards people sent helped her carry on, even on days when she could barely read them or remember what she had just read. I was so confused and full of so much hurt, she told me. I went from one situation that seemed like it would never end, and there was no way out, to another situation that felt like it would never end, and there was no way out. Brescia had begun to think of death as the only way out. Thanks to the postcards and letters, which streamed in so steadily that she was not allowed to access them all, I knew I wasn't alone, even though I was. There were people fighting for me and waiting for me. No one had intervened to save her from her father, but her new abuser, the carceral state, was being fought. There were people trying to defend her and trying to save her life. It was as though, after years of reaching out for help without anyone grabbing her hand, people were finally reaching back. There were walls and bars, and in some cases, thousands of miles between Brescia and those people, but their existence and their encouragement gave her strength. In late 2016, under tremendous national and even international pressure, the prosecutor opted to charge Brescia as a juvenile after all. Brescia accepted a plea that led to a period of incarceration in a mental health facility. The defense committee raised funds so she could spend those months in the facility of her choosing, rather than a state hospital she had heard horror stories about. On February 4th, 2018, Brescia was finally free from confinement. 2 years? Yeah. Upon getting out, she began to read some of the articles and op-eds that had been written about her case. She also came across a video of an action that was co-organized by my collective, Lifted Voices, and Circles and Ciphers, which is a Chicago-based, hip-hop-infused restorative justice organization led by and for young people impacted by violence. The action was an abolitionist night of art and action, and included local artwork inspired by Brescia's case, new musical performances by Tasha and FM Supreme, and poetry spoken by youth from Circles and Ciphers. Brescia was moved by the video and reached out to thank Lifted Voices for the action. That thank you began a conversation between Brescia and me that would go on for years. I was thrilled to hear from this young person who had become such an important part of my life, even though we had never met. I had written and co-written pieces about Brescia's case, organized direct actions, led teach-ins at local high schools, and worked to raise national awareness around the Free Brescia campaign, but I never actually expected to meet her. After all, I didn't feel that she owed us anything. It was my honor to be part of such an effort, and Brescia having a future outside of a cage was all the reward any of us had dared hope for. But getting to build a relationship with Brescia, to hear her side of things, to laugh at her jokes, to ease her doubts about herself, these were gifts I had not imagined. Eventually, she asked if she could join the Lifted Voices collective. Since joining Lifted Voices, Brescia has attended Project NIA's Youth Abolitionist Institute for Young Organizers and has trained to become an abortion doula. A woman typically without formal obstetric training who is employed to provide guidance and support to a pregnant woman during labor. Physical and emotional support to a patient during their abortion process. Okay. She is passionate about reproductive justice, and after the fall of Roe, was eager to take action to expand abortion access. As I sat with Brescia and another member of my collective one night, eating ice cream and watching the documentary The Janes, I watched Brescia's eyes light up. She was moved and inspired by the story of how these women formed a conspiracy to ensure that pregnant people could access safe abortions, even at the risk of going to prison. We have to help people get abortions, she told me afterward. I know, I told her, and we will. I never imagined, when I agreed that we needed to form a defense committee to help Brescia, that she and I would one day meet and become close. And yet, Brescia and I have hiked through the woods, practiced self-defense moves, and touched waterfalls together. We have comforted each other in moments of fear and doubt, and we have also laughed our asses off. My friendship with Brescia is an everyday reminder that the work of fighting for other people and a better world can bring rewards we never imagined, and those rewards will often come in the form of relationships. In a world that is breaking down our connections, isolating us, and sub-siloing us to death, life-giving relationships are our best hope. The connections that will sustain us will not happen instantly, and some people are heartbroken when a movement space does not provide a sense of family or belonging. But, in my experience, the work of doing justice transforms people, relationships, and the dynamics between people over time. In those transformations, there is a great deal of joy and meaning to be found. I am the person I am today because of the people who chose to build relationships with me along the way. Mentors like Miriam changed my life by inviting me to organize alongside them, valuing my feedback, trusting my creativity, and building with me from a place of mutual care and concern. I know what it's like to go it alone in this brutal world, and today, as a person who has a broad and loving community of activists in my life, I feel deeply for people who are still out there going it alone, believing they're supposed to make it as individuals, and blaming themselves when they falter. We were not meant to survive that way, and it's no surprise when we cannot, in a world that is set against us in so many ways. That is not to say that having a loving community erases all the world's horrors and tragedies. Like many of you, even as I feel called to act against injustice, I also get overwhelmed by the vast terror of it all. Then I look at Brescia, and I remember that we can refuse to leave each other behind. We have that power. I'm writing these words on Christmas in 2022, well after most of the words in this book have been written. I'm writing to you from a moment when people are needlessly freezing to death as another historic storm batters the country. I am writing to you from a moment when people are being forced to remain pregnant and to give birth in 26 states, and where patients are developing sepsis as they wait for doctors to decide their miscarriages have progressed enough for life-saving care to not be considered an abortion. I'm writing to you from a moment when migrants are... Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow, Little Tip Studio. I'm writing to you from a moment when migrants are being shipped between U.S. cities as a form of ideological warfare that the Democrats seem woefully ill-equipped to counter. In this moment, many others are living their lives as though a pandemic is not raging. Because while we cannot seem to develop a lasting immunity to COVID, people can become psychologically immune to the impact of death tolls. Many of us are waging acts of care in response to these crises, but far too many people have embraced the status quo. People tend to justify the systems they depend on, or to deem the functions of those systems inevitable. It's a short-term, palliative reflex with long-term consequences, and a great many people are navigating these times through justification, rationalization, and attempts to replicate what we've often already lost. Yeah, I'm reading. I'm on the, we actually got through all the chapters that are marked as chapters on the conclusion, the first conclusion now, of Let this radicalize you. Perhaps this moment from which I'm writing to you sounds familiar. Maybe it's similar to the moment you're living in. It's also possible that, by the time you're reading these words, things will have gotten much worse in terms of environmental destruction, the impacts of COVID, or the fracturing of our shared reality. I also hold hope for a third possibility, that you're reading this book in a moment of a transformation that exceeds anything I might imagine right now. I have hope you might find this book, and, in some ways, view it as a relic. A time capsule of words from a moment when we were lost and had not yet truly found each other. I have hope that you and I will know a level of solidarity with other human beings that we have yet to experience in my lifetime. I hope you have experienced that level of solidarity with all of the creatures that inhabit this earth, and with the water and the air, because I believe that's what survival looks like. That level of connection and understanding, and a true sense of what's sacred. Above all else, I hope you are free, and that this book is an artifact of struggles that no longer need to be waged. I believe that your picking up this book at such a moment in time is possible, and right now I'm in love with that possibility, along with so many others. One day, hopefully, yeah, maybe, next century? I don't know. That's a pretty short time. No, yeah, it's only been a couple years since this book was written, so. I mean, I don't know. Depending on the time scale chosen, I guess 100 years could be short, but it's also a lot of time for that's a lot of time to leave the earth on fire, you know. However, if you're not that lucky student of history, looking back on these words as echoes of a tragic past, then I have hope that you may be battling for the world we want, or that you may be on the cusp of doing that work. I have hope that you will build reciprocal movements grounded in care and a regard for life on Earth that will cultivate hope and give life greater meaning in these times. I have hope that you will rebel against the continued normalization of mass death, human suffering, and annihilation. I have hope that you will choose to keep feeling the things that are hard to feel, even as people around you may surrender their values. I have hope that you will continue to give a damn, even when it's hard, and that you will fight for each other. Perhaps I'll even see you in the streets. I believe in your creativity and in your potential to cast aside the limitations of individualism, the obsession with notoriety, the illusion that our fates are divided. I believe you can fight and continuously build worlds worth fighting for, even as the worlds we have known collapse all around us. I recently read Rehearsals for Living by Robin Maynard and Leanne Betasamasake Simpson, and I found these words from Simpson especially grounding. Imperialism and ongoing colonialism have been ending worlds for as long as they have been in existence, and indigenous and black peoples have been building worlds and then rebuilding worlds for as long as we have been in existence, relentlessly building worlds through unspeakable violence and loss, building worlds and living in them anyway. Drop my own pray emoji. The work before us is the work of our ancestors and the work of those who will come after. To relentlessly build new worlds, even on the edge of oblivion, and live in them anyway, together. That work, which sounds epic in scope and scale, begins with human connection, human relationships, and reciprocity and struggle. It begins with care. Like our conclusion to... Ouch. This one's by Miriam Kaba. The other one was from Kelly Hayes. What a lovely conclusion. I'm gonna hear the other author's conclusion now. Beyond the doom toward collective action. It can be her. Oh, sorry, I'll do it with the spacing, periods. It can be so terrible here. Sometimes this must be said to begin. If you're feeling discouraged, alienated, or scared at this moment, I want you to know that you're not alone. There are many days when it is difficult to muster the energy to continue to struggle for another world. I wake up in the morning and wonder if anyone actually cares about justice, freedom, and liberation. I question whether another world is possible, given how selfish and reckless some humans can be. I am overwhelmed by the enormity of the work before us. We are living in and through calamitous times. We are bombarded 24/7, it seems, by terrible political, public health, economic, and ecological news. We aren't offered space to process collectively or to grieve all that has been lost. We're living through the perpetual front lash of white supremacy and heteropatriarchy. So we can all be forgiven for not showing up as our best selves. We all need more grace. Many of us are just trying to keep our heads above water. We're all impacted by the storms in some way. Some of us simply have more resources to weather them. No time can be easy if one is living through it, said the great writer James Baldwin. This is a reminder that the present looks different from inside of it. So my invitation as you emerge from reading this book is that you try to look at the current moment from outside of it, that you try for a little distance from the daily slog. Yes, there is bad news, but it's not the only news. I agree with poet and writer Elizabeth Alexander, who, in the wake of the 2016 election, reminded us that there is more than one thing happening at once. So, as bad as this is, it's not the only thing. It's so important to remember this message during difficult times, lest we become despairing. Despair is a thief. It saps your energy, depletes your time, and robs you of your ability to dream. And we need lots of dreamers and doers right now. There are countless stories around the world that can and should buoy our spirits. Stories of kind people doing generous things for years without expecting anything in return. Stories of people who are practicing restorative and transformative justice, often without using those terms. Stories of communities of people coming together across differences to help one person keep their business alive. Stories that remind us that, in the words of South African anti-apartheid writer and organizer Dennis Brutus, somehow tenderness survives. This book that you're reading suggests that an antidote to the relentless drumbeat of doom is strategic and persistent collective action. In the West in particular, individualism is prized and often promoted over collectivity and, most importantly, interdependence. Yet, we will not accomplish anything transformational alone. We won't. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, a courageous and profoundly decent man, passed away in late 2021. Tutu helped to popularize the Zulu concept of Ubuntu as the understanding that a person is a person through other people. He used to say that Ubuntu can best be understood as me, we. I love that term, me, we. He wrote that the solitary, isolated human being is a contradiction in terms. All humanity is interconnected and interdependent. Tutu wrote that the only way we can ever be human is together. The only way we can be free is together. For me, the truth of Tutu's words is made all the clearer by the response to this global COVID pandemic that we've been trying to live through over the past 3 years. From the start, the question was whether we would embody a me-we ethos or a me-me one. I think that we've seen both at play. The outpouring of mutual aid efforts in communities around the world encompasses the me-we, while the hoarding of vaccines by the global north, for example, epitomizes the me-me. Ask yourself whether the global pandemic has increased or diminished your personal sense of Ubuntu. Experiencing the incompetence of... No. I think my mom made some masks in her home while the pandemic was at its peak. I don't remember. Ouch. I guess we can say we got at least +2 Ubuntu points. Experiencing the incompetence of, and in some cases, intentional abandonment by, the intentional abandonment. Remember when that one town, they asked the government to send them personal protective equipment, and then the government sent, or this was a native town, they asked for PPE, and then the government sent in body bags instead, and then they tried to pretend like this was an accident afterward. Oh. Meow. And in some cases, intentional abandonment by our governments, including our local ones, during this pandemic has left many of us feeling despondent, increased our fears, and made us feel like passive consumers of news and information. All of these can fuel a sense of helplessness. All can erode our sense of Ubuntu. Hold on, let me see. See, Native American Health Center got body bags instead of medical supplies. Oh my god, Business Insider wants me to sign up, never mind. Okay. If we pay attention though, we notice that there are people all around us working right now to lessen suffering by taking action in their communities, using the resources that they have gathered. These people have internalized a lesson taught by spiritual teacher Ram Dass. Excuse me. We are all affecting the world every moment, whether we mean to or not. Our actions and states of mind matter, because we are so deeply interconnected with one another. Alongside stories of war, death-making, cruelty, and inhumanity, there are also ones about compassion, kindness, and people acting selflessly. Indeed, those stories help me to refuel and keep me pushing forward. Perhaps they do for you as well. If you feel alienated from the me-we, a good remedy is to plug into local mutual aid efforts and other collectivist projects. Aristotle taught us, we become just by performing just actions, temperate by performing temperate actions, brave by performing brave actions. The key is to take action, however and wherever we can. It is to keep in mind Unitarian, Universalist minister Victoria Safford's admonition that we cannot do this all at once. But every day offers every one of us little invitations for resistance, and you make your own responses. I love the idea of little invitations for resistance. The question before all of us, I think, is, what will we make of this moment in history? One thing I know for sure is that we need to build our action muscles. We need to get outside of ourselves and act, both individually and collectively. An important thing to do when injustices compound is to resist numbness. In order for change and transformation to occur, we must refuse the current order of the world. What does this mean? It doesn't mean repeating the buzz phrase, "this is not normal." It means active refusal to become numb to the horror. The renowned poet, writer, and activist Dion Brand warns, "If I am peaceful in this discomfort, it is not peace, it is getting used to harm." Of course, turning away from the news intermittently is essential for one's well-being. The people I most admire, like organizer Ella Baker, remind us that the tribe increases, the struggle is eternal, somebody else carries on. These touchstones are also honest about their disappointments and doubts. I don't wake up every day feeling prepared to confront oppression and looking forward to struggle. Many days I'm annoyed as hell at my fellow human beings and express this to anyone within the sound of one of my rants. Some days I want to ignore what's happening in the world, stay in bed and watch the Hallmark Channel, so I do. It isn't realistic or sustainable to never take a break from the relentlessness of injustice. The struggle is eternal, but our energies are limited. Still, it's important to stay interested in the stories of people who are suffering under the current regime. To turn away from that suffering is tacit complicity with current systems of violence. It is getting used to harm. Once again, here we can learn from Desmond Tutu, who said, "When we look squarely at injustice and get involved, we actually feel less pain, not more, because we overcome the gnawing guilt and despair that festers under our numbness. We clean the wound, our own and others, and it can finally heal. So how will you, lessen suffering where you are?" There are times when I feel overwhelmed about what to do, where to start. The problems seem so big and so intractable. In those times, I ask myself a set of questions that serve as guideposts and help to ground me. Number 1, what resources exist so I can better educate myself? 2, who's already doing work around this injustice? 3, do I have the capacity to offer concrete support and help to them? 4, how can I be constructive? I shared these questions on Twitter a few years ago, and it is still my pinned tweet. I've heard from others that they find them helpful. You're not needed everywhere, but we are all needed somewhere. It's important to find your somewhere and plant yourself there. There are other things you can do as you answer the question of how you will lessen suffering today. The first step is to refuse to accept that nothing can be done and that nothing will or can change. Don't be cynical. Sincerity is a virtue. I'm a fan of uncynical people who don't justify their inaction by suggesting that nothing will change. If you are faltering at internalizing the fact that change is constant, find others to remind you. In fact, everything is changing all of the time. We must remember the teachings of visionary world builder Octavia Butler, who wrote in Parable of the Sower, "All that you touch, you change. All that you change, changes you. The only lasting truth is change." So, how do we make change happen? You as an individual are only a tiny pebble in a vast sea. We can personally make ripples, but it takes collective action to make waves. It may be unfashionable or too earnest to say. The reality is that each of us bringing our pebbles to the lake and throwing them in is what it takes to make change. I think the image of an endless line of us throwing our pebbles into the lake is beautiful, a necessary act taken together. Of course, collective action is not the only ingredient to make transformative change. We also need sound strategy and resources, and we need radical imagination. Radical imagination is essential to organizing, and also important to me because the horizon that I'm working toward is a world I have never seen, a world without policing, imprisonment, or surveillance. As my friend, writer, artist, and scholar Eve Ewing says, in order to create pathways toward that which we have never seen, we have to lead with imagination. All of the most important and impactful social transformations happened because people fought and struggled for things they had never seen. My comrade and fellow organizer, B. Lowe, posted something on his Facebook page at the end of 2021 that I found to be a useful reminder of what can happen when we combine collective action with radical imagination. As we prepare for more waves of bad news, I'm remembering that there is always a next right thing to do, that I am never alone in my despair, and that when we come together, we can create new worlds that are kinder and more of what we all deserve. After such a long year filled with so many different forms of loss, I'm remembering organizing is always an option and it works. We all have a role to play in building those new worlds. Determine what the next right step is for you. There is always something that is worth doing. Find your lane and push ahead. Make connections with others. Refuse to acquiesce to despair. Imagine your way forward. There are many ways that things can be different in the world, and we don't know how things will turn out, so we might as well fight like hell for the world we want to inhabit. History teaches us that relatively small groups of people have been responsible for some of the most consequential societal changes. It's usually the minority of the minority that engages in struggle in any historical moment. This is reassuring because it means that we don't have to convince everyone in order to attain critical goals. It leaves room for surprise. If you're reading this book, then you've been chosen to be a helper. You've been enlisted to take constructive action. As playwright Anna DeVere Smith advises, start now, every day, becoming in your actions, your regular actions, what you would like to become in the bigger scheme of things. Though we can't stop all suffering, we can each work to lessen suffering for someone else. My attention is focused on looking for and trying to nurture the things that will lessen suffering. Every day I commit to bringing my imperfect and small actions to the pile. What are those concrete actions for you? Finally, I wake up every single day and decide to practice hope. I do so because this is something that is singularly within my control to do. The social theorist Henry Giraud writes, "Hope expands the space of the possible and becomes a way of recognizing and naming the incomplete nature of the present." For me, hope is not a metaphor, it's a lived practice. It isn't a thing I possess. Rather, I have to remake it daily. I don't have hope, I do hope. It's an active process that I have to regularly commit to. Hope not as an emotion, but as a discipline. Hope for me is grounded in the reality that wondrous things happen alongside and parallel to the terrible, every single day. To paraphrase Rebecca Solnit, hope isn't a substitute for action, it is a basis for it. In Islam, one of the hadiths says, "The Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, said, if the resurrection were established upon one of you while he has in his hand a sapling, then let him plant it." This, for me, is the embodiment of a hope practice. Even if the end times are upon us, we should still plant trees. This is disciplined hope. This is hope in the doing. Hope is action. How will you practice and cultivate hope today? Yeah. I don't know. Should I read the afterword too? I read the foreword, but I'm a little puckered out now. A little bit. Let's see. Let me see how many pages it is. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. It's pretty short. It's only 3 pages. All right. Don't have to if you're tuckered out. Oh, I'm not fully tuckered. I haven't fully folded into my origami position yet, so it's just 3 pages. I'll make it. Ah. Afterward, Movements Make Life. Excuse me, by Harsha Walia. I think that's the editor or something. Okay. Reading Let This Radicalize You on a snowy winter day amid organizing support for migrants affected by the violence of an end-of-year deportation frenzy by Canada Border Services Agency was the balm my heart needed. Mariam frequently reminds us in moments of crisis, let this radicalize you rather than lead you to despair. So I tell myself, every deportation, every detention, every moment of despair creates the terrain for continued struggle and the possibility of future victories. A habitable world without borders and cages, if we do not allow immobilization to seep in. Kelly and Miriam's book is a gem, every page bringing life to Howard Zinn's words. To be hopeful in bad times is not just foolishly romantic. It is based on the fact that human history is a history not only of cruelty, but also of compassion, sacrifice, courage, kindness. What we choose to emphasize in this complex history will determine our lives. If we see only the worst, it destroys our capacity to do something. If we remember those times and places, and there are so many, where people have behaved magnificently, this gives us the energy to act, and at least the possibility of sending this spinning top of a world in a different direction. And if we do act, in however small a way, we don't have to wait for some grand utopian future. The future is an infinite succession of presents, and to live now, as we think human beings should live, in defiance of all that is bad around us, is itself a marvelous victory. Kelly and Miriam have been movement touchstones for many of us, generously modeling what it means to behave magnificently in service to transforming this world. They have been at the center of a dizzying number of crucial projects, leveraging social networks and fundraising resources, freeing people from the clutches of police and prisons, imparting movement lessons, making visible the often unglamorous parts of organizing such as administrative labor, doing political education and practicing mutual aid to grow our imaginations about other ways of living, and nurturing the conditions for organizers to learn and act. Their careful and caring labor enacting the vocabulary of abolition, as well as this book, itself a constellation of wisdom gleaned through their many co-conspirators, are reminders that movements do not happen, movements are made. And in the spirit of Ella Baker, movements are not made through singular heroes, movements are made through our many hearts and hands. This compelling, humbling, essential, and brilliant book by Kelly and Miriam distills 3 key points for me. 1. Organizing is the antidote to despair. Community organizing requires us to move beyond our own circles, to bring in and work alongside those who may not share our life experience or analysis. This is not a simple call for unity, rather, it is working despite and through difference. Artist and organizer Lila Watson famously declared, "If you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together." Or as Kelly and Miriam put it, make connections, not comparisons. Organizing is deeply transformative. It subverts and transforms dominant systems of power. It transforms our imaginations in prefiguring a future beyond our present-day apocalyptic deathscape. It transforms our collective processes by nurturing relationality. And it transforms us as people as we realize our own capacities. Organizing, thus, not only changes the material and social conditions around us, it also changes us in the process. Collective work also You can't get out of here. Collective work also encourages abundant leadership. Abundant leadership is about sharing space and power, as opposed to capitalist competition over space and power. Instead of assuming that only some people are capable of being leaders, or adhering to the notion that no one should be a leader, valuing abundance shifts us toward a different framework. We are all leaders in different ways, and we can all become even more skilled leaders. This necessitates proactive steps to share skills and knowledge. Leadership comes from sustained practices that Kelly and Miriam's book makes visible: facilitating meetings, producing education materials, creating banners and agitprop. That's, was it agitation propaganda? Yeah. Preparing meals, public speaking, organizing childcare, all vital skills that might be our strengths or new skills that we can sharpen. Sharing tasks and skills decentralizes knowledge, ensures a more sustainable division of labor, encourages learning, and strengthens interpersonal bonds as we work on projects together. We are all needed in an ecosystem of struggle. The little organizing childcare bit here, right there. This is a thing I remember seeing mentioned by a guy in a YouTube video. Something. The older activist peoples who have families and stuff, they don't have as much time to go and do that stuff, do the protesting, activist, whatever stuff, because of the kids and like the lack of childcare things. This guy, even though being a leftist, he sent his kiddos to like childcare run by more conservative leaning Christian people because there was nowhere else to really send them for like community thing, for like, you know, low cost community thing. Yeah. Ouch. The cat is here again, dropping fuzzies. Just standing on me again. Okay. Something, need more of that care resources? Meow. Okay. 2. Collective liberation necessitates collective care. Oh my god, it's back. While many of us have our own self-care rituals, few have collective care and conflict resolution skills. Frankly, it is often easier to be dangerous to the state systems that we confront than it is to be tender with each other. Working collectively to nurture care and healing within liberation work is not easy. It challenges us to bring voice to those unnamed hurts and complicated edges that stem from our deepest cracks and interpersonal dynamics that traverse often contradictory layers of power and marginalization. To resist the erosion of empathy that Kelly and Miriam warns about, it behooves us to build movements where we are emancipated rather than alienated or burned out, where we feel supported rather than abandoned as we move through our traumas, and where we generatively challenge each other's behaviors, but learn to do so without hurling daggers or punishing one another. Fostering the spiritual, physical, and mental well-being needed to create community requires intentional space to discuss and practice, a deliberate learning of how to manifest and align ourselves with our abolitionist, decolonial, and anti-capitalist visions, plural, for the world. 3. We need each other. Interdependence and reciprocity are not optional. One of the contradictions of capitalism is that while we are dependent on intricate production processes for our basic needs, we are increasingly atomized and isolated from one another. The COVID pandemic has exposed how ingrained individualism is, and how human worth is based on a racist, gendered, and ableist system of commodification and productivity. In the face of such cruel and callous disposability, it is a radical act to admit that we are made and undone by each other. Ape together, strong. Yeah. Connection is the antithesis of commodification. Those of us who experience an avalanche of violences and cannot rely on the state or market for relief know how much we need and depend on one another to survive and stay safe. Life-affirming communities can rarely be sustained based only on shared political analysis or critique. We need genuine, empathetic, and mutual social relations. Communing and kinship make movements and make life. We write the meaning of life as we live it, Kelly writes. Ruth Wilson Gilmore similarly tells us, Abolition is presence, which means abolition is life in rehearsal, not a recitation of rules, much less a relentless lament. The world-building teachings weaved throughout this book are a compass for a life in rehearsal. The rest is up to us, together. Yeah. Oh. What? Lol wait together? Yeah. I'm not actually gonna read the whole thing out, but looks like they have a URL here. Really fucked up in see. Given that this book discusses protests, navigating police use of chemical weapons. The book discusses protest situations in which police deploy chemical weapons. We want to provide some basic information about how to navigate and respond to such onslaughts. Following info and advice is reprinted with permission from Vision Change Winds resource Get Information, a community safety toolkit, written by Yalini Dream, Jairus Dixon, Shay Johnson Long, Crystal Portalatin, and Aang Hadwin, with contributions by Lindsay Charles. The full toolkit can be found at URL. Okay, I guess I'll just have to click on it. There we go. Unable to connect. Never mind, lol. I guess I'll die. Let's see. Let me just look it up. Let's see. Vision change when. Okay, here it is. It's different about that URL. Uploads 2020-07. That's weird. Let me try it one more time. The one from the book. Is it because of the www? That doesn't make any sense. Vision change when? I don't know. Oh, there's a dash in uploads. What the heck? There's a dash right there. Ouch. Okay. This is 39 pages long. I'm not gonna read it out loud, but oh my god, the coloration, I forgot. Let's see here. Okay. Resources for navigating multiple pandemics. Security and safety resources for these times and beyond. Oh, let's see. During uprisings and COVID-19, dual protections from COVID-19 and RCAs. Riot control agents. Okay. Navigating tear gas, pepper spray, and other RCAs. Da-da-da. Verbal de-escalation tips, security teams for actions, demonstration, and events. Planning your event action grid, security roles, vetting security teams. Organizational safety planning, da-da-da. Okay. Yeah. Do not panic. Rapid breathing, increase the... Protect your airway and lungs. Move with clarity. Do not run before assessing which direction is the safest for you to move. Running without clarity causes falls, collision, and trample. Assess direction. Identify the direction of grenade. Do not crouch. Tear gases are heavier than air, so the highest concentrations are lowered to the ground. Redirecting a canister. Canister will become very hot. If you're wearing heat resistance gloves, reheat resistance gloves, you can pick it up and move it away from where processors are gathered. Do not touch or rub your eyes or face. Do not touch exposed clothing. Chemicals will infuse clothing for many months. Chemical exposure aftercare. Blow your nose, rinse your mouth, cough and spit. Try not to swallow. Coughing containing infectious droplets. Coughing into a tissue, move away from others. And then blow onto eyes and face for rinsing or flushing eyes. Tear gases are composed of solid particles, many of which can be blown or shaken away when dry. Stretch out and wave limbs after RCA exposure before rinsing or wiping skin. Use large amounts of water. Many of these chemical agents come in the form of crystals which react with water. Using small amounts immediately after exposure to CS gas is likely to reactivate these crystals and may prolong the effects. Do not take a bath. Oh yeah, because you want to wash the stuff away. You don't want to soak in it, I guess. Always irrigate from the inside corner of the eye toward the outside, with head tilted back and slightly toward the side being rinsed. Do not wear contacts. Trap chemicals against your eyes. You must remove the lenses or get someone to remove them for you with clean, uncontaminated fingers. Destroy the lenses after exposure. When using an inhaler after an exposure, do not contaminate the inhaler. Carry an inhaler in a zip-top plastic bag to minimize contamination. Use it with a clean hand. Antacid solution, saline, canola oil. Oh, canola oil and a cloth to wipe chemical agents. Flush eyes, large amounts of saline. 50% water and 50% aluminum hydroxide or magnesium hydroxide-based antacids, such as Malox, for immediate relief from chemical exposure. Solution must be spit out after rinsing one's mouth. Oh, yeah, antacids. Milk and cola. Sugar and preservatives and convenience. Attorney's note. Don't ever pick them up to throw them back. They're very hot. Yeah, they said you can do it if you're wearing heat resistance gloves, but yeah, the opposite emphasis is that don't pick them up if you're not wearing gloves. Given that this book includes discussion of the police raid on the Chicago Freedom School, we want to include a note from a trusted attorney about what organizers should know and do in a similar situation. Our thanks to Joey Mogul for crafting the following advice. What to do if the police come to your not-for-profit or organizing space. They don't have to let them in unless they provide a warrant. Written court order should specify in detail the places to be searched and the things to be taken. Ask police to slide the search warrant under the door, or step outside and close the door behind you to read the search warrant. Do not consent to their searching your space. State that I do not consent to search the space or person. This is to warn them about searching areas outside those specified in the search warrant. Ask if you're allowed to watch the search. Do so. Take notes. Describe where they searched, what they photographed, and all they seized. Include names, badge numbers, and departments. Police agents ask you to give them anything. Look to see if the item is listed in the warrant. If it is not, do not consent. Everyone, regardless of citizenship, has a right to remain silent and not answer any questions. Anything you say may later be used against you. State that you do not want to speak with them and you want to speak with a lawyer. You want to specifically say that you won't speak without a lawyer, or that you want a lawyer, because if you just say that you have the right to remain silent, they might say that your declaration of your right to remain silent meant that you had knowledge of your committing a crime or something, because they're fucking bullshit. So yeah, just say that you want a lawyer, that you won't talk without a lawyer. Yeah. Very good advice here. Yeah. If the agents have an arrest warrant, they may perform only a cursory visual search of your space to find the person in the named warrant. If police agents do not have a search warrant, they should not come in. If you physically resist or physically obstruct an officer, even if they do not have a warrant, you can be charged with a crime. You have the right to verbally argue with police agents, or police/agents. In many states, you are allowed to record police/agents visually and audibly. Lying to police/agents can be a crime. If you are arrested, it may be best to give your name, date of birth, and address, otherwise it will delay the length of your detention. Each state is different. Best to look up Know Your Rights materials in your location. Here are some resources. Click on these. Law for Black Lives, National Lawyers Guild. I'll put them as separate links. The links in the book here. Write it all down too, every single thing you say. So here people say no comment, which they use as evidence, whereas you have to literally say nothing, even if they try to anger you. Yeah. Thank you for links. You're welcome. Yeah, and then you don't have to like go and type them in. Also, hello, the Unlucky Clover. Thank you for the follow. We're just finishing up the last bits of the book. Let This Radicalize You. let this radicalize you rather than lead you to despair. Yeah. Okay. See? While these are your rights, they mean little outside courts of law. A person's race, gender identity, disability, sexual orientation, class, and outward political affiliation will affect how the officers treat you in any given encounter. And black and brown people are routinely treated with violence, hostility, and disrespect. Okay, I'm not going to read the acknowledgements because it's just thank you. Thank you, creatures, for contributing. We thank you for your love, for your labor, and all that you do to create more justice and some peace. Oh, I've got a glossary too. Yeah. Capital, money that is used to accumulate more money. Those with I don't think this is a complete definition of capital because it's more like the land, property, and machines that you can generate more money with, but it's close enough, I guess. Money is used to accumulate more money. Those with capital have the power to accumulate more capital due to the social relations and capitalism, in which workers are compelled to labor and produce value for capitalists. Capitalism. Private actors control and own the means of production. Land, factories, office buildings, machinery, IT infrastructure, I'm gonna read what the ableism one says. A system, according to Talila T.L. Lewis, that assigns value on people's bodies and minds based on societally constructed ideas of normality, intelligence, excellence, desirability, and productivity. These constructed ideas are deeply rooted in eugenics, anti-blackness, misogyny, colonialism, imperialism, and capitalism. This systemic oppression leads to people in society determining who is valuable and worthy based on a person's language, appearance, religion, and/or their ability to satisfactorily reproduce, excel, and behave. See, for example, decarcerating disability, deinstitutionalization, and prison abolition. Liat bin Mosh, 2020. Do you have the rest of the VODs for this? The last VOD was from 2 days ago, which was when I read the first half. I was watching the previous VOD earlier till Scoots went live. I don't know how long you set it to upload VOD post stream, but I think it's pretty quick, yeah. Oh, it's automated, so the VOD should be up right now, technically, but yeah, it'll be there when I'm done streaming. Direct action. Tactics often used in social movements such as protests, civil disobedience, sit-ins, blockades, strikes, walkouts, de-arrests, banner drops, and sabotage. Oh, they dropped the last one in, leave when I blow up in Minecraft. That are meant to disrupt the system and achieve a political goal outside of the formal channels of civic engagement. 12 hours of reading are, it goes a little faster if you don't read out loud, because then you can zoom. Because I can't mispronounce words in my head. Gotta blow up a Walmart? Well, in Minecraft. Make sure to get you have to make sure no one's in there yet. Not yet anymore. You gotta organize it with some of the workers, and then be like, oh, we're closing it for maintenance, and then you blow it up, and then in Minecraft. That's the maintenance we're doing. We're turning it into a pile of rubble. No, I don't know if that would actually. I don't know what kind of I don't know if this would further our goals of whatever. Just doing some quick renovations. EIC, Prison Industrial Complex. Something prison labor. I think I remember reading or watching, no, I think it was an article I read about how nearly every large company in the US uses some proportion of their labor is prison labor. So basically, slaves by another name. Yeah. Yeah. Especially in the production of food. Wow, we back at the plantation. Yeah. I heart the Irish Republican Army. Oh. This bit here says, see for example, abolition now, 10 years of strategy and struggle against the prison industrial complex. 2008. Working class. Oh, we're at the end of the glossary. Class of people made up of anyone who must sell their labor in order to survive and has no access to the means of production themselves. I'll read this. Let's see. Read these last two, just because. Mutual aid, collective and community-based practices and efforts to meet people's needs, independent of state systems and other hierarchical oppressive arrangements. Mutual aid is grounded in reciprocity and solidarity rather than in charity, and builds shared understandings of the systemic failures that make community care for survival necessary. Mutual aid is a form of political participation that allows us to build relationships and formations that make the conditions we face more survivable and strengthen our ability to take collective action. See, for example, mutual aid, building solidarity between this crisis and the next. Dean Spade, 2020. Neoliberalism, it's when Ronald Reagan blasts us with the capitalism beam and then we all turn to dust. I mean, it's when Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher fuse into a superorganism, which can then fire lasers at us and turn us into capitalist dust. I mean, yeah. A political economic dynamic generally beginning in the 70s and 80s that is characterized by prioritization of free market capitalism, deregulation, hyper-individualism, government austerity, and cuts to social welfare spending, manufactured scarcity, and upward redistribution of resources. See, for example, neoliberalism's demons on the political theology of late capital. Right? When the invisible hand of the free market reaches deep inside your booty cheeks and yoinks the money out and then you explode. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I think there's only a couple creatures that are live right now that are like, I don't know. If Hana was live, I would raid into him immediately, but you know, I guess he's chilling today. Yeah. Nekuya, do you have any cool suggestions for creatures to raid? No femboy deer for us? Oh. Oh, actually, I guess Spit Crush is live right now, maybe. I'm not actually following it right now. I had a little following purge that I did. What if I raid and go like, oh, haha, wow, I don't know what happened, why I wasn't following you already, dies. Well, yeah, I'll straight into it. To the classic Twitch unfollowed me, huh? Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know, that one's aesthetic and stuff is not like super the thing I like, but you know, I guess they're that one is a friend of friend creature, so that sort of thing, you know, a trustworthy yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Bye-bye. Have a good night, y'all. Y'all. My dad's from Georgia. Good night, y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna go 30 minutes to midnight. I'm gonna go take care of my visa application or something, I guess. I'm also gonna go eat cup noodles. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by and listening to book. Good night. Visa hype. Yeah. My passport came today, in case anyone missed it. Or good night. I'll be back playing video games tomorrow. Oh my god. Or probably. Maybe I'll try to do art. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a little bit of art and play Star Sector for 8 hours. Wow. Okay. Bye-bye. Walmart parking lot? What is that title? Oh, so gamer. I mean, concoct a wretched emote combination.